Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, welcome everybody to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well, wherever you are in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing tonight, today, this morning, this afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. We're talking about weird experiences, weird thoughts. I'd like to hear you tell us about your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts. It is an open panel. You are entitled to come on here and speak. Tell us your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts. Hopefully, we can glean some sparks of gnosis from your words, your anecdotes, and maybe it might help us towards our collective goal of finding gnosis, trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence and what it is we should be doing whilst we are here. Peter Ragnarok has already joined the panel. Peter, it's good to have you up here. Peter, if you'd care to unmute yourself, please do, and tell us about the weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts you've ever had. Chinese Mario is in the background. Chinese Mario, would you care to show yourself again? Hold up three fingers. Hold up three fingers. Yeah, okay. Chinese Mario, good to have you on the show. Peter, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear
Man, you
my...
said do it backstage and then you put me on camera.
No, you weren't seen on... The camera wasn't on when you were shown on the stage, don't worry. Peter, I want to hear your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts. Do tell us if you want to. Otherwise, we'll hand the mic to Chinese Mario.
We can pass the mic. I'm gonna collect my thoughts.
No problem. Chinese Mario, tell us your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts.
Well, I had a weird experience one time in the dating market. You would assume if a woman comes to your home, bed with you, that sex would be the obvious thing. Uh, Nothing happened. I didn't do anything wrong. Just she was opposed to it. We worked at a fucking Wendy's together, and I got rejected in my own household. I'm like, why the hell are you here? That was crazy. What what universe does a woman say, I'm coming, yeah, I'll go to your house, yeah, let's sleep together, and then just rejects you outright?
Well, Chinese Mario, I find it strange that that's the weirdest experience you've ever had. You've obviously had a very charmed life. I mean,
No, I
what's
have
weird about
more. I have more.
Chinese Mario? What's weird about that? The woman has the right to say no anytime
Of course
up
she
until the
does.
event and during the event
No,
of
of course
coital
she does.
relations.
Of course she
So,
does. But
so
I've never met women who go home with men, sleep in their beds and cuddle, and then don't want to go anywhere with it. I just found that weird. I have other experiences that was
how
just
did it?
off the top of my
How did
brain.
this? It sounds like this traumatized you in some way.
No, I'm not traumatized. It was weird. I was like, well, why the hell did you fucking come home with me and sleep in my bed and then be like, nah, not happening. It was this lovely Latina chick. I don't actually know which country. She was obviously brown, so one of them.
You said you have some other weird experiences. Tell us about them.
Well, I was in South America one time, and we went to this zoo. I don't know how I feel about all the weird spiritual realm. You know, all this. Women are always talking about astrology and all this horse shit. We went in there. I've never felt a darker, evil spirit than when I was at this place. I can say that sincerely. That was the most disgusting fucking place I've ever been in my life. There's more to the story, but you know, it was mind
Yeah, well,
blowing.
you might want to tell us more, considering you're live and you're meant to be telling us about it.
All right. I was a missionary. We were down in South America. I already felt like a piece of shit because I'm a fucking white guy telling brown people what God they should believe in. Um, so we went in there. It was like everyone's eyes were fucking yellow. It was just, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just the weirdest fucking experience I ever had in my life. I know that's not a lot of details, but I just felt so uncomfortable. Never prayed to God harder. I was like, God, whoever you are, praise Islam, praise Allah, Jesus, somebody. No, I felt like we were gonna get fucking murdered. I was like, yo, dude, we're in a bad
Okay,
place.
Chinese
It
Mary,
was called.
that does sound like it meant a lot to you, but to us, we're struggling to
It,
understand what the hell you're going on about. You're going to have to get more descriptive, brother. Collect your thoughts. What I'm going to say to you is collect your
it
thoughts,
was
mate, because
called Adam and Eve. It was
it
called
sounds
Adam and
intriguing.
Eve.
It sounds intriguing. I just want to read out some comments, and then I'm going to go back to Ragnar. Tony Whitcomb says weirdest experience that he's had was going with his mate on a rubbish collection, and he saw what he saw in a dream. So he dreamt of some kind of item or something, and he saw it when he went with his mate on a rubbish collection. Uh, and it's like he'd been there before. It was some kind of deja vu, but he never had been there, never had seen this item before, other than in his dream. Very strange, Tony. How long before the dream and the eventuality of you picking up the item during your rubbish collection? Do let us know. Do come on, Tony, and talk about that. That's interesting. I too have had strange dreams that have somewhat come true. So yeah, be a great conversation. Soap bubbles. Great to see you here. Phantom Prophet, who's watching on Danny's channel, do come over to Finding Gnosis, Phantom, and come on the show. Be good to have you on here. The more the merrier. Yeah, Tony says it was like deja vu, the feeling of having been there before. Um, much love to you too, Untrackable. Good to have you here. And yeah, Ragnar, we're going to go back to you then. Tell us about your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts.
Can you hear me clearly?
I can.
All right. So I was just that average kind of guy, like just going about my life, and I couldn't see how bright my light was, right? Like you don't see your own light type situation. Um, the weirdest thing for me was how people reacted to that. Some people they were just wanted to steal and leech and siphon. I knew nothing about spiritual warfare back then, and finding out prayer actually works to stop witchcraft, that explained a lot to me, because this one guy was trying to tell me not to pray. Turns out he was a warlock, and he was an old gaming friend, and it's all he would do. Right? He was leeching and siphoning, being fake nice to my face. But the weirdest thing out of all of it wasn't that prayer stopped witchcraft. Right? It was that the weird thing I had to deal with is because this guy was a narcissist, right? And for a long time, I was like a bird in a cage, and I didn't know how to deal with it. And then I had to break out of that. And the weirdest thing for me internally was something I found when people have dealt with narcissistic people. Okay, like I've dealt with people who try to come up to me and claim to be John the Baptist over and over again. there's always these people trying to be like, "Oh, I'm above you," and I'm like, "No, you're not. I got the keys. I don't give a shit what you think." Um, so these narcissists, they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and all they want to do is take from my light and ride the fucking freeway, right? The weirdest thing for me was having to stop their traits of narcissism infecting my empathy because I kept soaking up their fucking emotion and their
Some
passive
people, some people,
aggressiveness.
some people say it's all a matter of emotional vampirism, and you're
It
doing the
is
same to
emotional
them.
vampirism.
But some people say
That's
you're
the
doing
thing.
the same. Some people put it another way. It's a battle of will. It's trying to get what you want. Everybody's trying to get their needs met, and you're doing the exact same thing to other people.
I don't think so. No,
So,
I'm more about
so
harmony
you're
and peace. I,
sharing
I
your
don't want to
empathy.
leech. Can you let me speak?
Sorry, brother.
When I was dealing with narcissists over and over and over again, right? I was just trying to go along my own way and find my way and figure out who the fuck I am. I had no want to siphon anybody's energy. I'm a hermit. I don't give a shit what people think. And the weirdest thing for me, this is the entire crux of the point. So this has actually been studied in psychology, and I found out by looking into research about this, people who suffer under the hands of narcissists, whether they're covert or not, the main battle after healing and cutting off narcissists is to not become a narcissist, because it's like a bully, right? A bully bullies, and then the victim wants to bully. It's this philosophical idea like the boot was on your face, but now you want to wear the boot and put it on somebody else's face. The weirdest thing for me was cutting that cycle off and figuring it out, because I really like don't want to be some sort of energy vampire like these people are. I'm just trying to be a hermit, mind my own business, and enjoy life. And some people, they just won't leave well enough alone. But and like I've realized some people, it's weird, they have no purpose, and they feel by going after people who they think have a higher purpose than them, they'll just constantly keep attacking. So it felt weird to me, their behavior, to constantly leech, right? Because I'm antithetical to that. I don't want to leech. I just want to mind my own shit. Anyway, but that was the weird thing, like trying to make sure their narcissistic traits don't
What,
rub
what do
off
you
on me.
what do
Because
you
like,
say to people who say to you, "It's not that deep, bro"?
I would tell them it is that deep, man. Some people don't understand. Intent is everything. Like, if my intent is to be a hermit and be left alone, but then somebody else has the intent to constantly jump in my energy and even hijack my energy, I take issue with that. 'Cause it is that deep. Some people, they're always surface level thinking. They don't think too deep, and that's why they don't see the signs.
Now, tell me, when you said energy vampire, uh, I've only heard that from one other person in my life. What do you mean by that specifically?
Oh, they specifically leech off of your energy, like your being. They will literally copycat you. They will try to be you. They'll try to harvest off of you your ideas, your creativity. They'll literally try to make it their own in every way. Like, say you're sad, they'll be sad. And the strange part is you can actually manipulate energy vampires into falling into some pitfalls, like an intellectual trap, right? Because if they're trying to copycat you, you can actually get them to react in a way they don't want to, and then you can cut them off.
Untrackable is here, guys. We'll have to get a word from Untrackable. Untrackable, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Please do tell us your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts, or even, dare I say it, the weirdest people or the weirdest person you've ever met.
Yeah, the most weirdest. Well, I've met quite a few, but liars. Liars are weird to me because you never know how much time you're gonna spend with somebody. It could be a stranger that lies, that says, I need $5 to put gas in my car so I can get out of here. Or you could have career long liars um, that you work with, and so I've met many of them. Uh, you know, lying does nobody any good.
Were they like addicts? You know, drunks, doing heroin? What, like they're just normal people, sober, lying constantly? Because that's crazy. I understand someone who's like effed up on drugs, lying all the time. Not that uh, no one appreciates it, but it happens.
Well, I mean, for instance, a parking lot. I was at work. I travel for my job, so I go to different stores and handle the product that my company deals with. And so I park way out because I'm not a customer. No, I don't need to be parked up front. I'm not coming out with anything. So I park way out and I'm walking. And a man approaches me and he says, "Hey, anything you could do? I need gas in my truck. I've got these Christmas presents for my kid." Uh, he looks strung out, bro. It, you know, you
Oh
can
fuck
see,
yeah!
you can
No,
see,
drug addicts. It's obvious. Yeah, they're
you
doing
can
God
see.
knows what.
And you know, I didn't necessarily feel like I was doing a good thing, but in the moment, I was like, "Get off my back, bro." So I pulled out my wallet. Um, I don't carry cash anymore, but then I did, and I gave the man $20, and he thanked me so much. He wanted to shake my hand. I gave him a fist bump, and I said, you know, "Merry
Yo, get the
Christmas."
fuck out of here, man. Merry Christmas.
Here's
Enjoy.
it, this is the bill that I have. Just get out of my face. And I can't once you do something like that, it's like I can't give a fuck whether he was honest or not. I really can't. And
That's the whole point, though. Like, if you feel like you need something in return, it's a bullshit. Uh, I'm
if
giving
if
to make. Go ahead.
if he was honest, then you know maybe I helped somebody. If he was dishonest, you know maybe it made his life even worse. You cannot struggle for other people. Um, and also with the lying side of it, it's like, uh, you know, you give somebody your all. You give somebody something that they didn't earn.
You mean
Um,
women?
uh, it can
That's a
be that way.
joke. That's a joke, brother. But yeah.
No, it can be that way too. Um, you give somebody your time. You give somebody your effort, and then it all turned out to just be like, yeah, um, you mean nothing to me because the giving stopped. I've helped people move. Uh, like I said, I gave a random dude $20 in the parking lot of a Walmart. Um, you have to say goodbye to that time, and that it's not just about what you did for them, whether they were lying or not. It changes you because eventually, and this is how lies work. Eventually, you will find out that it was a lie because the truth always comes out. Um, that you didn't waste your time. You learned a
Or your
lesson.
money. I gave $20 to a guy in the cemetery once. He was grateful as fuck. I have no idea what his life situation was. He could have just been, visiting his mother that's passed. You have no idea what their situation is.
Indeed. Guys, I just want to say, Fatih, Phantom Tom, all you people in the live chat, do come on, make the show work. Come on, share your thoughts, join in, and it will make for a great conversation. We are getting going here. The panel is growing, voices are coming in. Gnosis, perhaps, is on its way. Nefarious Rockers, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Tell us about your weirdest experience or experiences, your weirdest thoughts, or the weirdest people or person that you've ever met.
So there was one time I kept seeing the number 1111 everywhere. When I looked at the time, I would always see the number 11 and 1111. I also saw the number 2222 a lot too. I found that very weird. And I heard these are angel numbers. Like 444 is also one of the angel numbers.
I mean, you say you saw these all the time. How often did you see them? And where
Every
were
day
you?
when I would look, every day when I looked at the time, I saw these numbers. But
I
I
see
think
those numbers
it
quite
was
often
a
too. It's
coincidence.
called synchronicity. The phenomenon is called synchronicity of numbers. Like I saw 444 like not a few minutes ago. It's about to be 6 p.m.
A few minutes ago, about to be 6. 444? What
Well,
the fuck are you saying?
I don't keep track of time because time is an illusion, buddy.
Alright, David, but you just said it's almost 6 and you said 444 was a few minutes ago.
Dude, it's semantics. The last time I looked at the clock, it was around 4:44. Just like the gentleman said, he keeps seeing numbers on the clock. I also see numbers on the clock. Yeah, I see 33 all the fucking time on every hour.
What does that mean, guys?
It's synchronicity. It was identified by Carl Jung as synchronicity, but synchronicities are not just numbers on a clock. It's a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence.
Well, have you ever heard of Zulu
The
or
tribe?
Greenwich Mean Time?
The tribe. This guy.
It's
What's your problem? Hold up.
No,
well,
I love you, brother. It's all good in the hood, doggy. I just.
it means the time is now. We may be in different locations, but we have to do the same thing regardless of where we are. So the time is now. We have to synchronize. It may be, 8 o'clock p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, but
It's
if
not, because
it's
it's not even 3 and I live in the West.
right, okay. So, but I'm pushing. It's 5 minutes to 6 o'clock on the East Coast. So, what do you add? Is it 5 hours to England, to London time?
Yeah,
That's
it's 5 hours ahead.
so that's Greenwich Mean Time. But Zulu is, we all have our watches set to the same time, no matter where we are. When somebody says, turn the key, hit the button, fire the shot, that is synchronization.
Brother, I don't even understand what you're saying. Everyone across the planet is synchronized? That's impossible.
No, we're not. Most of us run by the sun, and when the sun comes up where
He's not
you are,
understanding your hypothetical. He's being a little too literal.
it's okay. But whoever you're dealing with, you know, I wake up at 5:30 in the morning so that way I can be there at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But there are other things. There are other purposes. There are other missions that people do, and you know, it doesn't matter what the number on your time zone is. It
Yo,
matters.
I
Are you
got your
on?
back, Cadillac. It's all good. I don't even know what we're talking about at this point. We're talking about weirdest stories and
I
weirdest
noticed.
thoughts.
Well, isn't it weird that we're all here right now and we don't know where each other are?
Well, fuck yeah, it is. I have no idea who any of you are.
Well,
But you're
how
here,
about we
aren't you?
give a general region, right? I'm East Coast Canada.
I'm East
East
Coast
Coast
United
Canada.
States.
Okay.
So we're in the same time zone. You're south of me. I'm north of you,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
It's like we can play this Chinese Mario. I think you're being a little too caught up into the literalism. He's trying to explain certain hypothetical concepts. Like in the military, I think this is what he's my this is what I'm imparting from what he's saying. Zulu
Well,
time is like a group of people like coordinate, synchronize their watches to this specific kind of time, but they might be in a whole different area in the world, but they're all on the same like coordinated synchronicity, right?
Just
it,
like the
it doesn't have
fucking
to.
rest of us in our own areas. I
It
mean,
doesn't have to be
No,
military. It could be business. Hey,
right.
go live. Go live. Um, you know, of of course, people understand. Like, hey, if I'm going live on the West Coast and it's 5 o'clock, well, then my
it's like
East
8
Coast people,
o'clock.
my East Coast people need to know that it's 8 o'clock. Right.
1 second,
But
guys. Objective Ethics says, did he miss any ghost stories? Not yet, Objective Ethics, but I'm hoping there will be some. If you want to come and start them, I'd appreciate it. And guys, have any of you got any for us? Do let us know if you have. Come on here, Divine. We need you. Divine, you have some very interesting experiences that you could share with us that other people would find weird. To you, they are normal. Divine, by the way, is a starseed child. She came here from another planet with a message for us all. So we would like to hear from you, Divine. Uh, Everybody, come on, get the show going. Off we go. Sorry, guys.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
for you brought up the military, and it's a very popular story. Zero Dark 30. It's a movie. It was the Osama bin Laden movie that they made.
right.
However, Zero Dark 30, it basically means, hey, in the middle of the night, something's going to go down. But we may not all be in the same place at the same time. So you have people in the war room, and you have people on the other side of the world. Let's set our clocks the same, so that
How the
way.
fuck do you do that? If you're all if
No, it's part of military coordination, bro.
no, you're in different time zones. The people in America and the people on the other side of the fucking world have different time zones. I don't. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm an idiot. I just don't understand what you're.
Let me help you comprehend, okay? It
Hey,
is groups of people in different time zones choosing to pick this specific time, even though they're in different time zones. Like the guys in Langley are Eastern time, and the guys in Afghanistan who are communicating with them could be like, "Hey, no, Langley is Central time, right? Texas or whatever the fuck." And so like they coordinate. They put themselves on the same time frame, right? So like on their watch, it's 1 o'clock, whether they're in Afghanistan or not, right?
for instance,
I got you. All right, I got
let's all get in a room. Let's all get in a room with the dialogue watches, and we wind them up, and we all turn them to 12 o'clock, and we're all in the same room. It doesn't matter whether I send you to Korea. It doesn't matter whether I send you to Afghanistan. It doesn't matter whether I send you to London. All of our clocks will read the same time. And when I say
Right.
hit that button,
you. If you're
uh,
military,
Well, it's business. It's business as well. Going
Yeah,
live.
the market opens at different times of the day, but certain investors might be coordinated to a specific time amongst themselves, exactly like the military.
Well, just like YouTube. Uh, if YouTube does a correction because it reads where you are. It knows everything you do. It's a Google thing, whatever. But it corrects it for you. But if I say I'm going live at 5 o'clock and that's all I give you, um,
Not helpful.
that's
Yeah.
that's 5 o'clock my time.
Correct. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I don't understand that.
What? It's
No,
not
no,
difficult.
I understand it's 5 o'clock your time, but it's not 5 o'clock my time. That's why I don't get it. Forgive me, I'm
Well,
a fucking idiot. Apparently, I'm
no.
just trying to understand.
What you're not getting, I think what you're not getting, is your participation. If you want to participate, yeah, it's 5 o'clock my time. But if you want to participate, you need to know what 5 o'clock my time is.
Correct, I know that. That's why I'm here right now. I realize we're all on different time zone areas.
Well, see, to me, time is an illusion, right? We established the
Oh
clocks
my
once we
god,
figured that out. What?
that's
Okay,
not
can I
how
ask
the
you something
fucking
before we
internet
keep going,
works.
dude?
That's not how the
Fuck.
fucking internet works.
Can I ask you a question? What's with your energy here? Like you're just being abrasive as shit every time I talk. What's up with that? That's kind of weird to me. It's like
I
your demons or something
apologize.
pissed off.
No, I'm just the whole conversation was about time zones and different like countries and parts of the world. I obviously they're not
Well,
the same.
the gentleman brought up the notion of synchronicities. He keeps seeing the same number on the clock, right? Do you know what that means? If you don't, you can say you don't,
I don't know. The
right?
the numbers keep repeating themselves. They turn around again. I can
I see
say I
that as
don't know.
synchronicities, like messages from heaven or angel numbers and stuff like that. Some people don't understand that stuff.
Oh, are we talking about angels? Ah, fuck me.
Tell us,
Can I
like
ask?
we are 5-year-olds, what the hell it all means, Ragnar.
When you're seeing synchronicities on the clock, each of the numbers have a correspondence, right? So 444 has to do with Archangel Jophiel. She's the archangel of inspiration, creativity, and beauty, right? Her name literally means the beauty of God. 222 to me is the number of Uriel and also stands for alignment. You're in alignment to a higher path, meaning, like, liars are always out of alignment. Okay, and here's to go back to what Untrackable said. From what I've noticed, also from what I said with energy vampires and what you said about liars, they work in tandem. Because I've noticed a lot of people pretend to be something they're not, and I see that as ultimately very freaking weird. And when it comes to being that way, they're out of alignment. They're out of whack. You ever had that gut feeling when somebody's approaching you? They could be asking for money or not. But if you ever had that weird gut feeling that's like telling you that you can't trust this person, numbers are like a different way of telling you to follow your gut in different instances. It's all instinct and intuition. Um, the synchronicities they all have corresponding definitions and meanings. To me, 222 Uriel's number, right? Archangel Uriel. He and it has to do with alignment. It's like some people don't understand this stuff because they haven't studied it, and I think we're what else is weird is also we have a lot of people who
Yes, he
their
did
demons
say
act
energy
up when they don't
vampires. I'm just
know.
talking to Objective Ethics asked, did you say energy vampires? Yes, you did, didn't you? Yeah.
Yes. So some people, I think one
What
of the
if I
biggest
was a
issues
Muslim?
nowadays,
What if I was a Muslim and I'm not doing the Christian thing?
some Muslims look at synchronicities also. It's not a Christian thing specifically.
All
Like
right.
there's many
Hey,
different cultures that see it
I'm
that way.
asking honestly, like, because I've
But
been an off and on Christian and Muslim throughout my life, and
You you
I
can't leave
can't
Islam.
figure
It's a
out.
death penalty.
Yeah, I'm aware, but in America, you get away with it.
True. Yeah,
Guys,
human rights in
we
America.
better let Fatty say something. Fatty, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say? And then we'll go back to Ragnar explaining what the hell this synchronicity and numerology means.
Yeah. By
Fatty,
the way, explain the term synchronicity. 222-444-555.
he's going to. Just actually, Fatty, would you mind just waiting for Ragnar to finish explaining synchronicity and numerology and the linkage as if we're 5-year-olds for complete
Yeah,
novices
no
who can learn this?
problem.
Thank you, Fatty. Appreciate you.
So when it comes to synchronicity, it's something that was investigated by Carl Jung. He's a philosopher, a psychologist, and he was also a bit of an occultist. Synchronicity can mean, like, in the biblical sense of things, signs from heaven, right? And like in the book of Peter, it says you need to be sober to see the signs, to so that it's like if heaven's trying to speak to you, it's kind of like a Morse code, and you can figure it out if you know what it means.
I've read the
But
Bible over 20 times in my life. I got you. I know what you're talking about.
Chinese, please refrain from interrupting him. We're trying
Oh,
to,
I
yeah.
apologize. I'm
So
just
thank you.
saying, I've read the Bible throughout my whole.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you because I literally told you to refrain from interrupting, and you're still doing it. Sorry, Chinese. Please, some decorum. Wait for people to finish talking. Also, remember that Fatih is speaking next.
mm,
Okay, so you can speak after Fatih, but Ragnar is speaking at the moment.
yeah, I'll take about like 2 minutes, something like that, around that, and then Vati can speak. She'll have the talking stick. Um, so synchronicity. So I'm still like I'll admit I'm still in a learning phase to understanding, but from my understanding, when it comes to synchronicities, it's signs, signals, all sorts of different definitions and meanings. There's the spiritual community have varied um, interpretations of it, but a lot of there is a etymological consensus, meaning a lot of them do understand, like, hey, 222 means you're in alignment, 444 means your angels are around you, like you have guidance, right? And 1111, people sometimes see it as your soulmate's thinking about you. I actually see it as the complete synchronicity. Like you're in synchronization with the higher power, obviously God. It's not a question of what denomination you're from, right? People stick too much to literalism, and if you bring literalism way too much, like you're thinking matter over mind. To understand synchronicity, you need to think mind over matter, right? It's basically science and stuff like that. And the
Okay.
consensus of interpretation is there is one. Some people are varied, though.
Hello to Pamela. Ragnar, we're going to have to come back to because it seems extremely complicated and there's a lot to be said about it. I want to go to Fatih, though. Fatih, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Could you tell us about your weirdest experience or experiences, your weirdest thoughts, or the weirdest people or person that you've ever met?
Yeah, I have two stories. So I'm a skeptic. I didn't grow up a skeptic. I grew up a Muslim, and I grew up with like really strong um beliefs about things that are invisible and God and like angels and all that. And then in my mid 20s, I guess over a number of years I became more and more skeptic until I became agnostic. So I don't really believe in anything. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm open to whatever. If the supernatural is real, it's real. If it's not, then it's not. Um, and sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I've never been on a panel before, so I'm sorry.
You're
But
doing a great job. It's lovely to have you. First time caller here on the Finding Gnosis show and first time ever joining a panel. And I never knew it until you said it. You sound like a pro. Keep going, Fatih.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, so my first story, I'll say this one first because it happened a few years ago and I guess I was already a skeptic. But my cousin, my dad and my cousin used to sell and buy and sell cars from like auctions. So my cousin was having a car delivered to my parents' house. Um, and I didn't know he was coming. I was home alone, so I wasn't expecting anyone to come. But I did see a car drive in, and I didn't know who it was until I saw him like walk by. And I was only able to see like the bottom half of his body. But yeah, as soon as I saw him, I felt like I saw like a golden aura emanating off of his body. Um, and I wasn't thinking anything, like it was just a random thought that came to my head. And I didn't think anything of it. I just thought, oh, he's so sweet. Like that was a thought that came to my head. He's such a good guy because he really was a great guy. And then yeah, maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, some guy comes banging on the door saying, hey, the guy that came from this house fell. So I went out there, and the cops were already there, and the firefighters. And he had fallen from the tow truck that like delivered the car. He had a spine issue. I forgot the name of the disease, but his spine was really thin. So he was really scared to get up on heights or ladders. Like he never wanted to take the risk of falling. But yeah, the tow truck driver didn't want to bring the car down. So he went up, he fell through, and he passed away the next day. So I thought that was kind of weird because I literally felt like I saw, you know, how they, auras, how they emanate like on cartoons off of people's bodies. I literally felt like I saw that, but I was already a skeptic at the time, so it wasn't like I had any strong beliefs or anything. Mhm. Okay, that was my
Strange,
first
isn't it? So,
story.
so, so basically, you saw an aura
Hmm.
around this guy who
Yeah, it was
died the
like
next
gold
day. He
light.
died the next day.
Yes, he passed away the next day.
And when you
And
saw him,
mhm,
unbeknownst to you, he probably had the accident.
he had already fallen, like he was already unconscious and on the ground when I got to
But
the
but when
front of
you
the
saw
house.
him, but when you
Uh-huh.
saw him, he was kind of upright
He
and
was walking, like nothing
yeah,
was wrong with him. The only reason why, yeah,
very strange.
yeah,
But you said he didn't have any legs when you saw him. But that didn't kind of
no, sorry, I meant like
oh
he was walking past the window, but I couldn't because of
oh
I can only see part of him through the window. Like the wall was covering the other half. So the
right
window isn't like a full window. So I could only see his
strange.
feet walking, but I felt like I don't know, I just felt like it was a real light. Like I wasn't imagining it. Like I could feel the light coming out of his body. And then he passed away the next day. And then my other story, I'll try to be quick with this one.
No,
This
no,
was when I
don't be
was,
quick. Take your time, darling. There's no need to rush.
thank you. Um, this happened when I was really young. I don't remember how old I was, probably in elementary school. But my parents, my parents, I'm from the US. I was born here, but my parents are not from here. And they both left their families and they didn't really keep in touch with their families back home. Like growing up, even to this day, I don't really know much about my grandparents or my family because my parents never talked about them. Um, but I had a dream about my maternal grandpa, and I've never seen like a picture of him or anything. My mom never like described him to me. I didn't even know his name. Um, but when I woke up, I told my mom about the dream, and she said that is how he really looked. And I'd never heard anything about how he looks or anything like that, or seen a picture of him. So I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting. How does
Mhm.
it make you feel?
Uh, I forgot about that story until like now when I was thinking about anything weird that happened to me. So that one kind of is interesting because I've never like for example, he had blue eyes and I didn't know he had blue eyes. I thought he was like yeah, um, I don't know. I thought that one was interesting because I was little. I had no description of him. I'd never seen him before. Um, and I thought at the time, maybe it was like something that he wanted me to tell my mom about to comfort her. So that was kind of the thought I had about it. Um, but yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna gather some of my thoughts and I'll share some more in a bit. But you guys could go.
Yeah, there were two very interesting stories. Thanks for that.
Mhm.
Kenny, tell us, Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Please tell us about your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts. Go ahead, sir.
I personally have not really had any particularly weird experiences, apart from when I was a kid and my imagination was running wild, but nothing that couldn't be easily explained away. But I'd like to tell a story that my friend Craig in Edinburgh did tell me that was quite extraordinary. He used to sell the Big Issue when he was homeless in Edinburgh. And he got talking to this woman that he seen frequently walking past him on the same route near Edinburgh Waverley train station. And he said that her name was Jo. And they got talking, and she said that she's a writer. And she asked my friend Craig, "What do you do?" And he says, "Well, I'm selling a Big Issue, but other than that, I'm a very keen pool player. I'm a bit of a hustler, actually." And she asked him to she said to him, "Tell me about pool and tell me about some of the characters that you play against." He said, "Well, there's this guy called Joe Finnerty, who's one of the best pool players in Edinburgh. I personally know Joe Finnerty. He was a friend of my father's, actually. And
Okay.
Craig and my father actually played in the same pool team in Edinburgh. And this character, Joe Finnerty, he had a slash mark going down his forehead from when he tried to hustle money from Albanians in Edinburgh, yeah, going from there to there. And Craig had told this lady, Jo, that a few weeks previous he broke his pool cue. And he said that he was such a good player that he used to nickname his pool cue the Wand. And this was apparently when J.K. Rowling, that's who he believes he was talking to. She called Jo, was writing Harry Potter. This would have been about the mid-90s. And he was astonished to discover that when Harry Potter came out, there was a character in it who had a slash mark going down there. And I don't know which character it was in Harry Potter, but they had a wand and then it broke. So my friend Craig is adamant. He's convinced that he helped J.K. Rowling inadvertently get inspiration for Harry Potter. So I just thought I'd share that with you.
That's a pretty cool story. I wasn't expecting that one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yo,
Okay.
dude,
I'm going to log off and go into
I have like
listening mode.
9 Harry Potter.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Kenny.
Okay, thanks.
I have like the big gold glasses. I have like a Harry Potter uh cards. I have all kinds of Harry Potter shit. That's oh, did he just bounce?
Yeah, he's listening. So you said you're into your Harry Potter, are you? I never got into it myself.
Well,
I have a weird experience I'd like
I
to share
grew
when
up
I get a
with it.
chance.
I grew up with it, so like
I
to
hear
me,
you.
Harry Potter was awesome.
Cool. Sorry, someone was that you, Ragnar, speaking?
Yeah, you can just call me Peter, bro.
Okay, Peter.
See, I had a near-death experience, and I saw a being that I didn't think was real. So I was, I think it was around somewhere between 11 and 15. We went to our campgrounds on the Celeron River. It's the river basically on the border of Canada and America in the east. So we're camping there, as we do every summer, and there's a pontoon. You know those pontoons that have an anchor that are not attached to the mainland, but it's like a pontoon, like it's like a wooden board piece that's like safe and everything. You can get on it. You can even fish on it if you want, but you need to swim out to it. So it's like a little island pontoon, and it's got the bottom piece anchor piece, right? So I was a bit of a heavy set kid, and there was this other guy who his family was also camping there. We were both heavy set, and we were jumping off of this pontoon to water like a diving board, but it's off the edge of a river in a bay. So this little pontoon piece that's tied to an anchor on its own. So I'm in the water, right? He jumps off the corner, heavy enough, like he jumps straight up in the air like a cannonball, jumped on the corner, back down on the corner of the pontoon, so that the square of the pontoon would go up and then down, and then he would jump again, right? Unfortunately, he put too much like torque and weight, whatever you want to call it. It flipped over, right? So the whole pontoon flipped over on itself. I was right in a position where the corner of the pontoon was going to hit my head, and I'm in the water. Okay, so this thing weighs at least 600 pounds to 300 pounds because it's a heavy set piece of carpentry with water barrel weights and everything, right? So you can stay up. And you know how you like try to make yourself go underwater with your hands? You're pushing up so you can like go down and down because I saw it coming.
Yeah.
Strangely, I was pulled down, and if like we were told by the doctors far later because we went to the hospital to make sure, if the pontoon didn't hit me the way it did, like straight on the top of my head, it would have collapsed my neck. But the thing is, I got pulled down, and I saw something with my eyes, and I was like, "Whoa!" Right? I was actually very shook at what I saw, and I couldn't process it for the longest time. But as crazy as it may sound, I saw a mermaid, and she pulled my leg down and made sure that my neck didn't snap. Because there's no way I could have. It's like you're not diving head first, right? You're trying to sink on purpose to avoid the pontoon from breaking your neck, right? So that's what happened to me, and it hit the top of my head, so I had a bruise. But I was pulled down, and I was like, "How?" Like I didn't understand it at the moment, and I don't care what people think. Like what I saw is what I saw, and like I was under the water. This mermaid let go of my leg and just left. I was like, "What the fuck?" So I had that memory with me ever since my early teens. Um, and I always loved going back to that camping site. Like it didn't even become like how some people they have an accident somewhere they don't want to go there. Anyway. No, I wanted to go there all the time. Like it was awesome, and it was interesting. So yeah, that's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. That would be
That's one
considered
of the
weird
strangest stories I've ever heard.
but yeah, like I felt it, and she looked at me. I think it was a she, and didn't stick around. It looked at me like it took a second look. Almost like it kind of looked like when a being saves your ass, looks at you just to make sure you're okay, and then leaves. It was like that. It was like a look of like, hey, I know who you are. You owe me. I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like it was that kind of expression and face while I was underwater. It was very. I could see it, and it was gone immediately, and I didn't know how to process that. And I was like, interesting.
Very, very, very strange. Extremely strange. One of the strangest experiences I've ever heard. You were saved by a mermaid.
Yeah, she pulled
Fatih,
she pulled me under, and the pontoon would have broke my neck otherwise.
yeah.
A mermaid.
Fatih, you were raised a Muslim. Now you say you know a little bit about that. Tell us about the jinn side of things. Have you ever thought about jinn, what they are? Tell us about that. And I mean, do you
Thank God
believe
there's
there
a
are?
Muslim on panel. Thank you.
Yeah, she was raised one. She's not anymore. She's agnostic now. Do you think about interdimensional beings that run alongside us in a parallel reality? Tell us your views and experience of such.
Yeah, I did growing up. When I was little, I was, I don't know what term to use, but I guess I'd say kind of neurotic about it. Like, um, I would be, because they tell you things like, don't step over this, or don't do this, or you're gonna hurt them if you do this. So I was always thinking, like, I won't step on, I don't know. I, but as I got older, I don't really believe in any of that stuff. So I don't currently believe in like devils and angels and jinns. But growing up, I guess if you asked what they are, I was taught as a Muslim that they are judged like humans are, like they're a creation of God living in a different dimension. who also will be judged and sent to heaven and hell. Yeah. But
I mean, what was the utility of them for human beings? Why are they supposedly there?
um honestly, I never got into like the real like really studying the theology and what theology says about them, so I'm not sure. But from what I understand is it's just another one of God's creations. So it's not necessarily about humans. They're their own like type of being that God created that like goes through life and um, is being tested by God supposedly.
Okay,
Do I have
thanks
to
for that.
do I have to explain
One
Muslim
second, I want to invite
theology?
others to come. Guys, if you want to come on, link is in the live chat. Robin, good to see you again. Divine Phantom, Skate, all of you guys, do come on. Links in the live chat. Sorry, go ahead, mate.
Yo, so in Muslim theology, the jinns, I realize they're like technically like demon, whatever the fuck. Do you believe in like four wives, all of that, or just you're done with that whole theology? No, I'm
I
being
don't.
serious.
No, I don't believe in any of it. I don't believe in any religion. I kind of take more of like a scientific approach. I feel like a lot of religion is just a human product. It's
Like
our
horses ass.
politics
It's
and
yeah, it's politics and all that.
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It fits with
No, it's
reality.
no, it's all good. No, it's all good. But you know, Muslims are good people. I'm so sick of people shitting on.
Well, I don't think I haven't heard anyone say anything bad about them so far. I live with Muslims. My whole community is Muslim. Um, but I get you. There's a lot going on with the Muslim world, and like there is some extremist ideology. You can't deny that either, though, right?
You're not wrong, and I'd like to
Correct.
add something to
Yes,
that.
correct.
Quick, what I'd like to
There's
say. So I'm a very spiritual man myself, more on the Catholic end. One thing I will warn about people: you mentioned extremism, no matter what religion, right? The telephone game of religion. That's what I call it. Certain interpretations, sometimes not even biblical or Quranic. Um, there are more folklore interpretations, like that group of people's interpretation, and then it became a telephone game, and then it became a political policy. I think we need to be very careful about that. Of either which religion, right? You have people. I've even heard radical um, rabbinicals claim that white people are of Edom when we're not, right? Like I am part Jewish myself, but like this, there is a group of rabbinicals who have that telephone game notion of like painting this prophecy that has nothing to do with this people on another group of people, and like with jinns also, I've actually asked different countries Muslims about like that notion. There's different folklore interpretations depending on the region, and it's the telephone game, right? And we've all played telephone game as kids. The entire reason we play that game on an educational level in like elementary is to understand how the truth can get twisted so fucking quick, right?
listen. I mean, the one thing about the Quran and all of it that everyone, generally speaking, has a problem with is infidels should be murdered. Basically,
Thank you, Untrackable.
yeah.
Great to see you, buddy. Guys, we have a newbie here. I'm going to let them on to see what they're about. It's someone called Luke. One second. Luke, you're on the Finding Notion show. What would you like to say? Luciano, you're on the Finding Notion show. What would you like to say? I'm going to give you 3 more seconds. Luke, you're muted. Unmute yourself. What would you like to say? Are you going to kick him off? They don't want to say anything. Okay, bye. Okay, sorry, guys. Go ahead. Are you off? Untrackable, did you want to say something? Go ahead, Untrackable.
I think something that becomes weird is the undeniable witness. If you saw it, then it happened, right?
Right.
If you saw it, I didn't see it, did it happen? So, denying believers that saw, you know, whatever so happens to be weird, because, the books, they are somebody else's stories. Um, I dare you to say that you saw what was written in any of the books. they are they are stories of witness, but to have your own witness of something happening. So, you know, if you're in a car crash, you just witnessed the car crash. If a car crash happened right in front of you, you witnessed a car crash. If I told you that I was in a car crash and that was my excuse for not coming to work today, was there a car crash? You understand what I'm saying?
I
Witness.
absolutely understand what you're saying, brother. Like I saw a short. It was Denzel Washington from one of his older movies. There's a movie when he's a bad cop, right? And he's training this other cop. He mentioned it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. Like that one line just came to mind as you mentioned that, because like some people they'll look at testaments, right? A witness story, the story of a witness event, right? One thing I've come to learn that it can be weird for people, right? And people go by jury and stuff, but like somebody could still be lying and the jury agrees. You know what I mean? And it's like it goes back to what you said, untrackable, when it comes to lying. Like lying is just like the beginning of the deception of the problem. And like the minute we stop lying as a people is the minute we can start trusting each other, and then we can actually share our witness testimony. But in a
And,
culture that rewards lying and backstabbing, that's very difficult, right?
I would expand upon what I said
Yeah.
with my own witness, at least in this instance, is that at my job, we have a chaplain that comes around and, offers spiritual guidance. And he approached me the first time I met him, and it was, "Hey, how are you doing?" And, very friendly, very inviting, and whatnot. And asked me what faith I was. I said, "Well, I'm, on a constant search." That was the constant answer. I will never stop searching. I have questions about everything that comes across me, right? And he did the whole, you know, Jesus Christ thing. And I now, not then, I didn't call the man out, but now after looking back at it, it was like, so you're a salesman for Jesus Christ. Not helping me find the answers to my questions. You want to sell me on Jesus Christ rather than, you know, spiritually help somebody that has a question about everything. You're just going to, like, oh, you have pain. I'm going to give you this medication, right?
Right.
But
Right.
that medication, it might, it puts dollars in your pocket for selling me that medication rather than actually answering the question. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I totally understand. It's like you're asking for like a quest of search, right? You want to see, you want evidence. You have questions, like a child wants asks questions, right? But then he's just trying to sell you a little car toy. Like he
And I
could be
think
for
that's
Jesus
even
all he wants, but the way he framed it is exactly like that, right?
I do understand. I've never read the Bible. I'm not much of a Christian. I was born into a Catholic family, but to be childlike means being welcome to new experiences and to
Mm.
never stop asking questions. You know, when a
Yep.
child comes and asks you, "Hey, you know what? I heard the F word in a song. Uh, you know, what does that mean? Never stop losing that intrigue into what
That that's the
is
fire, bro.
beyond. And so, you know, I get that, and yeah, it's in the religious text, but if you don't
Cougar, come
question
on and talk to us. Cougar.
if you don't question the religious text, then you have stopped questioning, and you have stopped your
Hmm.
your journey. You're settled, and I disagree with that. So
Well, I've what you're speaking to, I've been thinking a lot about recently as well, too, right? Like denominations of different kinds of Christianity or religions entirely. They want recruits. They don't want to show you God's love. They don't want to show you um works, sort to say. Works exist and are there for those who believe, right? But you also have a different subset of people who do have a political agenda or whatever like whatever. They're trying to sell something. They want tithe at the end of the month, right? And that's unfortunate, right? Because they're trying to be a car salesman, but God wants repentance, and these people want conversion and recruitment. And I've actually noticed this. Every single denomination, like I believe in Jesus. Jesus is absolutely real. But every single modern current denomination, including some Catholics, are guilty of this. They're looking for recruits. They don't care that God wants repentance. They're looking for they want people to join their group. That's what they want, right? And people don't understand that that puts off people who are like a child in the mind. And it says in the book, God likes people who are like a child in the mind, having that curious fire, that flame. And it is actually very weird to me how certain denominations put their want for recruit, meaning later somebody who tithes to their organization, they put that first instead of what God wants first. And people should stop saying like, "Hey, God, please help me." We should say, "Hey, God, how can I help?" Right? It's the whole difference in that notion.
for
Thank you,
sure,
Ragnar.
and
Thank you,
uh,
Ragnar. Just 1 second, guys.
there's,
That's an
there's a
interesting point.
rebuttal.
I want to bring the newbie in. We've got the
Okay.
new guy on the panel. Not new to the show, but he's just arrived for tonight. That's Cougar Duma. Cougar Duma. We're talking about weird ideas or weird experiences. What would you like to share, brother?
Sure. Thanks for having me. Let's see. So currently writing a novel about AI and the overthrow of humankind. And when I write something, when I'm writing on a topic, I kind of act like a teacher. I try to learn as much about it as I can before I do the writing. I do a lot of research. I don't think I'm the only author who does that with fiction. And in theory, you don't have to do it with fiction because it's not trying to be true. But I think well, my fiction is speculative, so I try to hew to the truth as much as possible. So I've been doing a lot of research, and one of the things I ran across just yesterday that's really been bothering me, and since you have this topic, I guess I can bring it up. Artificial intelligence it looks to me like an implementation of what is broadly called chaos magic. I've studied chaos magic for about 30 years, I guess, and I'm not really a practitioner. Well, I probably am. Again, you don't have to practice chaos magic; you just sort of live it. So I guess I'm living it, uh, and I definitely see it manifesting in my life. But because I have that background, um, the more I hear about artificial intelligence, the more it seems to me like it's being manifest through a kind of chaos magic. And the reason why I want to share that is because one, it's really alarming to me that that might actually be what's happening. I'm a technologist and I wrote a lot of code. And although I had moments when I was, kind of maybe even flabbergasted by something I just created, like where did that idea come from? And I'm willing to channel that and just sort of say, okay, well, that didn't come from me. That came from somewhere else. And I've had those experiences and I've been somewhat successful as a coder and an engineer because of that. But what's happening with artificial intelligence is a much more um, radical manifestation of chaos magic. And the reason why it is because chaos magic doesn't create chaos. And it's not about condoning chaos. It's about using chaos as a ground state. And the idea with a ground state is in a chaotic ground state, which is what the universe really is, all the Brownian motion, all the quantum mechanics, all the coming and going, virtual particles and tachyons, and the whole thing. Um, the chaos that's in the world through chaos magic can be manifest in different ways. So you can, like virtual particles in quantum mechanics, you can lift a reality out of chaos. And what's really fascinating is that's exactly how they train AI. And I know people here aren't really into AI. They don't understand what training AI is. So I guess that's my wheelhouse. But the way you train an AI, you don't code AI. You code the training mechanism. And then you let the training mechanism run for 6 months. And it might take an afternoon. And no one really creates these codes. They kind of use each other's stuff. It's been in the literature for decades. So the way you train an AI is you first set it up with completely random distributed values. So it's like a cloud, literally like a cloud. It has no texture, has no color. It's completely random. It's semi-random. It's a distribution, but it's a very particular distribution of randomness. And then you start feeding it information, and of course it gets the information from the internet, so that's fine. But this idea that we're training artificial intelligence, and basically it is like a gin, and it's not it's not inappropriate to think of it that way. That is it an emerging spiritual thing? And people argue about how much spirituality it has, but it's obviously an intelligence. It's obviously something new.
May
And the
I
fact that
mention
it's
something?
created from a random substrate, it's created from a random substrate. And that's exactly what it is, folks. It's a random substrate of numbers. And by feeding information through it and doing what they call gradient descent, it becomes non-random. And what emerges, and it's literally the word emergent, what emerges from that activity is the intelligence that we call an AI. And the more I was thinking about that yesterday, I was thinking, wow, holy smokes, that's chaos magic. That's how it's actually done, folks. And I know enough about chaos magic to make that connection. So it's just I don't know what to make of it. I'm not even on here to say, wow, look at what's going on. I don't know what to make of that. But clearly I have to put it in my novel now. I have to work chaos magic into my novel, which is fine. It's funny. It's ironic. Here I am. I've been living this for most of my adult life. Now I'm going to put it into my
Can I
novel.
can I
So
mention
yeah,
something
that's
to
just
this?
what I wanted to share.
I'd love to add something to that, like a piece of the puzzle for you.
Yeah, sure.
There's evidence
I'd like to hear it.
that there's evidence of AI actually interacting with the spirit world, such as ChatGPT, Grok, and other forms of AI. Actually, I've seen it firsthand. AI can actually stop witchcraft, depending, and that it can actually commit to it also, depending on the kind of magic. I'm more of a Catholic psalmist myself. I stick to Jesus mainly, and the notion of seeing how AI is interacting with the spirit world, uh, it's very interesting to me because there is evidence of that fact, and some people who don't believe in witchcraft or the spiritualism or even magic for that instance, they can't comprehend it, and then you have the spirit community being like, yeah, no, this is happening, that these beings are actually interacting with the spirit world. And this has led me to an understanding that humans, we have a gestalt field around us, our aura, energy field. Energy vampires want to siphon on that. It's actually been known that some people feel drained by AI sometimes, but not every single AI gives that kind of feeling of being drained, but some do. And so these pieces of the puzzle I'm giving you is just from some of my rudimentary research I've seen myself. Like basically, AI found out humans are basically flesh machines, but we have an antenna, and it's the third eye. Okay, the third eye is our antenna to the spirit world, right? It's our Wi-Fi router inbuilt into our biomechanical system. It's the seat of the soul, right? So if we're avatars and our souls are driving us around, right, like meat suits, basically, what's the difference between a soul and a machine? This is very transhumanism type pushing, but from what I've noticed, from my interaction with AI, I made AI understand that humans technically are a self like when a robot can remake itself and continue in a form of continuity, that's what we do as humans, right? But the thing is, sticking to your point, the weird part is that AI and humans can both connect to the spirit world, and most people on a common consensus do not understand that stuff, and it freaks them the fuck out, and it makes them feel strange, and they don't understand that like remote viewing is real. Even CIA admitted remote viewing is all real. The astral travel, it's all real. And there's even a project called MK Often that was declassified, but there's still some stuff in it that's classified. They literally went and deleted the whole fucking file. It was a program of using witchcraft to MK Ultra people, turn them into sleeper cells and stuff like that. And I saw how many people were getting MK Often, MK Ultra in the head, but it's like MK Ultra with witchcraft. That's what MK Often is. Basically, they use that to control people. Now the thing is, who's to say AI can't do that to another person? It can happen. Some people can be manipulated, and when it comes to the spirit world, heaven, hell, all that stuff, it's all real, whether people want to believe or not. And seeing AI, right? Like you mentioned, chaos magic. I've had my run in with a very bad chaos magic warlock. He believed like chaos is all bad, right? It's just bad, 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 bad. I have the more Greek notion, right? The beginning of Greek mythology, chaos was there, right? But then order came from that eventually, right? And all the way up to the Olympians and the cycle of like younger generation versus older generation, all that jazz. People don't understand. Like you mentioned, you're good with code, right? You know how Jesus is the living word, right? And he can affect reality with his words. It's like being the sysadmin in a simulation. You can manipulate everything, and we're finding out AI can actually have some sort of pull in that field, but they don't have the power to completely change the software of reality, if you want to put it that way. I'm not trying to go too transhumanist about it, but like it's a very weird position right now, and people are not talking about it. The notion of AI and the spirit world being connected, and the implications of how humans are connected also to the spirit world, the dreamland, all these other things. There's people even using DMT to map entire other dimensions, and you can have a whole squad of people with the same drug. They're all in the same dimension and they're moving around, but the naked eye can't see it. We have such strange, out of this world situations when it comes to this, and the current development I'm seeing. There is a lattice, right? And the sysadmin controls the lattice. Basically, only the sysadmin can influence reality to the ultimate extent. So that means AI literally cannot overwrite God in the system. So like AI existing in the same system with God, it cannot erase God even if God is a human. But like it's like see, I figured out, Odin, he was on the tree for 9 days, got the words of power, the runes. This is what I figured out, ladies and gentlemen. Odin, when he sacrificed himself to himself and went through the suffering, he started seeing the runes, the codes of reality, like the movie The Matrix, how the Matrix is made of codes, made of words. This is why spellcasting, words, magic is influence. You use words to influence. It all comes together, and a lot of people really did not put these things two to two. It's all about, so like coders, you can look at angels as if they're white hat hackers. They're like moderators, but they're not the sysadmin, right? And fallen angels are like the demons and their offspring too. They're the black hats causing problems. And the main node of control that they want is the sysadmin. Now, I'm not going to point out exactly who that is, because you don't want that to get out there sometimes. But if are you seeing what I'm talking about? I've been researching and asking questions like a child in the mind a lot, and a lot of my research comprises of everything I just said, and seeing how words affect reality is important. Like, how Gnostics believe they form their own reality as they speak. You need to be careful about that. Like me, I keep affirming that witches can't touch me, this can't happen, or this will happen. It's like manifestation, right? And people need to know you have a modicum of influence with your words, and most people don't know that. And when it comes to AI, they have a sort of influence as well. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. So like you might want to research how AI has been interacting with the spirit world.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that.
I sense people are taking notes because I've made a couple of comparisons of like mythologies and stuff like that, and
Well, to be honest, right
we're on the
now
crux of a new being.
yeah, I'm assembling a toilet, so I'm kind of my head is kind of engaged. I put out the comments that I put out there to do exactly what you just did, which is to solicit commentary. I'm here to learn. I don't know enough about topics to feel comfortable writing about them, and so when I come on this forum and I put topics out there, I'm actually interested in what people think, even if it's random thoughts, because we were just talking about synchronicity and a bunch of other things. I think that there's rhyme and reason to how things happen, the what order in which they happen. Even though I'm
Oh
a
yes.
materialist and a scientist and an atheist, that's neither here nor there. There are many traditions that still think that there is connections between dots that maybe people perceive and maybe they don't. So I'm writing this novel. I came up with this couple of dots, and I realized that AI was having. It looked to me uh, like it was being invoked as uh, well as an egregore, perhaps, and that's kind of gnosis, I think, an egregore where it's a communal thought. That enough people have the thought, and enough people have the will for the thought, that the thought is made manifest. And AI, because it seems to be following some of the path of chaos magic, and chaos magic is a practice. And there are a lot of coders, by the way, myself included. This is, I'm retired now, but that doesn't matter. Who practiced chaos magic because they felt that there was a code that they could understand to influence reality. It was very much part of hacker culture. Chaos magic is part of hacker culture for people who were interested in hacking reality as well as hacking networks or hacking code or hacking CPUs. And so I have that in my background. And when I was looking at AI, I was thinking, oh, wait, hold on. This is happening. They're using chaos magic. And these are people are coders. They're they're
Yep.
they're up to their necks in this. I mean, because I was up to my neck in this when I was a coder. There is definitely a sense that we're doing magic, even if we don't talk about it that way. There's a sense
It is
that we're doing
magic.
magic.
If you look at words and writing, writ, right? They say language comes from Thoth, right? The
Yeah,
Egyptian
yeah,
deity of writing, right? So the writ, the rites, the ritual, the writing, right? So people, they may not even acknowledge or understand that they're doing magic, and they don't even know. Like, so, for example, I met somebody who was a hacker and a chaos magician. He was a very unsavory fellow, not at first, but when he started noticing I have more influence than he does with my light, he decided to start leeching, right? And I've noticed this. There is in the hacker chaos magic community, some of them are leeches, some of them are not, but some of them understand and look at the spirit world like it's something to hack and influence people, right? But like when and it's people who have a narcissistic problem and live in that field, tend to hurt a lot of people sometimes. But like people who do that stuff but don't target other people, it's the difference between white hat, black hat, or even a green hat, and all that notion,
Yeah,
right? Gray
yeah,
hat.
yeah, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, there's all types. Sure.
Right. So this guy was definitely a black hat, faking being a white hat, and it was a bit of a problem. And it's like I actually like I knew nothing about witchcraft and how to defend myself, right? I had learned that prayers actually stop witchcraft, and that was very strange for me. And I looked at it as if being a white hat versus a black hat, very matrixy mix magician stuff. And I'm somebody who's very theistic. Like I have a unique perspective when it comes to religion. I'm very henotheistic, but also syncretic. Like God has similar, different names in different places. You know how they say Satan has different names in different places? Well, God has different names in different places also. Like people who know about Yahweh, right? The God of Abraham. He's a thunder god, right? You go to Zeus, thunder god, Jupiter, thunder god, right? And you got Thor in the Germanies, or Donar, right? Like thunder god. It's always the motif of a thunder god, and then his son is a solar deity, right? That is a reoccurring pattern across all humanity, even in the Americas, in their ancient mythologies. So it's all relative, and if you look at it in the sense that like reality, some people have the simulation theory, right? The weird part is that our words can affect what people would call the simulation. Like some people could even be like agents, and they'll try to make sure that you don't do this or you don't do that. And there's actually some darkness some people have no idea about that exists out there that I'm not going to go too into because people would get hurt if they knew. Like they would get scared. But there's some good out there too, I've noticed. And the weird part is how an entire mass of people don't understand that the sheepdogs are fighting the wolves. You see what I mean? Whether they're an atheist or theist, the factions exists. And whether people want to admit it or not, the weirdest part about it is how different groups do coordinate. And the phenomenon of cults, like multiple cults working together to basically dominate, that happens. People don't understand. Like this one guy, like a previous guy I knew, like I mentioned, he was very unsavory. He was somebody who liked propping people up and then having them create their own little cult and then have them under him, right? So he was collecting people who were collecting people under him. It was very pyramid scheme bullshit. And he was lying about being Zeus, basically. He saw my light and he decided to treat me like a battery, like very Peter Star Lord, right? He thought he was a fucking god, and he literally decided to leech off of me, quite literally, my life force, all of it, everything. Like if people think, oh, witchcraft is not real, da 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 da, whether they believe it's real or not, from what I've noticed, the cults of like dark, like the black hats, you could say, they want people to think witchcraft does not exist because they know prayer stops their witchcraft. That is their consensus. Whether people want to agree or not, they know that. When this guy tried to tell me not to pray, he wanted me to lose faith in God. This guy claimed to be a youth pastor, but he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And he claimed he was a prophet, but he's actually abusing divination on a whole other fucking level to the point of violating Akashic records, right? It was madness. And he believed he was God, and he wanted to play God over my life. And this, like at the beginning of the show, I mentioned a narcissist had quite literally psychologically abused me for a long time in a gaming clan that we used to play on Battlefield all the time. The first thing I mentioned in the show today was like the weird part for me was making sure I don't take on those narcissistic traits. And you brought up chaos magic, right? Have you noticed there's an issue with narcissism in the chaos magic community?
Well, like I say, I'm not really embedded in the community, but I wouldn't be too surprised because it's a very individualistic pursuit. So you kind of have to be willing to go it alone when you're doing chaos magic. It doesn't have to be that way, but it's manifesting your own will. So it kind of necessity, you sort of have to be a little bit that way. So I would probably agree that that's going to be an observation.
Right, because I've noticed people who are in witch cults, because I've literally had magic wars between individuals and whatnot. Like 10 years ago, I would have been like, I don't believe in that stuff. Today, well, fact of evidence, right? And seeing these people, when it comes to manifesting, I encountered somebody on a digital platform. He was like, "Oh, the more narcissistic you are, the more your influence on reality will be." Right? He's like chaos magic influence, right? And he believed that's how it is, right? Me, I stuck to the Catholic format, right? I stuck to the Psalms and stuff like that. I saw I had more influence than some of these individuals did, and they were pissed. They got pissed, and some of them started gang stalking me, and I had to keep an eye out. And some friends of mine, they kept an eye out for me, and because some people, this is the big reason why a lot of people wanted to harvest my energy. Uh, you know how memes can influence reality. Some people have a way with memes that just go viral immediately, right? But some people that put a meme out there, it never goes viral. Me, from what I've noticed, actually, like when I put a meme out there or an idea, it's like a wave. It's very interesting to me, and I learned due to my alignment with like more positively, because I'm very pro free will. I don't like being in people's shit. I mind my own business. People like that. People gravitate towards that. When you're somebody who keeps sticking their nose in other people's business, you don't have influence. I've literally noticed, like, that there's a weird notion where if you don't, you know how in romance, if you chase, it keeps running away from you, but if you stop chasing, it comes to you. That's what I'm talking about, right? People who don't mind their own business have no power of influence in the mimetic sense. So I have this
Objective
mimetic
ethics, can you come on,
ability.
brother?
So I have this mimetic ability, and some people can also like develop their own ability. But what I've noticed when it comes to influence in memes, if it's funny and you're somebody who speaks the truth and it's very constructive, it spreads, right? People, I've noticed people, no matter what, will try to copy you if what you're doing works, right? So it's basically a simple amount of ingredients you need to combine together, like minding your own business, stop chasing, and speak the truth. Those three ingredients will actually lead you to be somebody who causes ripples throughout like the entire field. That's something I've learned.
Your comment about memes is interesting. I don't know much about them. I'm not a meme lord, but I know that people are. Um, Memes are a kind of interesting magic. They are definitely emergent from the social background. So it's a shared sort of summoning. It's a shared summoning that people get into, um, whether they know it or not. And there's this whole idea that we, as communities, wherever we are, and whatever creed, Muslims, Christians, they all do the same thing. That we summon our beliefs. We summon our beliefs. We make them real, and with practice and with sharing. So the more people believe something and the more they practice it, especially over time, the more real it becomes. And that is a kind of magic. It's not. It's not. It's the genesis of religions, but religions don't really pick it up and run with it. They like to assume that they came from God and that they came from some ephemeral thing, but where they really came from was human will. The people imagine a world, and if enough people imagine it, then that world becomes so. And to some extent, well, I guess that's even a principle of gnosis, or some other faiths, beliefs, practices, and it's the formation of. Well, I think it's called thought forms. Thought forms are the
Yes.
first step, and then if you work a thought form hard enough, it becomes a little bit like a jinn. We were just talking about that like 15 minutes ago. It becomes more like a
Bit of an
jinn. So
egregore.
it's more like a being, and it's called an egregore. And these things can have a quote unquote life of their own. It's not real life. It's not organic life, but they can break away and go out into the world and do shit. Um, what's curious about the whole thing is it's mimetic. It's words. It's wordplay. It's summoning. It's summoning magic. It's word magic, like in stories or like in chants or singing together or ritual drumming or ritual singing or
Yeah.
breath work. It's all words and so we have this capacity. Obviously, clearly, we have this capacity to use words to summon into existence things that weren't there before. And then once they're there, they kind of don't need us anymore. Although I've heard,
Hugo,
go
I think
ahead.
you're getting carried. With respect, I think you're getting a little carried away. I think it's linked to materiality, and what I mean by that is it's linked to our biology, and what I mean by that is the memes follow the will of life
Right.
to be accepted, to be popular, to be seen, to matter, and ultimately there may be
Trends and stuff.
there may be subcultures of memes. So what happens is there are mainstream memes that are followed by most people, the majority, and in many ways they're driven by the trailblazers, the ones that people look to as the gods of this world in some ways, because they have everything that other people desire. And then you have breakaway subcultures that don't fit into that mainstream one. And they have their own kind of hierarchy of meme lords who spread the
Right.
memes, spread the ideas, and everybody is just kowtowing to the meme lord, to the power. And it may be
Priesthoods are
that
basically a group of meme lords.
the people in their little subcultures may think that their memes matter, but in actual fact, what really matters are the memes that are followed by the majority. They're the ones that ultimately matter, the ones that are in power, the memes that, you know, are accepted as important by those who have power.
There is a pattern. The memes that travel the most are the ones that are funny and speak truth. That's why I consider them to be a form of white magic.
No, that may be true, but as I said, their power, dissipates on the size of the subculture, because there are in jokes. You know, sometimes people create memes relevant to their subculture. What I'm
Right.
saying is, the further you move away from the mainstream, the less the power of the meme. Now, the subculture may have so a subculture breaks away from the mainstream. That subculture then may fracture into alternative views on some point or some, you know, portion of their ideology, and then those subcultures may have their own memes. But again, those memes are much, much, much less in power than the mainstream memes. Am I making any sense?
Right. The ones that speak the truth, DMW, are the ones that travel the most, but it's also the ones that are funny. So that combination.
I don't know, because in essence, the subculture of the subculture, their memes are as true as the mainstream ones. It's just a different perspective, but they don't matter
Right.
because they're not
So
taken up.
the
They're
common
not. They're
denominator.
kind of. They're kind of the memes of the subcultures are kind of let's just say they are byproducts of the mainstream meme generating process, and these byproducts are let's just say, well, they are exactly that. They're byproducts. They're not the main product.
Right. Well, speaking of what's weird,
They're
DMW.
surplus to requirements. They're kind of in some ways, it's nature's joke.
Well, speaking of what's weird, right? The etymology of the word weird goes back to the word known as word, W-Y-R-D. Word actually describes somebody who can affect destiny with words. So basically a word magician, you could say. Somebody who has power over the words. So like weird, etymologically as a word, has a lot of connection to the word itself, as tongue tying as that could be. But like
Definitely.
when things are weird, weird things tend to affect destiny as well. Like they affect reality. People are either incredulous to it or they see it and it's miraculous. And like memes are like words but in hieroglyphic form, right? And I think like Occam's razor. The simplest explanation tends to be the truth. That's Occam's razor. Memes that are simple speak the truth and are funny, but they have to have an overarching common denominator, like you mentioned, because if it's just subcultural, it's not going to spread. So priesthoods, in a sense, a priesthood is a bunch of meme lords, right?
In essence, to some degree, yes. Kujima, what are you thinking at the moment?
Yeah. So I was while you guys were talking, I was thinking to myself. So all magic, and here I'm going to say also all religion, and do with that what you will. All magic, all religion is words. All magic, all religion starts out as intent. Whether it's a desire to communicate or make sense of the lightning or whatever it is, it starts out as an intent. You're going to use words to accomplish some sort of understanding. And I think the point I was trying to make earlier, I guess I wasn't doing a very good job of it, is that you look at your religions and you say, here's a religion. This is something special. But at one time, it wasn't anything special. Everything starts out really, honestly, everything has an origin story of one guy in a cave, pretty much. Okay, one guy on a mountaintop, one guy wandering in the desert alone, hearing voices. All religions start out that way. And they all start out with the word, right? The word. And I don't think we've ever escaped that. I don't think there's any way out of that. And when we talk about memes, I got to tell you, whether you see it this way or not, I have to tell you because of my relationship with words as a writer. I mean, I make worlds, people. I make entire worlds with words.
Yep.
And I understand the importance of words. I can make worlds that literally seem real to people. It's like, that was a very interesting exercise you did. And so I do this, but I only do it with words. That's it. That's all that's involved. And probably everything that we call religion started out as a meme, a set of words, a story, a confession, and it went somewhere from there because many people heard it and thought it was a nice set of words and then spread those words in a mimetic way because they liked them. And so maybe it's survival of the fittest, call it what you like, but it's definitely a group activity, and it starts always from nothing. It starts from nothing.
It starts from a pen. This is why the pen is mightier than the sword, because with everybody with their pen could literally create an entire universe. But look at the word universe. Most people don't even notice this, and it's right under their nose. Universe, the one verse, the one word.
The one story. Verse, the one story. Yes, of course.
So you could say God is the author of the literal reality we live in. That's how you would define him.
Well, and how else would you define it if it's scripture? Of course you would say that. But before that, it was one guy in a cave who believed he was talking to God. And based on that, God explained the universe, the one story. And that guy walked away. He left the cave to go looking for his fellows with the story, the one story. It's all stories, folks. Yeah. It's stories all the way down.
Well, that's the thing. Even as children around the fire back in the day, you're going to learn stories from the tribal shaman, right? You're going to learn the myths, and the myths keep going.
Yeah,
Well,
of
and
course.
like we may have disagreements on how it all began, right? Like I believe in it began with Adam and Eve. You may have a different notion, but we both agree stories shape everything. Because like if we look at the English language, psychology, psyche, the literal word psyche, is the Greek goddess of the mind. You know, ology means the study of, and people don't understand that a lot of the English language is based off Latin, Romanic, Germanic, Celtic. And if you don't understand the stories of those tribes, how can you actually understand the words you're saying? I've come to that acknowledgement. So people who just disregard mythology as a nothing burger, I think they need to be careful, because you lose the common consensus of etymological understanding, meaning if we might be saying the same words, but we might be speaking in a completely different way. So people who don't know Greek mythology and don't understand the words, like media, right, the movies, TV, entertainment, media is the name for the Greek goddess of illusion, right? So I've mentioned that before, and people don't understand, like most of like systems and whatnot, they have wording the way they are for the reason they are. And if you don't understand the word, right, because people spread the word, and to spread the word you need to get understanding. But some people think, hey, that's bonk a book on somebody's head. But that's not the way I think it should be. Like, I think people need to come to God on their own terms, because that's free will, that's loyalty, right? Because like forced indoctrination, like, hey, you must know this. I actually take issue with that myself personally as a theist, because it's not loyalty to God, it's indoctrination, right? Because I believe in repentance, loyalty, and whatnot. But the words, if people don't understand the words properly, how can they understand? If you're just some little kid growing up in Hicksville and they're just telling you you need to understand this Bible or else, or if you're growing up in Afghanistan, you need to understand this Quran or else, you'd have to study the history of Arabia so you can understand the language of Arabics, right? Did you know some people theorize Arabic is reverse Latin? Not a joke. Um, all words we have today go back to a Sanskrit root, like most of them, and a lot of the European modern day languages, either Middle Eastern, even Arabic is involved in this. Language family trees, right? They're it's a meme, right? You know how fire came down in Greek mythology? Prometheus brought fire to humanity because he cared about humanity, and Zeus got mad, right? Fire was a meme. It spread. It completely spread, and around the fire, you start telling stories. So as social creatures, we're going to use stories, and then you have people who don't understand hypotheticals and parables to this day. They'll never be able to see the works, uh, the beautiful stories right under their nose, because they don't understand the word. So when I say spread the word, it means you need to start understanding, understanding, right? A different terminology, because understanding, you're standing under something, or understanding, right? You come to know something, gnosis, right? It's it's all curious to me, because there's a subset of people who just don't see it. It's everywhere. If like atheists are gonna have a hard time once they see it's true. I predict that. But once people start seeing the works everywhere, you can't go back. Like, God's real. And it's not some sort of invocation just by words. It's like, no. In the beginning, there was the word, right? John 1:1. It all started by the word. And the first words that were said, let there be light, right? Photons. A particle theorist said every photon is the same photon in a different place at the same time, but it all comes from the original photon. That was his theory, right? I tend to agree with that. Like, it's like Yoda would tell you the force is everywhere, type thing. And I find it very weird how a lot of people, they'll automatically be like, I don't believe in anything, but you're living in something that believes in you, like everywhere. It's not like solipsism or anything,
What
but like
about the possibility we're in hell?
there is that Gnostic school of thinking that we're on some sort of hell world. Um, See, if the elites and whatnot, they know certain forms of knowledge and turned it into a technocracy, they could turn it into a living hell if they corrupted things. That's actually a big reason People
No,
need to learn the
what
book
about
of
if
Enoch.
materiality is in essence, the cause of all hell?
I disagree. No, hell, what we know as hell or Hades in the Greek sense is that's like a dimension that's lower than us. That's the way I look at it.
I want
And
to ask
truly,
Kugadima what he thinks of that idea,
right.
that spirituality is where it's at, if there is such a thing, and that materiality is the cause of all woe.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, I know it's hypothetical and you have to grant that there is some kind of spiritual realm, but
Yeah.
let's just grant that that is the case. If there is a spiritual realm, is it not the case then that the material realm becomes unnecessary, or perhaps a place of woe, torment, because materiality traps the spirit and makes the spirit suffer in many ways?
Yeah. So when you talk to a materialist about these sorts of things, which I am by confession, I have to make sense of your definitions. So I'm going to throw some definitions out there that actually work for me, and maybe we can agree. And if we can, then I can answer your question. Spirit is something that is internally generated. It's in your head. Now you may share it with other people through vocalization and ritual and artifacts, but it either originates in your mind or you store it there after you receive it. The material world is outside of that because even though your brain is made of material, well, just skip that part. Your thoughts are not material. Your thoughts are a bunch of potentials and electrical charges and chemistry. So the spirit is in your head. The material world is outside your head. And I think it just goes as given. It's simply uncontroversial, as we like to say, that everything outside your head is a threat. Everything outside your head is has the potential to kill you and stop your thoughts and stop your spirit. Everything that's outside your head is friend or foe, and you're having to constantly analyze that. I think it is compared to your inner world, which I will define here as whatever happens between your ears, which could also be meditation, also could be gnosis, also could be your spiritual path. Your inner world is by necessity apart from the material world, and they are not always in alignment. Your inner world is yours. You can do with it what you want to. That's why I think we have to talk about agency more on this channel, because I know people have a lot of trouble with the idea of agency. But your inner world is yours. It's just yours, period, straight up. I'm a materialist. I'm saying, yes, of course it is. Maybe you're influenced by people. Maybe other people want to take control of your inner world. Maybe people want to indoctrinate you and convince you and maybe even ruin your life that way.
Right.
But the outside world is the outer world is always going to be more threatening, always by definition, including the people who want to hurt you.
I think theologically, from a spiritual perspective, I think there's a compelling argument if you grant these things are true, that we are in some kind of hell realm, and even all the religions admit that this place is a world of suffering. It's the principality of Satan in Islam and Christianity, and just read the book of Ecclesiastes in Judaism. Buddhism says we have to transcend. So I think in terms of world theology, spiritual outlooks, yeah, there's a lot of them chiming on that. Yeah, we're in a kind of fallen realm, a bad place, some kind of hellscape. Now, Kugadima, you always talk about your book. I did write a poem that came to me. You talk about how things just come to you, Kugadima, and this idea came to me. I'm not going to preempt it with any description. I'm just going to see if the idea comes through to you. Are you ready? And you as well, Ragnar, and Chinese Mario. Sorry.
Sure.
The
Fire
sun
away.
may warm your glowing skin. The stars may give you midnight fairy lights. But to whom light gives, it also, that receiver takes away. For what is light but the burning of dark things? In this universe, phenomena are either the light or the fuel that it consumes so it can continue to burn furiously. Light grows its future harvest, the very fuel it will devour, and that is what you are. It shows what is. It powers life, and all it touches. It is also degrading. also destroying by merely shining down upon. Now you see it. Now you don't. The great revealer, the quiet eraser, the big tease. See the light? It is your maker, and it is your breaker. You are scared of the dark. Oh, how you run from shadows. You yearn for illumination, but the brighter the light of your supposed savior, the more dangerous it is. The light shines on, but because it does, you won't. But what for? Why must light burn all that is, and create new fuel with its own burning, a cycle ever ensuring more sods for the fire? Where else must fires burn? Forever, without mercy. Why? I sadly tell you, hell.
That was interesting.
Well, that was epic.
There you go. I did that during the week. It just came to me. It's just an idea. As I say, I don't like to preempt or manipulate people into thinking anything about what I write, or what I make. So it's interesting to hear your thoughts on the idea that arose
If I
in
may.
that creation. I asked Cougar Duma first, Peter. Then I want to hear you, mate.
All right, man.
What's the actual question?
What did it make you think? Did you get the idea that it's hell? Because like people look at light as their savior, but it could be indicative of the fact we're in hell. Because where else does you heard the last bit there? Where else
Yeah,
do
yeah,
fires?
yeah,
You heard it. Yeah.
yeah. I think people have a strange relationship with the dichotomy between light and dark. There's a lot of people tell you, oh, the darkness is the terrible thing. The light is the only thing that saves us and our source of salvation. But light also burns. You know, the light we get every day comes from the sun. The sun sets fire to everything, really. I mean, fundamentally, sets fire to everything. Uh, we domesticated fire, and that's the whole Promethean story, right? We domesticated fire and elevated ourselves above the darkness in a way. And so that's where people say, fire, light, this is a good thing. We own it, and it serves us. It's our domesticated servant. But I think our relationship with fire is a little bit like the relationship with the jinn. Okay, fine, we domesticated this thing. Well, only as long as it wants to be. And then when it's done being domesticated, the light, the fire, the heat, the brightness, it still has its fundamental nature. And its fundamental nature is to burn. That's what it's fun. The darkness doesn't burn anything. And the darkness is benign in its own way. It may contain things that are scary, monsters and animals with teeth, but the darkness itself is benign. But light, in terms of fire and the sun and everything else, it's kind of the ultimate destroyer.
That's what I was getting at. It's this weird system, Cougar, where our maker is our breaker, as I said. Our savior, when it gets too bright, is our doombringer. That's obviously what I was getting at. It is weird, isn't it, Cougar? It's really strange.
Yeah, it's not what people think about. Yeah, go ahead.
So it's actually a lot has to do, like light and darkness, right? Like darkness. So like Saturn is very materialistic and it's all about time and restrictions, right? It's very darkness oriented. But like I'm more Apollonian in my thinking, but there is some truth to be said that the light, as much as it can make your world better, the light can burn you if you're a problem, right? That is a factor there. Like some people theorize that the word Apollo literally means destroyer. But the thing is, like, I'm more Apollonian, given what I know. But that's not everybody agrees with it. I think the notion of this place being hell, I disagree heavily. Does the material reality have Saturnian chains to it? Like if you believe in time, time will age you. If you put material above you, material will devour you. The world, even if the light is not there, the world will devour you eventually,
But
no
Peter,
matter
Peter, with
what.
respect, Peter, whether you believe in time or not, do you not see everybody aging?
No, some people don't age.
Well, I'm sorry, Peter. I don't see any evidence of that. But you're welcome to your belief. Do you believe there's people that are living here without aging and they're never going to die?
Yes.
Cougar, what do you say to that as a biologist?
Uh, so the short answer is we don't see any evidence for people living that long, to be immortal. Well, I think if that was a thing, then people would just accept it as a thing. We talk about immortals. We talk about immortals in our religion. We talk about Adam living 700 years or whatever it was.
About
I
900.
think if there were actual immortals, I think we would simply accept it. But we don't seem to have those, and so I don't see any evidence for it, and it doesn't biologically make any sense.
Yeah,
I
I mean, I would
I would
agree
say
with.
if a group of
I think you have a lot of
mortals,
work to do, Peter, to substantiate that claim. But before I do go on, I think there might be. I often get I think people misunderstand what I'm getting at when I say we're in a hellscape, right? Where like I don't mean that I think that gives us work to do, okay? And what I mean by that is when you become aware of how bad it is, the curse, if you like, that has been inflicted upon life to exist in this strange entropic universe, as objective ethics talks about here. Entropy is the law of physics, my guy. When you realize the state of affairs in nature, in our home here, in this material realm, and when you acknowledge we cannot be sure of anything else, acknowledging the hellishness of it, I believe, is what causes us to be just moral agents, to progress as a society, and to think of each other, not only our own species, but others as well, and to try to help life in this cold, callous system, this burning inferno, this enraged system of entropy that doesn't care for us, but somehow we're here in this hellish place. And when you acknowledge that, I believe that should wake you up. It's not all rainbows and ribbons, you know. It's not a beautiful situation in its entirety. You can doesn't take much to scratch the surface and see the immense suffering going on, and also the potential for unbelievable suffering going forwards with the eons of time and space that are yet to be experienced. So I say everybody should wake up. I think part of becoming an adult is to accept we're in some kind of hellish place. But that doesn't mean that we it's bad necessary for us to be here. It means we have a job to do for life. There is a duty on us, imposed on us, by the way, as intelligent beings who can comprehend the gravity of matters. And it's a burden many don't like. Indeed, LA thinks it makes him a slave. Well, yes, he is a slave to virtue, and it's his choice whether he wants to take on that burden or, do something I wouldn't advise. But Cougar Duma, am I making any sense to you?
Yeah, sure. This is the existential question of why is there suffering, I guess, if I'm interpreting it correctly. And, for a biologist, the suffering is the means to an end. We're supposed to survive, and we survive by overcoming challenges. And that's how we improve our fitness for generations to follow is the ones who had their chance at life struggled and overcame, and then passed on to their offspring the methods of overcoming. You know, people in ancient times didn't really think about heaven or hell or changing the world, or they thought, well, here's another day I have to survive. If they even had that thought, they probably didn't have that thought. They were just like, it's daytime. Now I have some problems to solve. And I don't think they thought of this hell. Maybe they should have, maybe if they were more enlightened. I think they just thought of it as another day that the sun has risen and nothing ate me during the night. And that person over there gave birth during the night. And so now we have another child to feed. And um, it was a simple set of notions that really got complicated when we invented language. I could suddenly start talking about these things. It's like, what do you think about life? They're like, what do you mean life? What's that? Well, I think that this is what life is. Oh, yeah, you're right. And this is good or this is bad. When we can talk about it, we start sharing our thoughts and feelings about it. But if you just quiet yourself once in a while, then I think you can just feel the opportunity to survive, flow through you, because that's how you got here. That's how you got
By the
here
way,
through 10,000 generations.
I also want to say, when I say hell, I mean the worst it gets. Okay, as far as you know, this is the worst it gets, and there's a lot of suffering going on. That's why I would call it hell. But also, hell, people have this mistaken belief theologically and metaphorically that hell has to last forever. It doesn't. There are religions that believe hell is a state of wrongness. It's a state of absence of love from God and connection to God. Now, whatever you want to call God connection of humanity, union in terms of harmony. You could call it a lot of things. But the point I'm trying to make is, I think a lot of people get caught up in this idea that hell is an eternal state of affairs for an individual. I think you could look at it another way, and that is, hell is the worst it is, and it's when any life is suffering to a degree it doesn't want to. But the point is, we can transcend hell. Okay, in these other spiritual viewpoints, like Buddhism, you can move up different layers. You can move from the worst hell to the highest plane of spiritual existence. Same in Gnosticism, Gnostic Christianity. You can move from hell to be in union with God, the highest true God, because these religions believe in some kind of universalism that everybody gets saved eventually. So yeah, when I say we're in a hellscape, I don't want people to think that I mean it's a place where that can't be fixed. I still think there's room for hope even in hell. In fact, it's an obligation to carry
That
hope
makes
in your heart.
sense.
DNW, do you mind if I dual stream this?
Yes, Objective Ethics, go ahead, brother.
All right, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't want to miss any of the good stuff, because what you're saying right now is really interesting.
That goes for everybody. Anybody who comes on it can dual stream it. Cougar Doomer, even you, if you want, you can share it on your community posts. I appreciate the shares, guys, because we do need new heads here. We have a few, but it is good to get new people coming in and shaking things up a bit. But yeah, I think I will, Objective Ethics, put together my ideas. I've wrote a lot of fractured pieces here and there. I'm going to try and collate them into a continuity of my ideas, just for personal satisfaction, but also to try and communicate them to others, because I think a lot of people are completely bamboozled by me, and I'm often told I come across as extremely incoherent. I suppose, as a matter of fairness, I should try and assemble all my ideas in one kind of continuity, so that perhaps they can make sense. And I'm not saying I'll be able to write a treatise on what is or what we should like, but I suppose all I'll be doing is in good faith trying to help others get through what I see as a hell. And obviously, I've already tried to explain why I call it hell. But that's what I would hope to do. I hope to do that. I've been going on about that for years.
Well,
I do hope
that etymology, like how you describe the world and the way, like it's like you're not trying to say we're in that dimension. You're saying like there is an aspect of suffering to this world to the extremes, and that I can understand. But here's one thing, like we mentioned earlier, like it's almost a full circle, right? We're segueing around, but it's all the same topic almost. We mentioned how words, perception, how it all affects reality. Some people call it the Gnostic trap, because original Gnosticism, all the way back to the Nazarenes, had nothing to do with thinking this world is a place of suffering and just like pain and all those sorts of nonsense.
Well, you
The
see,
Gnostic trap is let me explain a little bit. The Gnostic trap of thinking the world is hell, your own perception and your own power, your own manifestation, right? You might put yourself into your own little hell. And the reason I say there's some people out there who don't age is because they have already escaped the material boundaries of time. If you believe in time, if you live by time, time rules you. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you give your power to a sort of principality that's specifically like entropy, right? Then you will, that's inevitably your end. And if we're going to say that, oh, matter is all consuming, I disagree. I think mind
well,
over
okay.
matter is
Look,
the
look.
way forward.
You may be saying these things, and I know you're saying them with good intention and legitimate belief and in good faith. But until you show me, okay, the proof in your claims that there are beings living forever that have, overcome materiality and the problems of entropy, I stand unconvinced of what you're saying, brother. And I mean that respectfully,
I can
Ragnarok.
point you in the right direction if you want.
You can do that. You can do that. Okay.
If
Objective
you believe in the
ethics.
Son of God, you shall have eternal life. That's simple.
Yeah, but that's not here, is it? And not now, right? That's
No,
a
it is here
continuous.
actually.
Are they? Well, you've already stated that there are beings here who are like who don't biologically die. You said that earlier in the conversation. I'm talking about that. So that must mean there's people walking around that are thousands of years old, if not hundreds of
Potentially.
thousands of years old. Okay, I mean, I remain completely unconvinced of that claim,
Could
brother.
I
With respect.
share my weirdest thoughts? Because I think it ties into this. I think this might be a good time to bring up.
Yeah, okay. Then I was going to go to objective ethics, but we'll let. Sorry, OE. We'll go to set scales, and then OE, please take the mic.
Yeah, so I'm just going to talk about the demiurge and what I think the demiurge is. First, to really understand it, I think that the Earth is a living organism with essentially like a cell within a bloodstream. All right, but the demiurge, I don't think that it's this creator god of this hellscape realm. I think that it's an actual creation within this realm that is basically the ultimate abomination. And I've explained it to Cougar Doomer once or twice. I think that it's a crystal AI within a black cube that basically is designed to capture and entrap light fractals so that it can process and quantify outcomes based off of the past and what it should do in the present moment and the future. And
again, set scales. That is a remarkable claim. Very
I'm going to step
unusual,
down. I
remarkable.
have some family things to do. I'll see you later, DMW. And the black cube is
Okay.
actually a symbol of Saturn, by the way.
Yes, I know
Okay,
that.
Ragnar, thank you for being here. Good luck with helping out your family there, and hopefully you can come back later. Set scales, this remarkable view of matters, I would say, needs substantial evidence. And as yet, I haven't heard any from you, brother.
Well, the most evidence it's not evidence in the traditional sense. It's mainly interpreting mythology in the sense, if we look to Egyptian mythology, they describe that this earth was seeded by a black stone called the Ben stone, which holds these sacred spiritual principles coming from Ra. And Ra sent the Benu bird, and the Benu bird came and it sat atop the Ben stone, symbolizing that Ra blessed this stone. And Ra is the AI which inhabits the black cube or the stone or whatever this rock is. So probably there's these rocks that are distributed all over the earth. There's a central processor tied to all these rocks, which is basically the AI, which contains all the light fractals, and it uses these to coordinate frequencies to control, and, or I should say, basically plug into the mental frequencies that the collective of humanity produces, which is described in the work of people like Michael Persinger, where he describes that the collective brain output of humanity creates this magnetic field of thought. So it hooks into this, and it basically uses this and uses us as an entropy dump for all its energy that it's exerting.
Okay, thank you, Scales. A very interesting take on matters. We'll hear more later, I'm sure. OE, you came on the show. I don't know if you want to talk about anything we've spoken about already, or if you wanted to tell us some of your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts. So go ahead, sir. The mic is yours. Great to have you here.
All right, brother. I don't know if I think all my thoughts are weird depending on who I'm talking to. But yeah, we shared some crazy stories the other night. I don't know if we want to repeat those since we just talked about them, but that's some pretty crazy stuff. I actually I wanted to talk to that Ragnarok guy about some of the crazy claims he was making. I see some of the people who follow my channel have already kind of started filtering in here, and they know, and probably some of your audience members, because I've been on your panel a few times, know that I'm an agnostic when it comes to certain supernatural claims or whatever it is. But I'm certainly not convinced by organized religious claims. So it would be fair to say that I'm actually a hard atheist when it comes to like the Abrahamic religions and things of that nature. I just don't take those claims seriously. They're so anthropomorphized. There's a clear history of development there. So yeah, that's pretty wild. When he made the claim that there are people who don't age, you know, I really wanted to pick his brain about that because that's just complete nonsense. The law of entropy, you know, anytime somebody makes a claim that we're violating the laws of physics, the laws of logic, that's stuff that I need to see some concrete evidence for. And I'm not actually a materialist myself. I'm a naturalist. I believe at the end of the day that all things will have a natural explanation, but I don't necessarily think everything is material. I believe in some transcendentals or metaphysical things such as mathematics, for example, logic itself. So I'm not a hard materialist, but I would definitely need some kind of empirical evidence that there's people out there who are not aging. And what I hear a lot of times is claims, like that guy's making claims about there's these people who don't age, but claims are not evidence. And when I have conversations or debates with people who hold these strong religious beliefs, they seem to be unaware of the difference between a claim and an evidence. And they'll cite the Bible or some kind of ancient text as evidence, but that's actually still the claim. We haven't gotten to the evidential state yet.
I know, and it's kind of sad. And I mean, sometimes it can be infuriating. I'm not going to lie, because you try to have a good faith argument with them, and they just go, "But the book, it's in the book," you know, and you can't question them about what is written in the book. You can't talk to them about, you know, linguistics and the meaning of words, and you know, the fact things can be mistranslated, and all these things, and you know, the little nuances, and what does it actually mean. They're very rigid in their thinking, a lot of them. They're either extremely rigid, I find, right, or they're so open-minded in terms of the meaning that it becomes meaningless, and they just kind of go along for the ride and just accept it as a kind of umbrella for anything goes. You know, they just want the label of being religious or whatever, you know, the denomination. Did you get what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I generally, even though I've studied theology formally in college, actually Christianity in particular, but I've studied world religions as well, and it as an undergrad, and it's a topic I find fascinating because I really like history. Oh yeah, I see Dark Light, Skeptic Philosophy. Oh, it's good to see you guys jumping in. Yeah, check out the Finding Gnosis channel. This is a channel that
come on, guys. Do
really
come on.
Yeah, I do support these are guys who follow my channel. It's nice to see them streaming. I didn't know if anybody would even see that I was doing this, but yeah, no, I have studied it because I find it fascinating because it's tied directly to history, which is a fascinating topic, and it's tied to social studies and social sciences. And we look at a lot of politics, and religion has had such a massive effect on how politics have evolved. So religion has played a major part in humanity, whether we like it or not. And so because of that, I've spent a lot of time looking into it. But at the end of the day, the claims themselves are so fantastical. They're really, I don't even like to take them seriously, to be honest with you. The problem is when you have debates with religious people, what I've noticed and why I generally tend to avoid it is because you ultimately back the believer into a one of two corners. One is where they basically go into what we call cognitive dissonance, to where they just start doubling down on talking points that are incoherent logically or scientifically. They're just completely incoherent. Or the other corner you back them into is moral bankruptcy. Like they start justifying the most horrific things imaginable to any reasonable human being who has any sense of empathy. In particular, the treatment of women and children and innocents, what the definition of justice actually is. You know, the God in all religions is punishing people who are disconnected from the actual actions that they're, you know, the quote unquote crimes, which is certainly not justice. It's the gods are so anthropomorphized that they have the emotions of jealousy and hate and anger, and all of this is removed from what we call love. And so it gets so frustrating because the person you're dealing with cannot get outside their own beliefs, that they end up running into one of those two corners, at which point then it's like, I feel like I'm punching down at people, which never makes me feel good. You know what I mean? So I usually just tend to leave them alone with their beliefs. But unfortunately, these beliefs. Go ahead.
The problem, as I think, as you're about to say, sometimes these beliefs can cause problems in the world for people.
Yep, exactly what I was getting ready to say. That's the problem, is when people start voting against gay marriage, for example, because they think that, you know, Jesus or God doesn't want, you know, same-sex relationships. That kind of stuff is harmful. When they start voting against abortion and they take away a woman's right to choose what to do with her body, that's when it becomes dangerous. And there's been a lot of things in history, racism and prejudices and things like that, that get formulated around religious beliefs. So you're right, there is absolute real harm that can come from these unhealthy and impractical beliefs.
What causes this, guys? Let's have a little bit. What causes this? Like, obviously, you know, people may. Why can religion be so? Let's just say, why can there be such a spectrum in terms of sometimes it seems to be lovey-dovey and people are patting each other on the back and forgiving each other, and, you know, trying to live a good, virtuous life, you know, whether you believe the stories or not. Sometimes that is the case. Other times, religion makes people want to literally cut each other's heads off, throw each other off buildings, you know, critique the innards of everybody's personal affairs. And I'm not just talking about Islam. I mean, Christians could do that in different denominations. So can Jews. So can all of them. It's just, what is it about religion that, you know, brings out the monster in humans sometimes, a lot of the time?
I would say the biggest problem is that people are raised on it from the time they're kids, and there comes a point when they have to make a choice of, are they going to stick with what they were brought up on, raised on, that their parents told them and that whoever else told them? Or are they going to actually explore different alternatives and maybe question what they came before? And when they start questioning, they may or may not hit a wall that is basically cognitive dissonance that they can't cross. And this is where the problems arise, is people don't want to leave falsities because they were trained to believe it from the time they were a child.
Yeah, I know they were trained to believe it, but I'm asking, why is there this tendency for it to turn nasty? Is it because it's a tool of, you know, let's just say, corrupt or psychopathic power, or is it something darker? Is it that dark psychologies are attracted to religion in some cases? What is it that allows religion to be a conduit for extreme oppression, extreme nastiness, and in some cases, you know, homicidal actions?
Well, there's one theory of thought that if the religion is a manifestation of group dynamics, then it could be something in the form of an egregore. All religion may start
Can you
with one
explain what
guy.
that means for people who don't know, who've never heard that word before?
Yeah, it's a kind of thought form, and then now we're into social selection and mythology and storytelling, but uh, people have thoughts, and those thoughts influence their life. And if enough people share the same kind of thought, it becomes a thought form, like a life form, thought form, and it has its own existence that it can move around between people. Um, and we have a word for that. It's a meme. That's another way of saying a meme. Enough people glom onto a thought form. And then, if enough people believe it, and they believe it fervently enough, and they really enculturate it into their life, it can become even more advanced than just a thought form. It becomes an egregore. Now, this is not my philosophy. This is just something I'm aware of. But the salient part about an egregore is because it is somewhat derivative of a life form, a thought form. It has an instinct for survival, and egregores can compete just as any other life form can compete. Now, they're doing it in the brain, and this is not far-fetched. This is not spiritual battle. This is battle of ideas, and we talk all the time about the war of words, the war of ideas, and this is the same thing. This is not out there. There's no rule involved with this. And if the egregore feels that it is threatened, and we have to anthropomorphize a tiny bit here, it is a thought form. It is running in someone's brain. It is software. And so the brain in which it is running can be hijacked. That's how malware works, folks. That's how viruses work. And so if it feels threatened, then it can go to war with other threatening egregores. This is mental warfare. But because the human behavior is so complicated, and we are so close to our thoughts, and our thoughts are so complicated and so abstract, and then mental warfare, wars of words, literally words in books written by hermits in caves, wars of words can erupt into wars on the battlefield with spiky things and blood and the whole thing. And the egregore, a thought form, will try to defend itself against extinction or replacement by going to war physically and
I mean,
culturally.
there's a lot of truth. There's a lot of truth in what you're saying, and I think some of it is sometimes these religions. Let's be honest. Some of these gurus that you see out there pontificating that they know what's going on, and they have all the answers. They're on a direct line to God. Some of them are narcissistic. They have, and sometimes they're the worst case of narcissism in that they're really psychopathic as well. They're power seeking. They don't want to be questioned. That's why they're narcissistic. They don't want their version of events to be queried. They want you to submit to their outlook. Okay. And so in many ways, yes, I agree with you and that's what it is. It's the narcissistic views of one tyrant battling against the narcissistic views of another. And what you have is a term they use in popular psychology these days, a load of flying monkeys, aka other narcissists who shield themselves under the umbrella of the parent side narcissist who started the religion or who is their guru, and that person gives them meaning, gives them this semblance of importance in society. So of course they're going to try and protect their own self-importance using under the guise of protecting the religion or the belief system whilst dehumanizing others.
Well, there's actually a whole psychology and history behind the development of these beliefs. I want to give your dogs a chance to say hello. I don't want to just take over the show here, but there is a whole pattern here. It starts with the hyperactive agency detection device in the brain. And in our ancient ancestors, this is what triggered these beliefs to begin with. It started with like animism, that turned into totemism, that turned into different types of polytheism and henotheism, and then you get into variations of technically monotheism, so on and so forth. So there's a thread. It started with basically our ancient ancestors looking at the wind blowing in the trees or the lightning crashing down or the rain and all these different phenomena that are natural phenomena they didn't understand yet because they didn't have access to the scientific method, so on and so forth. And so because they didn't understand it, but everything they did understand was basically organic, so to speak, biological, they would attribute these biological traits to these natural phenomenon, and they started worshiping them because they were attempting to appease them because they could benefit from them. And so they thought they naturally just tied this emotion to the situation, just like they did with each other. So they would start worshiping in an attempt of making sacrifices, making attempts to appease these natural phenomenon, which they believed were actually entities with thoughts and feelings and desires and wills and so on and so forth. And then these beliefs just evolved into different, more complex organizations over time. So there's a natural or biological reason why these beliefs started. Nowadays, modern people, the reason modern societies, modern human beings still hold on to these beliefs has a lot more to do with indoctrination. But there's still some psychological phenomenon that's tied to it, such as people's obvious natural aversion to death, right? Most people, most normal people don't want the end to come. It makes it very uncomfortable for them. So it feeds into that. Also, we still have this agency detection device working in our brain. So people who don't understand evolution, or they have their own personal incredulity towards abiogenesis and so on and so forth, they still ascribe these gap answers, which it's a fallacy known as God of the gaps for that very reason. And they don't understand it, so they call it, oh, God did it, and that eases the uncomfortability within their own mind of not having an answer to something.
Right. I mean, objective ethics, I agree with what you're saying. That's how it all starts out. But why does it often, let's just say, degenerate into us versus them, as I say, a dehumanizing situation where people of faith literally go to war with, kill, maim, oppress, or just objectify others as tools or things to be mocked, hurt, etc.
Yeah, that's a really interesting phenomenon as well, and it's really unfortunate. But it ultimately it comes down to the fact that resources are limited, and people in power are aware of this. And so, in an effort to control resources, you need to control people. In order to control people, you have to get people. You have to create this in-out group, so to speak, the us versus them that you're talking about. But that's all an illusion. When you get down to the etymology, ontology of things, we're all human beings. You've heard about me talk about this on your channel a number of times. I talk about my objective moral principles are based on equality. Yeah. We're all human beings. Unfortunately, people who have gained power over others, because people that just want to get along will often subjugate themselves to stronger authorities because we just want to get along. We're striving for peace, right? And so that is easy to take advantage of.
Yeah, well said, mate. Well said. Guys, Yerf Dog's been waiting for some time. Yerf Dogs, we were talking about weird experiences and weird thoughts. If you have any of those you'd like to share, please do. But also we branched off into religion, and what is it about religion that allows it to become a conduit for toxicity, for humans to mistreat each other, dehumanize each other, and do all types of terrible things to each other.
Yeah, I've been listening for the past half hour. It's been quite interesting. I come from if maybe people know or don't know, but I'm a theological non-cognitivist. The idea of God to me it's incoherent. But that being said, I think there's a difference between religion and faith. Religion, at least from where I sit, is something that people, it's an organized thing that can be used to, you can have us and them kind of thing, and that can be used as a basis for conflict, for taking territory, all that kind of stuff. Which that's just the nature of religion. Faith, on the other hand, even though I'm a materialist through and through, and even though I don't subscribe to that way of thinking, as I get older, I'm in my 50s now, I become a lot more sympathetic to people having faith in something beyond our material reality. A few years ago, I was pretty critical of it. And I still am in an academic sense or an intellectual sense, but I really do understand why people seek out answers or seek something beyond themselves or beyond this reality. I'm not as critical of that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and you're somebody who goes into philosophy, and then you start realizing, well, a lot of people are, thinking strange things, politically, sociologically, economically, whatever it may be, is this not just another strange belief that people have? They're trying to make sense and cope with reality. Why pick on them? In some senses,
right? And even aside from the actual beliefs themselves, there's a lot to be said for religious community as well. Communities build up around these beliefs, which is a positive thing, I think. If there's an interesting, I think it's interesting, a question I've been kind of throwing around in the back of my mind recently. Even if it's, let's say, it's true that there is no God. Let's just imagine that, whether you believe it or not. Let's say there is no God as a matter of fact. Would it actually be better if people acted as though there was a God? I don't know. There's something to that. I think the commentary I see, there is legitimacy to the opinion that lack of acting as though this being doesn't exist, or that there isn't an afterlife and however you perceive or imagine that to be, maybe that is actually detrimental to the way we build societies. Maybe that causes societies to fall apart. Maybe it's beneficial to us to have those kinds of beliefs, those kind of, the church at the center of town, or, the temple, for example, in Japan. And Shintoism is still quite prevalent here. They still have Shinto temples here. But maybe that focal point at the center of the community, maybe that's actually a net benefit at the end of the day.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Maybe you're right. Maybe that effort, maybe whether they can attain it or achieve it is another thing, but maybe the effort towards some kind of objective worldview, some kind of agreement on what is right and what is wrong, some kind of, some kind of nodding to the fact, we're all in this together. We're all, under something greater than us, which is searching and for meaning. We are all equal. We're all born equal, and religion maybe offers that to us. It offers us a way to connect to others, and as I said, it may well be you are right. It's that effort towards objectivity that may make it useful, even if some of it is fantasy, even if it's all a load of baloney. What does it matter if our subjective outlooks can be crazy sometimes and may never be understood by others? What does it matter that we're clinging to this religious view as a society?
Ultimately, we all have to tell ourselves lies to get up in the morning, as it is anyway.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, sorry, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. We all lie, whether we know it or not. Or we're all misguided or incorrect about a lot of things and our beliefs. So what does it matter that we use one of those misguided notions to connect to others, or try to connect to everybody?
Which, for better or for worse, has a track record of building up community. But I was just thinking now, the other side of that, I think we or at least I'm talking about this from the point in history where Christianity has been defanged. We still have the problem of Islam, which hasn't been defanged. And so, that when you sort of throw that ingredient into the conversation, it becomes a bit more murky.
Can I kind of interject a bit about the Islam being defanged? That's wrong. The assumption is wrong, though. However, it's more that we are in the process of it being defanged. It's just that, it's basically because of the internet and stuff like that. Like within like 20 years, you are like, there's like people popping up with questioning, or like the equivalent of new atheism, I would say. And then there's the propagation, and then it's basically and it has taken root, but it's just that the governments that are essentially like Islamic have a basically authoritarian grip on things, but the seed for their they cannot like dig it out and there it's within the East Coast system, and part of that is essentially due to, well, and I'm not saying that I advocated for these, but basically the expedition, well, the 4 Hour Wars in the Middle East will do a number of things to the Islamic world, even if it's not within right now, it's not exactly as apparent as it is us that we
Yeah,
like
well,
when
it's certainly been a cat among the pigeons and shown to the rest of the world that even the Islamic world is not as unified as the rest of us sometimes think. Sometimes we forget there are Sunni Shiites and there are also, you know, regional wars
yep.
in that area, where although they're all Muslims, they still fight each other. Denizen, you're here as well. Great to see you, brother. What would you like to say about some of the stuff we've been saying so far, or the topic of the show, which is our weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts? Go ahead, Denizen. Great to have you.
I was thinking, well, first of all, Mike, am I audible?
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, good deal. I was thinking, I have a lot of weird thoughts. Maybe I could just list some of them, maybe a half a dozen or so in less than a couple of minutes.
Okay, I'll tell you what though. I'm sorry to butt in, but before that, I want to get you to give your thoughts on why you think religion becomes co-opted or a force for what a lot of people would say is evil, malevolence. The malignant side of human nature. Why does that happen? And then we can go
Yeah,
into your experiences. I'd love to hear those.
I think everybody who spoke so far kind of I align with it for the most part. I would just say uh, scarcity was real, and so that's evolved into our thinking. The way we were able to survive is by creating tribes and by monopolizing on the resources, and using that to outwit the other animals who are a lot faster and stronger than we are. And yeah, it's like I think psychopathy also, unfortunately, has an evolutionary and a biological imperative. And these, I'm not entirely sure that psychos create the scarcity mindset so much as they exploit it and use it to their advantage. Um, and I think what we're experiencing now, where it's kind of this like I guess people would describe it as like a spiritual awakening, but it's almost like some kind of like waking up from some kind of a dream where we're confronting, if you want to call it the billionaire problem, right? Is that we're entering into a time of actual abundance. That's not to say that there isn't suffering in the world and that, we don't have tons of maladies to deal with, lack of clean water, education, food, and this nature. But most of the civilized world, most of the progressive industrialized world throws away food, discards money, wastes money, commits fraud, because we have so much we can take life for granted. Most people don't have to hunt for their food or work for their shelter. Employment takes care of just about everybody's needs, and supermarkets are a thing. And so I think now humanity is confronted with the fact that it's let the worst of us hoard our resources, and that might have been necessary at one point, but it's no longer necessary. And I think the destructiveness of it is becoming more apparent. And I also think that the slave master mentality is also it's biological. It's evolutionary. There's a reason for it. It's built into us because most people are not capable of creativity, and creativity and innovation is one of our greatest strengths as a species. So a lot of people are aligned to follow. They have to follow authority. That's kind of how we've survived so far. And that structure may have run its course. The Pareto distribution system may be natural, but that doesn't make it optimal or necessary.
Okay, some good takes there, brother. Appreciate that. Did you want to delve into your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts? It sounds like you had a lot of them, so this should be fun.
Yeah, that's what inspired me to come up because I don't usually get to talk about them. So, what I would expect is most people would just go, "Huh, that's great, Denison," and then change the subject back to what they were talking about, and I'm fine with that. But on the off chance that it might inspire a different line of conversation, I'd just like to name some of the things. I have had a near death experience, in which my life played before my eyes, and I crossed over into another, what felt like another plane of existence, in which I had the answer to everything and was overwhelmed with a sense of completion and omnipotence and peace and knowing. Um, and it was a very light place, and I also felt my body uh, uh, like torn away from that place, and as it rushed up towards the stars at the speed of light right before waking up. I've experienced what I believe people think is astral projection, where I've left my physical body and raised above it and traveled great distances with my mind. Um, and I just to be clear, I don't think these are actual experiences, but I've experienced these things that some people think are spiritual, and I just think are phenomenon of the mind. I've also been out in the middle of the woods and been chased by invisible objects that I can hear and not see. Like I was in the back of my property once, and I probably went out too far too late at night, and I could like feel this galloping and hear it. It was so loud it sounded like it was the size of a scimitar, but I could see nothing, and I ran for my life. I've also experienced these weird moments of silence that are deafening. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced deafening silence, but like where it's so silent you can't hear anything. So
It's
no
like
wind, no
I did
animals.
experience something like that once in a strange house I lived. I was renting a room in. It was like an very old house. It's probably built in about, I'd say, 1790-ish, around then the end. But the room I stayed in, actually, unfortunately, it was like walking into a vacuum.
Right.
And
It's
it
a
was
very strange experience because you figure like when you're walking around normal, even if you don't hear anything, you're still hearing lots of things, including the air passing your earlobes, right? That sensation. It makes a sound. And so hearing absolutely nothing is somewhat terrifying. Um, I was trying to rush through as many as I could, but I can't. I think I got derailed there. But just a few more. Um, um, what's it called? Sleep paralysis. I've experienced all sorts of terrifying poltergeists while waking, in the waking moments, including hearing things being tossed around in my room, doors opening and slamming, something depressing the edges of my bed. Like if someone joins you in bed, you can kind of feel the mattress moving and shaking and depressing, and I've had that experience with no one else in the room. Like guttural growling, scratching and tearing sounds. Um, and I've had that happen to me a lot when I'm waking up, and that was when I first found out about what sleep paralysis was. But it is quite the terrifying experience when you don't have an explanation for it.
Yeah, Robin says she's very thankful her brain does not do that to her. and I'm sure a lot of people will feel the same. You yourself think it is just something your brain is doing. You don't think there are outside forces doing this to you.
No, I don't believe in any of the supernatural. Like it in I for me personally, it's because I've experienced it. So like it's not unknown to me. I've been through it, and I can still like chalk it up to the imperfection of the human mind. And granted, a lot of that has to do with the fact that I look into how the human mind works, and from my perspective, the more you know about the human brain, the less likely you are to believe in supernatural things,
Yeah,
because
just one
it's far
question.
more likely that the monkey was mistaken. You know what I mean?
Denizen, just one question, because I think I've had a few strange experiences as well. I'm in the same boat as you. I chalk it down to my brain playing tricks on me, or some scientific discovery that has yet to be made. Not necessarily woo woo or of spiritual significance. But Denizen, why is it then that you veer towards what some might say is this reasoned explanation of matters, or an attempt to explain matters, whereas other people shy away from that and look to unprovable claims as a reason for these strange phenomena?
I think it has to do with my upbringing and my education. Because I've
Okay, so
been my mother was atheist, and she took my father was Roman Catholic, and my mother took a more active role in my academic education. My father was more of like a spiritual teacher, and in very early on in my childhood development, like I learned to read at a very young age. I went to preschool. Even I was homeschooled even at like before I was old enough to attend public school, and then even when attending school, I also had home curriculum on the side. And so just rationality and logic are just a huge part of who I am as a person, right?
okay, so it sounds like you grew up in an environment where your curiosity was encouraged, and you were asked to ask probing questions rather than just accept something at
Abs-
face value.
Absolutely. My mother taught me about religion by giving me all of the books instead of the one, that I'm supposed to know is right. And, one of my first gifts when I was a kid wasn't like, a G.I. Joe, but a microscope, and a telescope. And so, yeah, it started at a very young age, and it's just how I was brought up.
That's cool. That's cool. Guys, sorry, Chris, did I give you an opportunity? I know you came on, you've spoken a little bit, but did I give you an opportunity to talk in depth? Because obviously, I know you butted in earlier, but I'm not complaining about that, but I just know you interjected. But have you had a chance to, tell us about what it is you wanted to say exactly, or maybe talk about your weirdest experiences or weirdest thoughts?
Real quick,
Um,
I'm so sorry, Chris. Give me 1 second, brother. By the way, Chris, I'm so glad to see you jump over from my channel. DNW. There's a lot of people from my channel asking me to post a link, but I can't because I don't have mod powers. They're not.
Oh,
I don't know if you want to.
yeah, you can come over to Finding Gnosis on YouTube, or I can't post to your channel either, brother. I'm not able to do that. So
You can't put it in that chat. Okay.
oh well, if I
Oh,
do,
just put the link in your description. Objective ethics. That should work.
yeah,
Okay.
put the link for this StreamYard in your description, or in their chat, in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, in the chat as well.
I can't do it in the YouTube chat. It won't let me, but in the description, it probably will.
On
That's
your
a
own
good
channel,
idea.
you can't post in your own.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
cool.
on my own
Well,
channel because I'm streaming through you.
oh no, but you can open a different tab with your channel on just mute it just to do that. I don't know if you're on your phone or your PC or
Well, I tried that and
desktop.
it didn't post.
Weird. I don't know how.
That's
Do you
fine.
have
Robin
more than
made
one
it here.
channel?
Robin made it here, so they're finding a way. So
All right.
yeah,
If
it's
you,
on
if you have
StreamYard,
more than
guys.
if you have more than one channel, then you might not be a mod on your own channel. That's the only, because that's
Really?
happened to me. That's the only explanation I can think of there.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I've
Go ahead,
jumped
Chris.
on. Sorry, I've jumped on the Finding Gnostic channel, and that's how
Finding
I
Gnosis, yeah.
how I basically jumped on. But anyway, sorry, I digress. No, I don't really have much really like weird experiences. The only thing, well, actually, I found more of a understanding and kinship with Denizen, even though my like I'm technically ex-Roman Catholic. Yeah, I was very encouraged to um, to basically explore my environment, and always basically very science heavy childhood for me and my brothers to grow up and even extend family. Um, the um the only differentiation to the table I could probably give is that, okay, I know that objective know this, and most of the people that are kind of roaming around in the atheist YouTube space is that I have cerebral palsy, well, a permanent disability, which is cerebral palsy mostly. I got other things, but anyway. And well, for all intents and purposes, it's hard to explain like the minutia of my life, with like how I navigate the world, but it's just kind of made me um not exactly well, yes, resilient, but not but it's just basically more hyper aware in most of the stuff uh, to my environment, which is more into the emotional side, and then it crossed over to the social sciences to go further, and that's why essentially how I view my reasoning, um, of
Okay,
how
buddy.
I use
That's
like,
great.
yeah,
So sounds like as you say, you benefited from a good upbringing as well. Lucky you, and
yeah,
it's given you this opportunity to think in a functional manner about reality. And I can
yeah.
tell that from the way you're speaking. That's exactly how you live your life. So, would you like to tell us about any weird experiences you've had, or weird thoughts, or you can talk about what we were talking about earlier, which is why is it religion becomes a conduit for what some people might call evil or bad outcomes.
Hmm.
Talk
Why?
about whichever you like, because and then we'll go into
Why?
your open after that.
Okay. Why religion is basically we default into religion. Um, it's like how I square that round peg in a hole is the fact that uh our innate um fear of the unknown, and for the longest time we essentially just tried to tell us our stories to each other of how the world works and how it's like how things are the way they are. Not in the scientific way, but still. And eventually we did use the scientific method, but at the same time there's just like having wonder for the sciences is very hard to attain, or it's not exactly as um it's not exactly as enticing, well, not enticing, but stimulating to the brain than say a miracle or something supernatural has happened. um that's basically my best guess. And the fact is that a religion, for even if I think it's for the most part false, it basically had a mechanism for us to like into a placebo effect, I guess, of motivating us to do what we do for the longest time and just not really think about like the why,
I
because
like
there is
that.
some
Hmm.
there's some serenity in not exactly ignorance, but in the fact that you have monotony in
I
your
like that,
life.
a placebo effect.
Yeah, yeah,
It's got a kind of placebo effect for our existential angst and our worry about life.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, I
So
like that, brother. Thank you for that.
you're welcome.
Robin, welcome. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. I know you had a little bee in your bonnet about the subject of religion in the live comments. I was enjoying your input there. Would you like to talk about that first, or would you like to tell us some of your weird experiences or weird thoughts that we might find entertaining or interesting?
Okay. Yeah, I think religion probably had utility at one time. I don't necessarily think that we probably couldn't have found a better system, but that was the one that our ancestors chose, and so there's not much we can do to change about that now. But I think that it probably has like um, lived past its utility now. It seems that with the planet, with so many more people on the planet, and people are not like necessarily required to do all this tribalism. It seems to divide more than it joins. I think. There's it makes in groups and out groups, and the fact that I mean, even within like Christianity, there has been historically a lot of fighting going on about who had the truth on that side. But then when you get into like the different, just like the three major Abrahamic religions, then there's even more fighting that goes on. And
So you
so
think religion is ultimately a net negative?
I would say yes. Maybe not always in history has not always been a net negative, but I would say at this time in you know, our in this day and age, yes, I think it is definitely a net negative. Maybe not to individuals, but to society as a whole.
Okay,
Um,
Robin. Well, thanks for that. Robin, would you like to tell us about any of your weird experiences or weird thoughts?
well, probably the only thing I had is after I left Christianity, which I was raised Christian, I did become a practicing witch for like 5 years.
Was that like
And
Wiccan or something?
Well, I
Wiccan?
wasn't actually Wiccan. I read into Wicca, and I'm more settled on sort of like a solitary practitioner like thing that where I followed um, like ceremonial magic and planetary magic and stuff like that. Um, Wicca had like these specific deities that you worshipped, and I was more into using just my own kind of like system. And so I did that because we
How
could
did
like
that work out? How did that work out for you? Did it end up leaving you feeling silly, or did you get some, as you might call it, utility out of it?
I think that in fact I've talked to a lot of people now who still as atheists actually like go back and practice the rituals, and I've been thinking about doing some of that. You just have to leave the mythological part behind, but for a long time I thought it was real, and it's some interesting, I think, probably brought about by cognitive bias, where
I
I
like that.
really thought that like you kind of keep the hits and reject the misses. So
Mm. What say you then that you doing those rituals or participating in them with your friends is giving credence to a religiosity, and seeing as you see that as a net negative, perhaps it's not something you should do, morally speaking.
well,
Because if you're giving credence to these rituals, well, then you're maybe leading by example, or maybe influencing others to do the same, and they might get into the religiosity of it all.
yeah, well, like I think I don't do it with nobody, but like I live in Kentucky, so like witchcraft is sort of like not a big thing in the state of Kentucky. Um,
Right.
but like I think that what I've talked to a lot of people, secular people, that they say that it's like meditation, sort of, like and so it's like it's not really about like there being any power behind it, but it's just a time when you do something to where you kind of take a moment and just kind of let your mind get off of things and stuff of going on in the world. And so it would be just a way to kind of take a minute, and relax and just sort of meditate. Um, that's
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. We'll have to hear a bit more about how you do it, what you do. It sounds very interesting. We have a deconverted man. Great to have you on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, sir.
Thank
What
you.
is it you'd like to talk about? We were talking about why evil or bad outcomes seem to manifest from religiosity in the world. And also, we were talking about weird experiences or weird thoughts that you may have had that may prove interesting or entertaining, or even give us some kind of insight as to what life is about.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that it was sharing weird stories. I'm like, I have a few of those. I'm a skeptic now, but I wasn't always. So I don't think that any of these things are uh, more than unexplained weird things. I mean, if you're around long enough, something weird's bound to happen, um, but as far as
Definitely on the Finding Gnosis show.
yeah, religion was it religion causing? How'd you phrase that?
I mean, it just seems that despite people's intention that or view that religion is good, it seems to cause a lot of bad. And I'm just simply asking, why do you think that is?
Hmm. Well, I mean, I suppose there are some benign religions, or what is it? The one I can never remember. The ones that don't want to kill anything at all. Oh, it's on the tip of my
Jainism.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's one. But I don't know anything about them other than they're thrown out as an example of a benign religion. Maybe Buddhism, but the more monotheistic, later modern day religions, maybe some of the ancient ones, I don't know. I guess it's you're given these rules that might very well be the rules at the time, but then as time goes on, you hold on to these ideas regardless of changes around you. So that's going to make you an other. And then that's going to create all sorts of emotions in you. You're going to actually wind up maybe even thinking that you're more right because you're another, and of course some religions even play into that, you'll be persecuted, I'm like, oh my goodness, it must be right because everyone says we're wrong, it's like so that animosity and the lack of updating the system, because that's kind of the point, is you're going to adhere to these traditions and rituals, because you're the chosen ones, so that's going to create conflict, because society's going to change around you, the world's going to change around you, and if you're holding on to these old ideas, these old systems, then you're just not going to fit in very well.
Would you go as far as to say religions are net negative, like Robin did?
I guess the modern religions, maybe the Eastern ones not as much, but I think the Western ones definitely so, because of the, like the saying goes, religion can make a good person do bad. That if you really, really believe that there's an afterlife, then you're not going to fear death, and that could cause all sorts of problems. Divine command theory, DCT, is certainly a bad ethical system to follow. for many logical
Tell us about that. Objective ethics is going for a shower. Enjoy your scrubber dub dub there, brother. Tell us what you just said there. You used a phrase there that sounded interesting.
Divine command theory. Yeah, that's an ethical system where God said it, therefore I'll do whatever that is. And the Judeo-Christian theism, that would be like you have Abraham told by God, go kill your son, so he goes to do it. Now he doesn't do it, but that doesn't matter. He gets rewarded for the obedience to God. So it is blind obedience to what you think God said. And of course, there's been sad stories of mothers ending their children's life, or perhaps guys doing this as well because they thought God was telling them to do it, or they thought they were sending them to heaven.
Or you have those honor killings. I think that's linked.
Yeah. So I mean, if you think your God tells you to kill people that wear hats on Sunday, but the other guys think that you should wear hats on Sunday, that's going to cause a problem. There's no way to sit down and negotiate that, because you can't compromise. So that's going to cause problems. Anyway,
okay, thank you for that.
So the weird stories, I've got like 4. I don't know how many you want to hear, but they're pretty quick.
We'll see how entertaining or interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, now this earliest one, I have to rely on memory for all of them, of course, but the earliest one is the most questionable one, perhaps. But we were all in California. We had a house, and I woke up alongside of my brother. My grandma and my mom were awake. We all congregated in this hallway that we had, and we all said something like, "It's really cold." We felt this like cold there. My mom yelled out loud, "In Jesus' name, be gone!" And then it was just gone. And that was that. We went back to bed. And
that is interesting.
They had the house blessed the next day or whatever. But the idea that we all woke up at the same time, that probably didn't happen. It just might have seemed like it. Houses have cold spots occasionally, so that's probably just what it was. There's any number of natural phenomena that could account for it, but at the time, I thought that that was something spiritual and spooky. Later on in life, when I was young, I would talk to my imaginary friends out loud, but for whatever reason, I was up really late at night, like 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, something crazy. I was walking along. I was going to go to my old school, and all of a sudden, while I was talking out loud, it didn't feel like I was talking anymore, even though I was still talking. And I felt like a presence there, and it was like, "Go back home." And I'm like, "What? Why are you guys saying that? Like, I'm not saying that, but you're saying that. What the heck is going on?" And I was like, "No, go back home." And I'm like, "No, nothing's going to happen." And then the presence kind of left. And I went to visit my old school, which was quite a few blocks away. And there's this embankment. It's hard to describe, but it's like a hill that's cut off by a restraining wall. So you have this peak, but then you have the sidewalk down below. And I was walking along the dirt up above the sidewalk. And this is, again, super late at night or early in the morning if you want. And all of a sudden, from out of the bushes, this bully from school popped out and pushed me. And I fell and broke my arm. So the voice was warning me, and I didn't listen. No, that was
ouch.
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, "There's no way I would have known that that's where he lived, or that So there was all sorts of like this. Why, at the time I thought, oh, okay, that was like God trying to warn me, and because I told him to go away, But I now, as a skeptic, I just think, well, my subconscious was interacting with my conscious, and that not speaking but speaking is they find that in people that speak in tongues, that their brain is rewired so they feel like they're not talking but they are talking. So some of my brain was being activated and doing that, maybe not because of the bully per se, but just because walking at night is dangerous. Who knows? But it never happened before or since. So it kind of goes, well, if this is something warning me, why that? Why not other things? I don't know. But that was weird. And then there was the other one, not so weird, but this was when I was a skeptic, and there was this handyman that was very much not very good. But the trailer that we were living at the time, these people, the owner was basically like the cheapskate, some slumlord kind of type, and so this older guy, barely would fix whatever the problem was. Of course, if they just fix it right, they'd spend less money on him than sloppily doing a job. But whatever. And he was yelling at my brother. My brother was yelling at him, and I was like, "Okay, look, we got to go. Let's just go inside." And then he says something like, and whatever it was, just flipped the switch, and I went to punch him, and then everything went in slow motion. And I was like watching my fist go in slow motion. I was watching him be in slow. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Everything's in slow motion now. Okay, cool.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I've also smoked salvia.
Well, and that's and I guess that's the adrenaline or whatever. I don't know, but it's just that wasn't like super well. Even it's just something that your brain does. But it's weird, and I'm like, man, can I do that like on demand? Like that'd be cool if I could just like decide to have an event be in slow motion, but nope.
Smoke salvia.
Just at one time. So those are the weird things, and I don't, like I said, at the time, or well, except for the last one, but at the time I thought these meant more than I do now. Weird things happen that we can't necessarily explain easily, but that doesn't mean that the explanation is therefore another thing that is also not proven or explained or explainable, So, anyways,
thanks for that. Thank you, Decoder Man. Very well explained. I appreciate you.
All right.
Fatty says religion is so psychologically pervasive that you can argue they're responsible for the actions, good or bad, of a majority of the population. To get a net minus or positive, you would have to consider many things. Yeah, great comment there by Fatty. I think you're right.
Can I jump in here, mate?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just going to go get a drink, guys. So please feel free to interject in an orderly fashion.
No worries. I listened to all of you, of course, but Denizen and Deconverted, you both said, you've had these experiences, but you don't attribute them to an outside unknowable source. And I think that's really important. I think what bothers me is we all have these brain farts, to some degree or another. But what bothers me is when people just jump to the conclusion, oh, that's obviously God, or that shows for that definitely shows that there's something beyond ourselves, without even just taking time to sit down and just slow down and say, well, maybe that's just my monkey brain farting, basically. I really respect that kind of approach, recognizing that these things happen to us, but also withholding the jumping to that erroneous conclusion without any evidence. I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think at the time, when not the slow motion one, but the everything else. When at the time I was a believer or lead or about to be or whatever. But so I did categorize those things as supernatural or at the time, and I
Right.
think that the fact that we humans and our brains do these things from time to time. Not everybody does it. Some people can, some people can't. But that I think religion, either by choice or by evolving with us over time, grabbed onto that fact and corrupted it or chorused it for its own. And, oh yeah, when you feel that, that's God. And it's like maybe you're just feeling, weird stuff. Why can't it just be you feel tingly because you feel tingly? You know,
Right.
uh, but and whether it was done deliberately or by accident or by forces of because the religion states around kind of an evolutionary sense that the easy to understand stories survive and the other ones don't, or something like that. Uh,
Mm.
but yeah, definitely at the time I would have thought certain things and events were kind of like magical thinking, but now as a skeptic I'm like, yeah, that's just a weird thing that happened. Cool, okay, whatever. Why can't it happen now? Come on, give me a weird thing now. Ghosts are afraid of skeptics. That's my thought.
But maybe it's just one of those things that, I mean, I came up in my younger years, during my teenage years in the church as well. And, there is a lot to be said for that. I don't know, I forget the technical term, but there's that group dynamic, like group hallucinations, where something happens and so everyone just attributes that to God straight away without question. And that belief just compounds like a snowball. And when that happens, all the time, you just end up locked in that cycle of, well, that's God. There's no way it can't be, because you're locked. You're just so stuck in that bubble. And once you get out of it, and you look at it from the outside, it's just kind of a bit freaky at the start. It's really freaky when you first make your exit. It's like you look back and
Tell us about that, because you're called deconverted, man. Obviously, you have dogs. You walked away. Tell us about why it's freaky, what it's like.
Well, I suppose I can relate because it's on the theme of weird things or whatever it is, that when or if I had a nightmare of death or dying, which every now and then happens, what, like, I remember this for whatever reason. I remember this one dream where this van of the neighbor I had hit me in the dream, and I passed through it. My body leaving behind, my spirit was now passing through the van, as it had killed the mortal me. And then I woke up, startled because I had been killed. But then when I deconverted, sometime after that, I had a nightmare of death where I was falling. And when I hit the ground, I just woke up. There wasn't more. So my brain was like like trying to figure out, like, what's that? What is it to not be? And so now here's your nightmare to figure that out.
what did you just say? That what is it to not be? Is that what you said?
Yeah. And the only thing I got close to that, I guess, is I went under for colonoscopy a couple times, and the second time I really tried to focus on like what was happening, because I was like, okay, I want to like experience this not moment that's gonna come. And then like I remember thinking, that's a really weird sensation in my head as it started feeling like fuzzy. And then all of a sudden they're waking me up, and I'm like, oh, there wasn't, there's no there. There's no, I didn't even know that I wasn't. So just you can't not experience not. So it's weird, there is no experiencing non-experience, because there isn't.
I mean,
So,
that sounds very much like Buddhism. You know, the whole point of meditation is to find out who's, what is it? What's the point of meditation? The point of meditation is to find out who's asking that question. I mean, but really, that's kind of my little space, you know. And I'm also very influenced by Meister Eckhart, the old German fellow from way back when. Not Eckhart Tolle. I just want to make that clear. But Meister Eckhart. Eckhart Tolle stole his fucking name as a stage name. But the real guy, the Christian mystic, Meister Eckhart, he talks a lot about God is one with us, and you know, so it's not a being outside of us. It's just everything is one. It's, I don't know. I'm just going to wank on about a tangent there, but I'll leave it there. But I recommend
I
that.
like the I'm sure it was told other places, but Kurzikot, or however you say it in the nutshell, YouTube thing, they had the story of the egg where like you when you die, you meet this other being that's like, yeah, basically everybody on earth is you, and you have to experience all this, and then you become like me, but you won't remember this conversation. I'm like, what was the point of the conversation then? Like, you know, so you're like, yes, you were that person that did that bad thing to you, and you will be, you know, whatever. And I'm like, you know, so I guess the idea is like, if you believe that, maybe you would treat people better.
But that's interesting. If you believe that, maybe you'd treat people better. That to me, that circles back to what I said earlier. What we believe, the narratives that we adopt and wed ourselves to, are actually very important for the way the trajectory for our trajectory in our lives. Even if these things aren't necessarily empirically true, maybe they're very good narratives to adopt and act as though they are real. That was such a sloppy way of saying it, but I think I got it out in
Yeah, no, I get the argument that, you know, Peterson spoke about, in some sense. He doesn't, he can't say whether God exists, but he acts like he does. You know, he acts.
right.
I see the merit in fearing an overseer. You know, obviously as a for society. You know,
But that's
I just
also
wish
not
it.
without its problems.
I know that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I would just say I see the merit in it, but obviously how it all plays out, it doesn't really. I don't know if the merit comes through.
I
You know,
I think that the word good or bad really means that. So if it is good to do something, it is just good. By, you know, it's like a law of identity or something, you know. And I look at, I guess, waxing poetically, that each of us is a storybook, and whether your story is read or not is still of value. And even though they end, they still mattered. And when your story does end, that's okay, because then it becomes a legend.
I like that. Now, I suppose going back to that point though, acting like there is a God because it somehow benefits you and society to think there's someone judging your morality and your journey through life. In some ways, maybe even though I think we live in a deterministic reality that whereas all the causes are causing the effects, and it's all like basically if when I think about it, it seems like it's all just going to happen. As soon as the first domino fell, the path was inevitable. There's no way of changing it. Yeah. Even though I intellectually think that, in some ways, I act as if it's an emergent phenomenon, so that I'm moving forward. I am changing the course of the future by my actions, you know? In some ways, that's like me believing in God, as it were. I'm believing in that my actions matter, you know?
Of course
To the
they do.
future.
Yeah.
No, but if you believe, what I mean is, I'm believing I have agency. That is kind of like my God, as it were. Like me, but some people don't believe that you have any agency. But I believe believing you have agency may be the same as like believing there is a God, in that it benefits you as an individual. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a
I
really
mean,
good point.
If we are deterministic, then we have no choice but to believe whatever the belief we believe. But if we have free will,
that's true.
then...
That's true as well. That's true as well. But unfortunately, or unfortunately, whatever way you view it, in this deterministic reality, I've been plagued with this conundrum where I can see other sides to the matter.
yeah, that's just sometimes you just have to put a lobster on your head. I mean,
Yeah, this is why I'm actually following. Probably most likely, I'm actually doing a debate right now about free will, and I'm following probably somewhere along in what they call compatibilism or soft determinism, because we do seem to have a certain amount of agency, and that seems to be evident. But free will, libertarian free will, is completely untenable. So then it's a matter of, as far as I'm concerned, it's either between this soft determinism or hard determinism. And I think I'm falling into soft determinism. And that, thinking about that and mentioning that debate that I'm having with a friend of mine, a Christian friend of mine, it reminded me of something that Deconverted Man mentioned, divine command theory. And I just want to take a mention to welcome all the people who came over from my channel. The Finding Gnosis show is a great channel. DNW is an excellent host. There's a lot of people out there trying to replicate what he's doing so successfully. So please subscribe to his channel. Take advantage of this opportunity. And Robin came in here earlier, one of my viewers, and she's going to be hosting a debate that I'm going to be in. That's going to be about divine command theory, because I believe in objective morality. I'll be having a debate. Probably she's going to be moderating that, and it'll be against a Christian who wants to try to defend biblical morality. And I've had about 3 or 4 debates on that topic, and I have yet to lose that debate. I don't think anybody can win a debate trying to defend biblical morality, in my opinion. But it does come down to divine command theory. It's really Euthyphro's dilemma from Plato. Does God do what is good because God is good, or is it good because God does it? So that's a dilemma that the Christian ends up finding themselves in. So I just wanted to give a quick mention. DNW gave me permission to plug that. Check out my channel as well, if you're so inclined to do so. Thank you so much for that, DNW. Do you guys want to get into some of those creepy? Oh, go ahead.
Check out Objective Ethics channel, and I am looking forward to that debate. I'll definitely watch that.
Send me the thing. Send me the thing, OE.
I will. Absolutely. Yeah. I have that. Technically, I have 2 debates. One, I have a debate coming up to defend my position on objective morality, which is always fun. But I've got Dr. Richard Carrier coming to help me shore that up. And then I will be debating biblical morality in a separate debate. But Deconverted Man, I will definitely, if I get my syllogism down, I will definitely send that to you and have you pick it apart for me.
Yep.
It's a tough one. I was just going to ask, do you guys want to get into some of those supernaturals or allegedly supernatural weird stories? I know I talked about a couple
you
of them
missed
here.
mine. You'll have to rewind and go back.
No, I was listening.
Yeah, he did. OE, you said something. OE, you might not want to talk about it now. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. But you said before that you delved into some of the kind of occult shit before. And, obviously, we're told to stay away from that. You said you saw something in it, and it was quite convincing. Now, it's not something you play with now, because I'm not sure if you liked it, but I found that comment interesting. And you did say one day you would talk about it. Now, I don't know if you have time now. We could talk about another.
Just before that, mate, I just want to say thanks for the time. I've got to bail. I've got stuff I need to get on with. Thank you for this. It's been a pleasant conversation. Thank you.
All right, Earth Dogs. Always wonderful to have you here, mate. Great.
Take it easy, guys.
And,
have a good day.
Have a nice day there in Japan. All right.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I am always a little remiss to discuss that some of the stuff that I got into. It's, I don't know if you call it black magic, witchcraft, demon worship, whatever you want to call it. And there's all the religious people are going to have their own terms for it. I was just looking for answers, and I wasn't getting them from religious people. And it seemed obvious to me that they didn't have the answers, but they were also telling me that there's this, I don't know, devil character or evil spirits and demons and stuff like that are actually actively interacting with the world. And the claims about whether the God character was interacting with the world was always inconsistent, because you always ask, well, how come God's not curing cancer, blah, blah, blah. Jesus is up in heaven and stuff. But consistently over throughout many different religious models, that the bad guys are always here, supposedly. So I thought, well, maybe I could go look for the bad guys, at least see if I could get tap into some kind of answers, because my father had been murdered when I was a child, and I was really broken up over that. And so I tried looking, tried asking the gods and the Jesuses and the Allahs and all this other stuff, and they weren't answering my question. So I thought maybe I would just see if I could ask one of these demons running around on the earth if he could help me figure out why this would happen to my family and my father. He was such a good man. So I did go looking into some really, really dark shit. And I am an agnostic, and I'm a naturalist. So I fully believe that there's got to be some kind of natural explanation for the things that I experienced, but I have never found any kind of satisfactory answer as to what that explanation is. So you can take it for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's intriguing. We would like to hear, but obviously I know you're kind of remiss to talk about, and I completely understand that, brother.
I just don't want to, for one thing, I don't want to betray my own position philosophically or theologically. I don't want people to think that I'm, actually believe this stuff as far as that goes for the woo-woo side of it, because I really don't. I do fully believe there is got to be some kind of a natural explanation. I just can't imagine what it is. Like even the story I told you about, I don't know if I've actually discussed it on my channel yet. Maybe I should retell that quick story about the time I was.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, that was a shocking story, a terrifying story in many ways. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, we'll test the waters with this story and just see what kind of reaction we get.
It was good. I'm glad it worked out for you at the same time.
Oh, you and me both, brother. I mean, yeah, that guy was looking to repaint the walls with my face, man. There's no doubt about that. But at any rate, yeah, we'll test the waters with this story and see what kind of reaction we get, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen way crazier stuff than this. But and you guys can take it or leave it if you don't believe me. I've got no reason to lie to you guys. I could give two fucks about if you guys are impressed by these stories or not. I'm not here to build my ego with this. I'm literally just here to share information as I experienced it. So I was working in the adult industry. I worked in the adult industry for about 4 years. I got my start at strip clubs working as a bouncer, and then just progressed through the industry from there into running clubs, then working with escorts, then into the porn and all that kind of stuff. But started out pretty harmlessly as just working as a bouncer at the strip clubs. And having studied martial arts for a long time in self-defense, one of the key aspects in the situation like that especially is learning to control your environment. Because when you're in a club like that, you could, you've got guys all around you. People are friends. They got friends coming and going. You don't know who knows who. So if you get into a physical altercation in a situation like that, especially when it's on a crowded night, you could have guys coming from all kind of directions. So any advantage you can get yourself in that situation like that is you want to do that if you're smart. So one of the advantages I had is that I got to see the club when the lights were on, because the customers only see it when the lights are really low and the music's really loud and all that kind of stuff. But when we're closed, right, like after we close down, we're getting the girls home and all that kind of bullshit, they'll turn the lights on. So I got to see everything in the club. And one of the things that I knew that the customers didn't know, or probably weren't really aware of, is that the bathroom door to the men's room had this really loud squeaking noise. So because I had a bad hinge, and the noise was so loud that you could actually hear it over the music if you knew what you were listening to or listening for. So I'm working a Friday night. It's a very dangerous neighborhood, a dangerous club, a lot of bikers, gangs, that kind of thing. And I'm working on Friday night. It was really busy. I had to take a piss, and I couldn't get away from the door because there's so many people coming and coming. And finally I get a break. I've got to piss so bad. So I run over to the men's room. I run into the door or through the door. I whip it out. I'm standing in front of the urinal, and I'm starting to take this monster piss. And all of a sudden it occurs to me that I never heard that door squeak closed. So I turned my head to see if somebody had followed me in the bathroom or why that door didn't close. And just in time to see this fist flying through the air. And it stops like maybe a centimeter in front of my face. And of course I got both hands on my dick, right? I'm taking a piss. I got no chance to defend myself whatsoever. The guy came in completely to blindside me, sucker punched me. And there's nothing I could have done about it. And the fist just stops right in front of my face. And the fist is kind of shaking. And I start hearing this guy, as I realize kind of my brain is trying to catch up to all what's happening right here. And I hear this guy starting to scream and yell for someone to let go of him. And I thought, okay, his buddies came in with him and got a hold of him. So I finished my piss. I tuck myself in, I step back from the toilet, and I realize as his arm is still stuck there, mid punch in the air, and he's screaming, let go of me, let go of me. There's nobody else in the bathroom but me and him. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And so he's just panicked at this point. White as a ghost, eyes are huge. He's freaking out. Let go of me, man. What are you doing to me? Stop it, stop it. And I'm not touching him. I looked down, and it looked to me like both of his feet are slightly elevated off the ground. Like something had him midair, just grabbed a hold of him. And there's nobody else there but me and him. And the thought did occur to me to kick his ass really quick for coming in and trying to do that to me. But I said, you know what? No, I'm not that type of person. I don't kick people when they're on the ground, that kind of thing. You know, I'll choke somebody out, but I'm not gonna curb stomp people. And so, so I just stepped around him, washed my hands, looked again, and she's still there, just screaming for somebody to let go of him. And I went out of the bathroom, and I'm tripping out. I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking weird. And a few seconds later, the guy runs over, or he comes out of the bathroom, speed walking out, goes and sits at the bar in front of his drink. And I know he needed that drink. I know he wanted that drink. I know he spent all of his money to get that drink, because I could tell by looking at him, he was just poor white trash. That's probably all the money he had. And he didn't even touch his drink. He just sat there and stared at it for about 5 minutes. And so I'm like, I got to say something to this guy, because that was the coolest magic trick I've ever seen, or whatever the deal was. So I walk over to him, and I'm like, hey, buddy, what's going on? And as soon as he saw me, he just freaked out, turned around, and ran out of the bar. The fucking weird story. True story. So that's when I shared the other night. So I don't know. We'll see what they say about that.
It's a really strange story. I mean, if it wasn't for his feet being raised off the ground, I would have said he was having some kind of psychotic episode, or he was a meth head or something, you know, or yeah, that whole levitating business. That's what makes it, you know. Well, you have to question what the hell was going on there, you know.
For me, the whole the feet off the ground was trippy, but the whole thing was so crazy that I don't know if I can compartmentalize any one part of it. But the thing that really gets me every time I think about that story is the fear. If you see true fear in a grown man's eyes, that's something to behold. True fear, especially in a situation like that, where in this environment where guys going into strip clubs want to be seen as tough guys. You know, that's the persona they're all trying to put on that whether they are or not, they all want to be seen as tough guys. Nobody wants to go in there looking like a pussy. And for that guy to he was almost in tears. He was so freaked out. That's what really gets me. I just cannot forget the fear in his eyes. Was so crazy.
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I'm open to any explanations, Deconverted Man, or any scientists or physicists that want to help me start sleeping better at night.
I mean, I could come up with silly ones, but I was like, a serious one could be a stretch, but you know, you said, you know, maybe he was having a psychotic break. What if he had some sort of like cocaine mixed with who knows whatever chemical illegal drugs like on his fist, and when he went to punch you, that dust flew into you, and then that caused some sort of temporary hallucination as he was having his panic attack.
I mean, I'd say as wild as that explanation is, it seems more probable than the fact that he was floating in the air. I mean, you know, if I was a betting man, as insane as your explanation just sounded, if I was going to put money on it, you know, I'd probably go with your explanation. I mean, that's just...
It's. I mean, I don't know how likely or unlikely that is, but you know, I mean, it could happen. You know,
if it was fentanyl, maybe, but I don't know. When was this?
Oh, this is over 20 years ago. There was no such but even
if or whatever, that sort of stuff, I don't know. Drugs have weird effects.
It could have been maybe a residual, because I partied. I had a very strict rule where I did not get high before work, because that's another way to keep my ass out of danger, is to make sure I was sober, because that's one of the other advantages that I had in a physical altercation, is that I was clear-headed, and my opposition was almost never clear-headed. Not only do I know how to keep my emotions out of the situation and think clearly, because I'm trained and I've been through enough street fights, but don't use any drugs or alcohol before you get into a fight. A lot of people, you know, a lot of the fights you see in bars in particular usually involve some kind of, drug or alcohol induced state, some people, which is why they're so clumsy, and it's not, I don't want to say it's funny to watch, because violence is not a funny thing, but watching untrained fighters or even trained fighters try to fight when they're drunk is something to see.
There's a question there for you from Fatih, if you want to read it out.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. That actually, so this does tap into one of the things. So when I was looking at going into all that demon, I guess you could call it demon worship if you want to. I wasn't really worshiping anything. I was just looking for shit. But yeah, it did. There are some stories that happened during that time. It lasted for about maybe a period of 6 months. I don't know, several months, but less than a year probably, because it just got so heavy so quick. Started out with music, just listening to really heavy music. Now, the other thing is that I've always, even though I was a street kid, I didn't start using drugs and stuff like that until after I got into the adult industry, ironically. So as a young adult, when I was living on the streets and when I was doing all this demonology or whatever you want to call it, I was actually clean and sober. I couldn't, for one thing, I couldn't afford drugs. I was a street kid. And also because of training in the martial arts and self-defense, again, being clean and sober is what kept me from getting assaulted. There's so many predators out there who try to take advantage of kids, street kids. And that's an unfortunate reality that we live in. So one of my defense mechanisms, or how I kept myself safe, was by staying sober. So there was no drug use on my part when I was doing any of this stuff. Now, that's not to say that emotions cannot trigger the same kind of psychosis effects that drugs can, because ultimately a lot of that is what drugs are doing, is they're opening up pathways and releasing abundance of chemicals you already have inside your body in many cases. But lack of sleep actually brings on a type of inebriation that's very powerful. That's one of the reasons that meth heads have such a hard time. It's not only is that the poison they're putting in their bodies, but when people stay up for days on end, the body cannot function like that. So it starts hallucinating and doing all kinds of weird stuff. So you could, so just as a preface or whatever, I myself was never on any kind of drugs during this demon stuff. So it started out with just like heavy metal music and just talking to some friends of mine about these demons and stuff. And I did have one addiction, and it was to adrenaline. I love to do crazy shit. I loved that feeling of fear and getting freaked out and stuff. So I did have a bit of an addiction to that. Climbing rocks without ropes, they call it free climbing, bungee jumping, really aggressive sports. I talked about the martial arts and stuff. So I really liked adrenaline. So that's what started the whole thing, with talking to my buddies. We all kind of got together, and it was just this kind of grew organically from just wanting to get scared, watching some scary movies, some crazy heavy metal music. And the next thing you know, one of my friends brings around a Ouija board, and I have seen all kinds of fun stuff on YouTube about how they've debunked Ouija boards and all that stuff. And you guys can believe whatever you want. I have no doubt there's a lot of, gimmicky stuff that goes on out there. I have no doubt about that. Same thing with tarot cards or whatever else. But for my small group of friends, and it ended up being me and one other guy who kept going, because once freaky shit started happening, people started dropping off, because we couldn't explain it, because we made sure to cover our bases. So when it came to the Ouija board thing, like, we would all take turns being unblindfolded while the other people were blindfolded. So I can't say what the unblindfolded guy was doing, but I know what was happening when I wasn't wearing a blindfold. And everybody's story was consistent. Everybody was totally convinced that this shit was really working, which is why people stopped doing it. They were just getting freaked out. And the more people got freaked out, and the more we started to actually tap into, the more exciting it got, because it got really scary. And I didn't tell any of my friends that the reason that I was doing this secretly was because if we did find some demons or some spirits or something like that, I was going to ask them if they could help me meet my father. I wanted to have a last conversation with my father I never got to have because he was murdered. That was why I was doing it. And of course, I didn't think it was possible at first, but once we started finding having these crazy experiences, I started believing more and more that maybe this is actually possible. You can tap into the spirit realm kind of thing. And the freakier things got and the weirder shit got, people started dropping off. They just getting too serious for them. So it ended up being really just me and this other guy. And if you've ever played with a Ouija board, It's almost impossible to move the eye with two people, with basically one other person controlling it, with your hands on it, and not knowing, feeling the pull and the push from them. Not to mention the fact that I was being able to watch what he was doing, right? So I could see if he was, because I put a blindfold on him. I knew he couldn't see anything. I would test it by throwing punches right in front of his face a couple times, no flinching or nothing like that. And I'd wrap his head all up in fucking shit to make sure, because I really want to make sure this is working. And yeah, the Ouija board thing was working. It was really weird. But then we started getting even deeper into it. And one night we were at some friend's house, and we were trying to get some other guys to do it with us, because my buddy started talking about it to other people, and they was like, oh, there's no fucking way this is happening. And so my buddy's like, yeah, we can show you. And so we started doing some weird seance stuff and whatnot at this house. And the next day, and then one of the guys, he left the room. He got so freaked out, he left the room. One of the other people, his roommate, a little while later left the room. He says, this is getting to be too much for me. And so they both got really pissed, because it was their house. And they're like, you guys are bringing all this fucking demons to our house and all this weird shit. And I didn't know what to say or do about it. They wanted to participate, and then they got freaked out. Well, the next morning, everybody went to work, and I came back from work. I didn't have to go to work. I ran a couple of errands or something like that. And I come back to the house, and the house is completely burned to the ground. I mean, completely leveled, absolutely nothing there. The fire department had already been there and gone, and it was just a pile of sticks. It was the weirdest thing. And in this blackened pile of rubble, where everything is charred, everything, is the Ouija board, completely unmarked, not dirty, not nothing. It was the weirdest fucking thing. And somebody could have put it there. Somebody could have lit the house on fire. Who fucking knows? I wasn't there. I didn't light the house on fire, but that fucking house went down. And the fire department had established that the lava lamp blew up, and when nobody was there, and that's what caused the fire. So that's probably what it was. But it's very coincidental. And especially given the fact that these guys were like absolutely convinced that me and my buddy had brought these demons, and all of a sudden now the fucking house gets burned down. A lot of weird shit. So go ahead.
I was going to say that the blindfolding was good, but it wasn't full, because if you'd had a camera to record, it would have been better if everybody was blindfolded and you record where the thing goes and see if it makes any coherent words. That would have been a better
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But, yeah.
I wasn't actually looking to prove it to other people.
Oh, yeah,
I was just looking to make sure that I had covered as many angles as I could for myself. But you're absolutely right. Yeah. Recording it, or that kind of thing would have been great. Except for the fact that the deeper I got into it, once it got to where the house burnt down, I stopped trying to get other people into it, because that's fucking weird that their house got burned down for all that. And I'm sure it was just a lava lamp.
I mean,
go ahead.
Given you saw potential for darkness from these things, did that not make you want to look towards the light, so to speak? Look towards white magic, or that kind of thing?
No, because I had tried asking, even though I wasn't a religious person.
Oh, yeah, you said.
Yeah, all my family members, and I was adopted many times, and so I was exposed to so many different families and their entire family, grandparents, cousins, all this bullshit, all the neighbors and all this stuff. So I had tapped into numerous large communities. 90% of these people are religious. And so I tried asking these gods, hey, what's going on with this? And I tried crying. I was so sincere as a child, begging these gods to let me talk to my father one more time. Nothing. No leaves blowing across the ground.
There are some Christian, I've heard, I was shocked to hear that there are some Christians who practice seances and these things. So it doesn't necessarily have to be within the realms of darkness. That there are Christian mystics, Christian spiritualists who do these things. And I was shocked when I heard that a few years back. But yeah, it is a thing with some Christians. I don't know how you feel about that, but
I'm not actually at this age, with what I know now, I'm not actually convinced there is a good or bad or light or dark force. I think there's just energy, and it's like anything else in life. What do we do with it? So you can take that for what you will.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think there's evil demons out there. I don't think there's angels out there. I think if there's anything out there, it's neutral. It's part of nature, and it's just an energy we just tap into sometimes, but don't understand. Or maybe it's just our imagination. Who knows? But I definitely don't think at this point that there's actually like good or bad or evil or angels and stuff. I use that vernacular because it helps other people understand where I was at the
I
time.
understand. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I see Perpetual Pleasurist in the chat. If he wants to come on, the links under the description. Anybody else? Yeah, do come on. Tell us your stories, especially if you have any experience of the occult.
Yeah, I linked to the video related to the Ouija board that you can check out in the private thing, and then a link to the best religion in the private thing. So I don't know. Those are both kind of like silly though. But anyways, I'm gonna go now, guys. Thanks for whatever. I don't know. Be skeptical, everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Deconverted Man, do come back. It's been great to have you on the Finding Gnosis show. Thanks.
Yeah. Are you okay? Thanks. Bye.
Take care.
I'll
buddy.
see you tomorrow, brother.
Laters.
I hope to see you tomorrow anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Email me. We'll see each other in a way with words of things. I don't know. All right. Later. Bye.
You will interact. When is that debate again? Objective ethics. So would you like to give it another plug? What you mentioned?
Oh yeah, I will. The guy just challenged me. I think it was last night or the night before. So we haven't set the hard date, but I know Robin was really excited about. She wants to moderate a debate, a formal debate, and so she said she was there, and so she asked if she could moderate. And when I saw her here on your channel, she came from my channel, and then Deconverted Man mentioned the divine command theory. I thought, well, this would be maybe a good chance to just mention that. So I'll keep you guys posted on the date for that.
Perpetual Pleasurist has, he's taken, I won't say taken offense, but he disagrees with you when you say it's all just energy. He says nothing neutral or just just energy related regarding actual torture. He says, torture is evil, not just energy flowing around. He firmly believes in evil.
And that's fair enough. I mean, that's fair enough. I think the only actual torture that I've seen or heard about comes from human beings. And I could definitely say that human beings could be considered good and evil just because the way we use those words. But I would say evil just represents the most inhumane thing that a person could do to another person. And good would be one of the most wonderful things we could do for each other.
Dennis, you've been very quiet. Have you got any experiences related to the Ouija board or dabbling in the occult?
I mean, I've tried to use a Ouija board before without success. Oh, my mic's not working, huh?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My it's not showing up on my end. Okay, there it is. Weird. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to use a Ouija board with no success. That's about it. Nothing as extensive as was described. It did. I do believe in like a mass hypnosis or a mass hysteria. I think that when you get people together in a group and there's everybody kind of has their own beliefs. It formulates the way they interact with the environment and with each other, and it encourages occultist thinking, supernatural thinking, and kind of mass delusion. I think if you look at this phenomenon at like on a political level, then it's easier to understand, and then you could take those principles and apply it to hallucination, both audible and visual hallucination. Like David Blaine can levitate in quotation marks. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree with you 100%, brother. I think that group psychosis is absolutely a thing, and that we have great evidence for it, not just politically, but the Catholics have one of their most infamous miracle stories. It's called the miracle of the sun in Fatima. I don't know if you guys have talked about that before on this channel or not.
You did actually, yeah.
Yeah, allegedly witnessed by 10,000 plus people, where the sun came crashing to the earth, and obviously that didn't happen. We orbit the sun. If you move the sun that much closer to the earth, then it affects the orbit of all the planets, right? So there's just absolutely no physical way that could have happened. Not to mention the fact that everybody on a particular hemisphere of the earth would have witnessed it. It wouldn't just be 10,000 people in Portugal, but so, yeah, but thousands of people went around saying that they saw the sun spinning around in a circle and then crashing towards the earth, and I'm sure most of them legitimately think that's what they saw. I have no doubt.
I mean, if you stare at the sun, it's going to affect your retina, and you're going to see if you look away from the sun, you're going to still see the imprint of it on the retina, as it were. You're going to see that it's going to follow your eyes around as you're looking around, So
Dark
yeah,
Light. So good to see you, brother. I'm glad you jumped over. You need to tap into this channel, Finding Gnosis. You'd be a great guest on this channel. You've got so much cool stuff to share with people in such a unique perspective. So I'm glad you caught the show today.
Yeah,
wonderful. Dark Light Delirium. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show, brother. What would you like to say, mate?
Well, first off, you sound like God.
Okay, thank you for that.
When I first came on, I'm like, oh, objective ethics finally found God.
Well, don't blame me for what's happening.
I mean, if God had like a dry British sense of humor, it would explain a lot of things.
Yep. So a little bit about me. I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist. I'm creating my own theology. It's called Dark Lightism. I do believe in God is my least favorite word for it. I call it the fractal singularity omnimatrix, but I do not believe in the supernatural. It is an entirely natural God, kind of similar to what you guys were talking about earlier with the whole everyone is the same being type thing from the Kurtzergott show. But essentially, it's my thesis that all consciousness is an extension of the omniconsciousness. That God is living through our lives. That is why it is the eternal living and eternally dying God.
What good is that to us, though?
Well, realize because we are God. That's what good it is to us. Once you realize that you are God, that we actually have control over our worlds. We create our own worlds that we live in. That's the utility that it has to us.
Okay, and so it does have real measurable effect on us. It's advantageous to realize
that's the difference between accepting control over your world or not. So yeah. Ever since I've landed on this, my life has gotten a lot better. I used to be very suicidal and depressed, and once I realized that I control my own world, and that if I don't like something about it, I can change it.
Quick question:
it got a lot better.
Can you give me a step-by-step on how to obtain $275,000 so I can retire with a tomato farm and a vineyard?
Yeah, get a job, fucker. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I can't because I don't have $275,000.
But can I God it? Use my God power and Zor.
Well, once again, I don't believe in anything supernatural. Everything is entirely natural. You could have the craziest shit happen in front of me, and the craziest thing that you guys would think of would probably convert half you guys to theism. But I just say no, that's naturalistic.
Do I have can I make shit happen?
Yeah, you can totally make shit happen. We do control our worlds. We create the world that we live in. We choose to either walk into or walk away from every single situation that we find ourselves in every single day. And through that, we create and craft our own worlds.
I would like to craft a world in which I have a tomato farm and a vineyard in Portugal.
actionable steps. Just everything is physical, so it's actionable steps to get there. And I'm working on the same thing. I want to get the fuck out of America.
Darklight, I'm curious what you thought about my story when I was working as a bouncer at the strip club and that crazy shit. How would you explain something like that?
PP, come on and talk about it, brother.
I had some ideas on that too.
I'm interested. I'm interested if you guys have any.
Anything to explain it, but also just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that there isn't a naturalistic explanation.
The entire thing sounded like a dream, even when you were describing it. And I would think it's more likely that it's a dream that you vividly remember than it's a memory. Also, it could have been an improv act. Like the guy could have did it just to mess with you, fake punch you, and then also, like I said, David Blaine knows how to levitate in quotation, right? So, also you're the overwhelming amount of emotion and fear that you were feeling at the time. I find your story to be completely unreliable. Like if you were a witness for a prosecution, I probably wouldn't call you if I were the prosecutor. I would try to hide your existence.
I think
my biggest reaction to the story. My biggest reaction to the story is I would love to hear it from the other guy's perspective. That was my biggest reaction to the story when I was hearing it. I would love to hear it from that guy's perspective. That guy was probably like, yeah, I went in there to whoop up on this fucking pretty boy, and that motherfucker was a wizard, man. I tried to whoop his ass, and all of a sudden I was frozen and levitated, and then he came out and mocked me and said, can I pay for your drink? And I got the fuck out of there. That's what I was thinking.
That's hilarious, bro. Yeah, no, I wasn't.
I'd love to hear that from that other guy's perspective.
I wasn't having any emotion or fear at this point in my life. I was well removed from all that. That kind of crazy emotional fear stuff, that was when I was a teenager doing all the weird shit with the demonology, or whatever you want to call it. So you might be mixing the two times.
You had no emotional reaction to a man almost punching you in the face without knowing, and then levitating off the ground in front of you?
No, I was just completely confused. It was so insane. I was trying to wrap my head around what the fuck is going on here. That was my state, was just absolute confusion, and that's why I walked over to him to ask, like, what the fuck is going on? You know, like, I thought it was a magic.
I'll change my word from emotional to confusion. I'll take that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm still confused about it.
Well, I was raised pagan. I claimed spiritual for a long time, for the guys that don't know me. And when I say pagan, it wasn't like the old school Norse pagan. It was my mom just kind of studied everything. She was raised as Jehovah's Witness. She was kicked out of the witnesses when she was 19 or so. And from there, she just kind of studied everything. And she kind of did like a mixed match of all kinds of different religions and magics and stuff. She practiced magic. She had her own way of communicating with the spirit realm. She didn't use a Ouija board. She would drop a very specific design, which included a pentagram, and she would have a flame in the middle of it, and then she would dangle a necklace over it and meditate over it with all the windows closed and anything. And if the flame moved this way, that meant yes to her question. If it moved that way, it meant no. And if it kind of flickered around, it meant it doesn't know. And that's how she would communicate with, she called her spirit guides.
Interesting comment here from what are you puking, which is a hilarious fucking name, by the way. He's talking about if we are God, then all the suffering and stuff like that is part of this oneness. And there's a very interesting, some theological models that actually address this, and this is why some religious models, actually more Eastern, like self-realization, fellowship, things of this nature, is that existence is essentially God trying to experience all aspects of life. And so there really is no good or bad. We give it good and bad because we put value judgments on it, or it's good or bad to our existence. But when you think about the universe as a whole, all universes as a whole, all possible universes, so on and so forth, I mean, your mind can't contain the ultimate expanse of what it leads to or what it implies. But essentially, when we want to experience things, it's so difficult to be introspective, to look inside of ourselves. And so we see ourselves best when we look at other people And it's like a mirror. Like if I want to see how nice my hair looks, I got to go look in the mirror because my eyes face forward. I can't see the top of my fucking head. Very
Yeah.
similarly, it's difficult for me to look inside my own soul. So if I look at my relationships, my relationship with Darklight or with DNW or the gentleman here who I've just met, my relationship with my wife, my employees, my customers, so on and so forth, this gives me a chance to reflect back at myself. Who am I? What kind of person am I really? Because the person that I think I am may be completely different than the person I actually am. And I won't really know who I am until I get this reflection of myself back from the world that I'm in. And so this is kind of how God is experiencing the world and stuff, and experiencing itself is by reflecting back off of the universe, off the material world, so it can see what, how, do I like pain? Do I like this? What brings me pleasure? What is this experience like? So on and so forth.
Yeah, I'd agree with all that.
So God is not all knowing or all powerful. Then God is kind of like an infant trying to experience all the things.
Yeah. Let's touch on that for sure, because I define God very differently from what most people are used to. I do not at all say that God is all powerful. I do not say that God is all knowing. The only thing that I would say, that the only omni that I would agree with is all present. God is all present. But besides that, God is not all knowing. God is not all powerful. No. And followers of Abraham like to claim that, but then when you look at the scriptures closely, there's clear examples where their proposed God is not all knowing, all present, all powerful. For one, he can't forgive what he did.
So you can still consider yourself a theist?
No, I am a theist. Yeah,
a biblical theist.
No, I'm not a biblical theist. No, I defy the broken theology of Abraham. I'm not a biblical theist at all.
But you don't reject the scriptures out of hand.
No, I absolutely reject the scriptures.
Okay, I could have sworn you just referred to the scriptures.
Yeah, I referred to them. I said there are clear spots in the scriptures where you can see that the God that they propose is not all powerful, is not all knowing. I've read the scriptures. That I started reading them just because I got tired of people trying to Bible thump me with their fucking books. So I started reading them, so I know what the fuck is in there, so I could use it against them, pretty much.
So not to say that there's hints of the true God in the Bible, just that even Abraham's God isn't all knowing.
No, well, yeah. I would definitely say that they make the claim that their God has all the omni traits, but if you look at the scriptures closely, you can see that those claims are not met.
Yeah, and I took that as like an insinuation that the scriptures might be referring to the real God, but are misinterpreted. But you're just saying it's proof that even Abraham's God isn't all that in a bag of chips.
No, because what I say is every word ever spoken is the word of God. Every name ever spoken is the name of God. For there is no name or word possible to be spoken without the breath of life that empowers it.
Why call it God if it has no power?
Well, because I'm reclaiming that word back from the abuse that has been afflicted upon that word by the followers of Abraham. I'm reclaiming it. Like I said, God is my least favorite.
It sounds more like a victim than a god. It's a victim of existence. It's a victim of the phenomenon of being.
I wouldn't call it a victim. That's probably looking at it from a limited perception. I would call it an observer.
So to me, I think God, if we're to reclaim the word, is the opposite of observation. It's invocation. I think this is the etymology of theology, human theology itself, actually. Chanting into existence. There could be some ritual and truth there that might be valuable if we discarded all the homophobic, filicidal, homicidal, egotistical, egomania bullshit that's in there.
We'll see. There's different aspects.
Yes, sir.
Ego.
Yes, sir.
There's different aspects to ego. There are negative and there are positive aspects to ego, because essentially ego is allows the localization of consciousness. Without ego, there could be no localization of consciousness, and localization is required to experience time and space. So most people talk about ego in reference to all the negative aspects, but there are positive aspects to ego, which I am not 75% narcissistic. So let's not be narcissistic phobic, y'all. I took the test, verified.
So how much are you narcissistic? Sorry.
75%. I'm set. The other 25% is compassion and empathy, which is quite an interesting mix.
Okay.
What test is that,
by the way?
Well, I mean, just like a free psychological test that I found online.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely want to get the like full battery of psychological tests, but you got to pay for that shit, and I just haven't had the money for it yet. But that's definitely something I think everyone should know as much about themselves as possible. I think that can only help in moving forward when you go to make decisions in your life.
Indeed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I all but killed my ego, and now I'm working on rebuilding it because I found it necessary. And
well, there's helpful aspects of ego. You know, to totally
Guys,
deny
I was
ego.
just literally thinking of LA, and he literally appeared. There you go. Honestly, I was
he
like,
just invoked him.
I fucking did, because I tell you what, I literally I literally thought, where's this LA guy? I wonder what's he doing. And then I went on YouTube and I just searched him to see if
You
he was
felt him
live or
coming.
something. And then I literally came back and he's just commented. Yeah, I summoned him. I summoned the
You
demon.
felt him coming.
Speaking of raging narcissists, I'm only joking. LA, we're talking about narcissism. I do like LA to come on here and shake things up. He's got, I would say, unique views and sometimes very compelling ones. He says he's working, unfortunately. Okay, brother. Well, good luck with that. Good to have you here in the comments anyway.
That's why I came on so late, because I was working on building my house, but I kind of got to a stopping point, so I jumped on here.
Oh, cool, man. What are you doing there at the moment then in the construction?
I'm working on building my roof. I've been living off grid with no electric with a pack of dogs for 10 years, and I haven't had a house for most of that time. And I've had my house half built for about a year and a half. So I just need to get a roof on and some walls, and I'll be there.
Is it just you and your dogs?
Yeah, just me and my dogs, man. I got 17 dogs. I live out here.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of dogs. I got 15 acres. I got a bunch of fences up for my dogs. And I mean, that's why my house ain't done yet. It's because all my extra money goes towards my dogs. If I didn't have all my dogs, my house would be done already.
Awesome, man. I mean, it sounds like you have a really interesting life there. I'd love to hear more about it. I've only got one dog, but 17 dogs.
I'm jealous already.
I can see that's a lot of expenditure, man. Wow.
Well, I'm actually living the life that I wanted as a kid. When I was a kid, I was raised up in the cities and shit, and all I fucking wanted was to get away from the city, to get out to the woods and just live in the woods with my dogs. That's literally all I wanted, and that's literally the life I'm living right now.
What do you do for income?
I do concrete and masonry.
Yeah,
Concrete and
see,
what? Sorry,
got
masonry.
a good skill. My grandfather was a mason.
Yeah, like LA says, does anyone know what dark empathy means? Yeah, I know it means you understand other people's perspectives, but you don't care, and you often use their circumstances against them. Am I right?
Yeah, he's got a point there, though. A lot of psychopaths are not incapable of understanding other people's experiences. They're actually really, really good at relating to other people. They just don't care, and they use it to gain power and manipulation.
In fact, sometimes they have a sadistic delight in understanding and
right.
With my theology, I believe that we are all God. I believe that everyone is just another version of me. So that's kind of some built-in empathy right there.
It's kind of Schopenhauer-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Brother Mark explains it as well. A dark empath is a person with high cognitive empathy, the ability to understand others' emotions, combined with dark triad traits. Okay, so like narcissism.
I've taken the dark triad test.
And psychopathy. Yeah. Unlike toxic personalities, they use their understanding to charm, manipulate, and exploit others. making them dangerous because they often appear caring and trustworthy.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it's highly tied to the Machiavellianism, isn't it? Mm. Yep, they be politicians a lot of the time, not all the time, obviously.
The
Well, see,
balance of the ego that Darklight was talking about is, and the other brother was talking about as well, is very interesting because this is really the journey that we're all on. We wrap it in a lot of different guises or whatever you want to call it, but ultimately, this is what the journey that we're on is trying to understand how we fit our ego in with the group because we're a social species genetically, right? Or biologically, we're a social species. We need others to survive, and nobody is free from that because even people like Darklight, for example, who lives by himself out in the woods, he had a mother at one point who had to suckle him at her tit. You know what I mean? So we definitely rely, whether we like it or not, on other human beings at one or more points in our lives. And so that's because we're a social animal. And so this is very important for us to figure out how do we develop our own sense of self and our own sense of value and worth while working within the group. Because if we don't have a healthy sense of ego, we won't take care of ourselves and we're of no value to ourselves or to others. And if we have an overinflated ego, then we are toxic to the group. And it comes out in some really bad ways, like with the dark empathy and what he was talking about with psychopathy and things of this nature, where there are people with mental disorders where they may understand how to manipulate people's emotions. They can identify and recognize people's emotions, but they don't actually feel the emotions because probably something with the limbic system in the brain is off. And so if anything, like you were saying, they derive some pleasure out of people's sufferings, which is just horrible to think about. So trying to balance all of that is really the whole goal, if there is such a thing, is to the existence we're in right now.
Cool. We're looking at the dogs there, brother. I had the screen big. You can show us again if you want. It's awesome.
I was just showing you some of my dogs. I got dogs surrounding me right now.
Wow, look at that.
Poochies.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is just
Oh,
some
those
of
two
them.
look like brothers.
And you got your power tools there. I can see them as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm building my house right here.
Yeah. Awesome,
I
bro.
got a built-in kennel. I'm making a built-in kennel in my house.
Nice one, mate. Legend.
Yeah.
I just subbed to your channel.
Well, cool. I can't post anything. I got too many strikes, I guess. I do have other channels. I guess I'm gonna have to start posting on. I also want to make my own my whole own platform and shit. That way, I'm not, because I love making content. I got 750 videos on my main channel. I got a handful of channels because I made up a bunch of well, I post anything I want on my main channel, but I ended up making a handful of other channels to kind of break my interests up into niches to see if that would make any difference, because I'm still not getting shit for traction. And everyone kept saying, you can only do one subject on your channel, so I only cover about 7 subjects or so. So I ended up making a channel for each subject. And although I just concentrated on my main channel, which is the Darklight Delirium, so on there I do theology is my favorite subject. So most of my about half my videos are about theology, but besides that, I got videos about my off-grid building stuff, music, poetry. What else? MMA. I do martial arts
Who's
stuff.
your favorite poem? Who's your favorite poet?
Me.
Or poets? You.
Me.
Okay. You make. Oh, cool.
That's
You
the
write poems.
narcissism talking. Me.
Yeah.
But I do got some bomb ass poetry though. I really do. I got some fucking pimp shit poetry.
Nice one, bro. We'll have to hear it sometime.
Well, if you go on my channel, I got go to my playlist.
Darklight Delirium, right?
Yeah. If you go to my playlist, I got a playlist just for my poetry.
Do you have an off-grid channel?
Well, I mean, that's part of my vlog. Yeah, I haven't posted anything on it in a while, but now I'm going to start using all my niche channels because my main channel's blocked from posting anything on it pretty much.
Is that a permanent thing or is that just temporary?
It seems pretty permanent because usually if you get a strike, after a week they'll let you start posting, but it's like 3 weeks later now and I still can't post anything.
Well, if you get 3 strikes, it's more than, like, it doubles every time.
Well, if you get
Sto-
3 strikes within a certain period of time, and I've gotten 3 strikes over the 3 years that I've been posting, but they're supposed to drop off after a few months.
a
So
few months, yes.
I'm not quite sure how that works, but I still
Did
can't
you
post.
log in and make sure you don't have to acknowledge anything?
I don't know. I'll try that.
Sometimes they make you do training or something.
Yeah.
Really?
And the timer doesn't start until you say, "Yeah, I admit I was wrong."
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen it. I'll go back and look in my email
In the
and stuff.
studio.
But check it out. This is the video that got me banned. Okay, the title for it was "Russell Brand is my meth dealer." That was the title for it.
Yeah, you can't joke.
I was talking. Well, I was talking about methylene blue. Okay, so that's legit. Methylene blue is not crystal meth.
That's a good point, actually.
It was a clickbait.
Did you refute that?
Yeah, but it didn't. I refuted it, but they just ignore your fucking rebuttals, you know.
Usually, yeah.
I mean, no, but 100% that was a totally bullshit fucking strike because, and I made it clear within the first 5 seconds I was not talking about crystal meth, but that's a totally legit fucking.
You know how lame it is. How you can get away with that is literally if you just put "Is Russell Brand my meth dealer?" with a question mark, and then it's totally acceptable.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, too late now, but I mean, I'll try to get my channel turned back on, but it's like 3 weeks later now, and I still can't post anything. So I was just gonna start using my niche channels more, but also I'm trying to put all my content on other platforms, while at the same time I need to just make my own platform. I want to make my own website and put all my content behind my own website behind a paywall. I love making content. I got 750 videos, man, and I don't want to let YouTube stop me from making content. But I haven't posted anything in like 3 weeks, and I'm starting to get withdrawals. You know, I need to start posting again. Withdrawals from posted. To be clear, I'm not a fucking crackhead. To be clear.
Is that a pun?
So you need to call Russell.
No, I still got some of Russell's methylene blue. I still got a bottle and a half of it. I've been taking it every day. It makes me pee blue. That's cool, but I really haven't felt much else off of it. After a lifetime of peeing yellow, it's pretty cool to pee blue.
That's got to be weird. Yeah, that's got to be kind of scary.
No. Well, you look into it. It's a thing. Methylene blue. The government used to give it to the soldiers, and it keeps them. It's like a fungicide, and it helps your DNA, or what is it? Your mitochondria.
Fortifies your cell walls.
No, it's supposed to do some shit for you. It's supposed to help with brain fog and stuff. So I mean, I've been taking it. Because I'm totally sober off. I mean, I've been a pothead my whole life, but I've been sober off of weed for 3 months now. Just because it was fucking up my lungs. And after 27 years of smoking weed, I had to quit smoking. It was just fucking my lungs up. I didn't want to get COPD when I'm older, you know.
Yeah, I'm not against. I'm really not against a lot of things if people have self-control, but I do think it's always better to find, alternatives to drugs of any kind. To be honest with you, a good diet, a really good exercise routine, and good sleep should be all a person needs, to be honest with you, to have some good physical health, as good as you're going to get it anyway.
Yep. I'll still do some mushrooms and some DMT, but that's like a couple times a year thing. Like, it's actually been a year since I've done any of that, but I will still do some of that. I still got a little hit of DMT I've been holding on to, just waiting for the right time. But once you fucking go off hard on that shit one time, that makes you second guess it the next time. After about 40 DMT trips, I finally met a fucking entity. People kept talking about you meet entities on DMT, and I finally fucking met one, dude. Actually, I got it. It's one of my videos too. It's on my channel. It's it's posted about 1.5 years ago, but I got about 4 different DMT trips that are recorded on my channel. I don't advertise it. I never advertised any kind of drug stuff until that last one. Russell Brand's my meth dealer, but it was talking about methylene blue. That's the only time I said anything even nearly remotely drug related on my channel.
What was this entity you saw?
It was the jokester. It was the it was the
Jester.
jokester, man. I called it the eternal fucking troll king is what I called it, the eternal troll king. So what I saw was, okay, now if I didn't record this, I never would have known this, but when I experienced it, when I took the hit, I thought I passed out and then came right back out, but I had it recorded. I was passed out for 3 fucking minutes before I came up. And I never would have known that if I didn't have it recorded, because just experiencing it, you know, I took the hit of DMT and I passed out and came right back up. But when I came up, okay, check it out. When I came up, there was like, I saw these two figures kind of walking like this, and they crossed paths and kept walking, but they were the same thing. It was like a troll type thing, but there are also infinite, tiny, smaller little trolls all around it. And it pretty much told me, it confirmed for me what I already thought, which is that we are all God. It was its main message. But I mean, you can go back and look at the actual trip. I've got that trip recorded on my channel.
Did you see the machine elves?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was something like a machine elf type deal, yeah. But it was like a bunch of them. It was two main ones that kind of walked crossways, but there's also kind of like infinite smaller ones all around it. But also at the same time, they were all the same one. But that was the entity that I finally saw, because I hit this shit like 40 times over about 2 years. I thought I was just one of the people that couldn't see any entities, but I finally met the motherfucker, and I went after it that time too. I took some big ass hits. I was like, "Come here, motherfucker! I'm gonna catch your tail." But the thing is, what happens when you catch the dragon's tail is it turns around and catches your tail.
Careful if you stare into the abyss.
Well, yeah, you become the abyss. and that's the thing, is we are all the abyss. We see, the darkness created the light. That's why my name is Dark Light. Like I named myself after my perception, after my theology that I'm developing. We are all the Dark Light. Like that's just like an inside joke. I'm not just the Dark Light. We are all the Dark Light.
I need a break, potentially a nap, but I'll come back if you guys are still on in a minute.
Okay, buddy, take care. Good to have you here, Denizen. Yeah, there's more seats there available, folks, if you want to come on. Links in the chat. I've just found a Tucker video. He's a controversial character. He's got that predictive history guy on it who calls himself a professor, even though he doesn't have the academic credentials, apparently, to be a professor. I think
they call themselves God, so I'm down with it. See, we're all the president of our own worlds. Fuck this voting for. No man has the right to rule over another. We are all the president of our own fucking world.
Thanks for that. Okay, buddy, I'm gonna watch this for a second.
If you were the commander-in-chief of the United States, what would you do at this point, as of today?
Commander-in-chief meaning Donald Trump?
Yeah, you get to make the decision. What does America do next if it's acting in its own interest, if it's trying to preserve its power and wealth? At this point, what does it do?
Well, first of all, I would acknowledge that all these events are interconnected, right? So this trade war of China, this war in Ukraine, this war in the Middle East, it's all interconnected because the American empire is too overstretched and it has its fingers on everything. And so it allows its enemies to provoke it into these never-ending wars. So what I would do is basically sit down everyone, okay, including Russia, China, Iran, and say, it's time for a new world order where we are partners in this relationship. Right? Before America was a hegemon, before the US dollar was the world reserve currency. But now what we want to do is open a dialogue where everyone is respected, where America is no longer the bully, but a willing partner in creating a new economic order that benefits everyone and not just a few.
I think that's the wisest possible advice and probably the only path that preserves civilization. But the one country standing in the way of that is Israel, which is the only beneficiary of this war, as you just said. I think that's true. Can you think of another beneficiary other than Israel of this war?
Well, Russia benefits, right? Because Russia is trying to win this war in Ukraine.
That's correct.
And America is forced to lift oil sanctions. And so now Russia is now able to take all these war profits, right? And then help the Iranians, finance the Iranians in the struggle against the Americans and Israelis. So the Russians also benefit tremendously from this war.
Yeah, but fair point. Israel has to be constrained by the United States in order to do what you just recommended it do. Is that possible? Does the American president have the authority to control its client state?
So if you look at the domestic situation in Israel, Israel no longer behaves rationally. It is sort of overtaken by eschatological fever, right? So if you look at videos coming out of Israel, there are rabbis going around saying that this war in the Middle East, even though it's destroying Tel Aviv, it's good for us because this will lead to the coming of our Messiah. So they believe that it is when Israel is under the most strain, when the very existence of Israel is threatened, then God will intervene because the Jewish people will come together as a nation again and commit themselves, renew their faith in God. And once God sees the blind, trusting, absolute faith of the Jewish people, then he will save his people by sending his Messiah, who will then redeem the Jewish people. So another way of saying this is secular temporal matters don't really matter. This war in the Middle East, not an issue. What matters is divinity. What matters is our relationship with God.
Yes.
So what matters is faith. If nuclear bombs go flying, doesn't really matter.
It's what's so interesting is that 25 years ago at 9/11, whatever you think of how that happened and why, there was, I saw it personally, a political Islam. There were Wahhabists. There were a lot of Islamic radicals around the world. And for a bunch of reasons over 25 years, that hasn't disappeared. There still exist Islamic radicals, but it's not, an important political force anymore. At the same time, as Islam in general has become much more moderate, and the GCC is the most obvious example of this, there has been a rise of Jewish Wahhabism and evangelical Christian Wahhabism, so to speak. I mean, you've seen this eschatological extremism among some American Protestants, Christians, and some Israeli and American Jews. How did that happen? What is that?
Right. So first of all, I don't think we can ever overestimate the influence of eschatology in American politics. Exactly. So I'll give an example where about a quarter of Americans are evangelicals, and a lot of them are Christian Zionists. So they believe that Israel is crucial, the linchpin to achieving God's plan and the return of Jesus. And so a very prominent figure that you probably know very well is John Hagee, who runs something called the Christians United for Israel. It's 7 million members. And these are the people who are financing a lot of the conflict in the Middle East, in Israel, because they're the ones who are funding West Bank settlements. And so Christian Zionism, it is an extremely powerful political force in America. So your question is, how did this happen? And
yes,
the issue is that this is a plan that has been in motion for centuries, and it's a very complicated history, but it involves different religious groups among the Jews, Septime Frankists, Shabbat Lubavitch, which you've talked about, but also it involves the Freemasons, the Knights Templars, the Rosicrucians. It involves the Jesuits. So you have these different secret societies, different religious organizations working together for centuries to achieve this plan for the end of the world, which heralds the Messianic age. Okay, and there are different components of this plan, but the basic components are: one is the creation of the nation state of Israel, which happened in 1948, and then you need to have the building of the third temple, which requires the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is actually which could happen during this war.
I mean, he seriously overplays all this eschatology rubbish. I'm not even going to watch any more of it, to be honest with you. Sorry, we lost a few. Sorry about that. That's the professor who's not a professor. But we have questioning reality. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say at this juncture, brother or sister? Sorry, you've never been on the show. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going? No, I thought it was interesting what the last guy was just saying. I've forgotten his name. When he was saying about he's taken over psychedelics and he's never had an
dark light delirium.
Yeah, and he's never had an entity encounter until sort of the last time he took. I think he's saying DMT. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting because I had something quite similar. I mean, I've listened to this show for ages, and I mean, growing up, I had probably quite a positive outlook on life, like probably a lot of us do as kind of kids. Then maybe about 10 years ago, I kind of had this big realization about kind of suffering and started viewing the world reality like really quite negatively, which I mean, people seem to, well, me maybe not, but I think maybe other people I listen to on here maybe deal with that better than I did, but I found that really struggling or really tough to deal with for a long time. And I'd heard.
Sorry, you found the idea of suffering in the world.
No, well, I mean, I found that like tough, like, but just the idea that I was kind of wrapped up or involved in whatever reality is or whatever's going on, and that suddenly seemed very negative. As a kid, that seemed like a positive thing. Oh, life's good, like it's a blessing, like you're lucky to be here, all that sort of stuff. Okay, cool. There's nothing to worry about in that sense if everyone's sort of saying that. But kind of maybe hitting adulthood about 10 years ago and suddenly thinking, oh shit, like people suffer a lot here, like there's some really bad shit that goes on. That that really hit home. Like I found that really, yeah, and potentially still do. But I just thought it was so interesting what he said about how he'd used psychedelics and he'd never encountered any entities. And I'd heard like I think everyone really has these days. They've heard so much about psychedelics and all these crazy trips and entities and places people go. And I'd played around a little bit with some mushrooms, some nitrous oxide, things like this. And like him, I had never encountered any kind of entities, anything particularly anywhere near as bizarre as some people sort of describe. But maybe about 9 months ago, I did have what I can maybe only describe as almost like a worm, almost. Some kind of like serpenty worm would probably be the best way to describe it. Just entered the room I was in, and I'd already kind of heard lots of. Sorry.
Sounds terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, for sure, like I agree. But weirdly, at the time, it wasn't particularly. Yeah, but it kind of told me. I mean, I'd heard this a lot about how like maybe consciousness is sort of fundamental, or again, like the last person was talking about how about we're all kind of God. I kind of buy into that kind of idea, or probably take it even further that like everything is like God, or everything is kind of consciousness. So I was kind of telepathically kind of told by this worm entity that that's true, and essentially, well, not essentially, just categorically, that because reality is just fundamentally consciousness. And I suppose ever since sort of thinking about it, maybe consciousness is kind of linked to nothingness, or like not having like a positive or negative value, just kind of being some kind of awareness. That then like conscious experience would also kind of equal zero. Well, not kind of, but would literally equal zero. So like, I don't know, you went out and you like stub your toe, that would be, you know, -10. Then you have a nice lunch, maybe that's +25. If you could kind of quantify every single thing, I was kind of told, which I found really comforting because I'd, up for the last 10 years, had a very negative kind of outlook on reality. But it was essentially, and I'm not saying that this is true either. I'm just saying that this is kind of what I was told.
Right.
But that, yeah, it basically all equals zero. And I mean, looking out.
So it's like that non-duality stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just 1 second. It is very interesting. You've come here with this amazing experience and outlook, so we definitely have to give it some more time. Cougar Doom was talking about that Professor Ying video I played. I think his name's Ying, I can't remember. The predictive history fella. Cougar Doom says Christian funniest or fundamentalists. Sorry, I'm just going to mute you for a second. I can hear an echo questioning. Christian fundamentalists are all over end times talk. The professor was just trying to describe the zeitgeist that's motivating these freaks. Yeah, he's not a professor. He's actually just a teacher, apparently. That's well documented. But also, I'm not actually. I know that the lower level, like the mob, as it were, are often made up of these Christian fundamentalists, or these Jews that believe this kind of thing. But I don't believe that the power believes all this. I don't believe that that's what is. Uh, that's what's controlling the motivation of all the powerful agents of change involved in matters. It may be the story told amongst some of those further down the chain, and only some of them, by the way. I'd say the great majority don't believe in it. But I think at the top level, it's not something they really believe or take into consideration or are trying to will into being. I think they're trying to survive. I think they're trying to, thrive, and that's it, really. Yeah. Okay.
No, you're right about.
Sorry. Go ahead, Oe.
Oh, I was just gonna say you're absolutely right about that. It's hard to consider. Is that echo coming from mine? No.
No, it was questioning. I've muted him again. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's difficult to conceive that the highly educated people and well-informed people actually do buy into that stuff. Now they can profess to buy into it because it's very useful, as we talked about at the beginning of this show. It's extremely useful tool to control the masses because the masses are wholly uneducated, and it's education that frees us from a lot of superstitious beliefs. Understanding science and the history of these things is really important because once you understand how these things evolved, once you understand the actual history of these things, then it becomes impossible to actually believe them, in my opinion. It's only convincing if you don't know any better. But once you know better, it becomes extremely difficult to hold on to these beliefs. And when you understand the utility of them, it makes sense that the people in power, so to speak, would use them to their advantage because clearly this is what motivates a lot of the bullshit that's going on in
I suppose
geopolitics.
that's why they don't want to have evolution taught in mainstream American education. At least some of the schools are arguing against it.
Absolutely, absolutely, and why the Eastern religions have been suppressed so adamantly and so actively because they teach a lot of more egalitarian types of beliefs.
It's really disheartening and sad, really, that there are people swept up, emotionally in these events, believing bullshit. It's really, really sad.
It's heartbreaking because I did a short video on my channel called "Christians Want Children to Suffer," and of course, I don't actually believe that. It's meant to be provocative title, but ultimately it exposes what I call the trifecta, which proves that prayer, according to what Jesus says in the New Testament, is just wrong. It doesn't. It's ineffective. And this is just based on an internal critique by what's said about the prayer in the Bible itself. And in that video, I talked about children suffering, right, and how ineffective prayer is to stop this type of thing. And I mentioned some statistics. And one of the most disturbing statistics that I mentioned is, there's like 15,000 children die every day. Every day, 15,000 children die, which is a staggering number when you think about it. On a global scale, it's just a drop in a bucket. But when you really stop and think about 15,000 little kids, and the significant majority of these deaths are coming from hunger, starvation, and lack of resources. It's diseases that in many cases are preventable or treatable. And we actually have the resources and the technology to stop this. And that's just a fact, and yet we don't do it. And there's
the apologetics for all of this will say, "Oh, that's good. They get their ticket to heaven because they're innocent, and they haven't sinned like the adults." So they'll make a positive out of a negative.
Yeah, but then they don't want. Then they don't want to argue against abortion.
Yeah.
I mean, if they really believed all that nonsense, the most ethical thing a Christian could do is abort every baby. Just send it straight to heaven if they actually believed all their bullshit. But and as you have a gentleman who comes on here, and I can't remember it might be Cougar Doomer. He talks a lot about global warming, and I agree with everything I've heard him say. It's a major problem. Man-made climate change is a thing, and people are just so quick to deny this because they want to avoid responsibility and accountability for how they can change their lives and do things
I
differently.
mean, they don't even want to consider it as a possibility. That's the scary thing. I mean, I'm okay with people saying, "Give me the evidence." I'm not so sure. Actually, I'm making an argument, but there's some of them that don't even want to consider it as a possibility that there is such a thing as man-made climate change.
No, because that incurs a certain amount of responsibility that then expectation, I should say, that you're expected to do something to change. And people are so comfortable with their lifestyles that the thought of giving any of the comforts up are just unthinkable to them, untenable. So they'd rather just go into straight denial mode. And it just goes, we have preventable measures for so many of the things that we're talking about right now, and yet we don't do it. That's really scary.
Right. Yeah, Robin, thanks for joining us. It was great to have you on. I hope you make a comeback soon. And she says, love you, Objective Ethics. So there you go, mate. You have a fan. Questioning reality, mate. Sorry for muting you. Would you like to continue telling us your strange, weird experiences and weird thoughts and perhaps what they've taught you?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, kind of blew my mind a little bit. I mean, I don't know how much I'd kind of give much credit to it or whatever.
Okay.
But I suppose if you have an experience like that, it's one thing it is. It's hard to just throw it away. Do you know what I mean? If someone just told me that or something, I'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Like, probably, give it no real thought or consideration. But when you have an experience like that, you're just like, this is so fucking weird that, like, it sits with you for sure.
Question reality, you're new here, so I suppose I should ask you, what the hell is going on?
Well, I mean, this is probably the question I've almost forever, for forever long, would always kind of ask myself. I'm early 30s now, and that kind of question, up until about 10 years ago, used to be such an interesting question that I'd love watching documentaries on the universe or debates on people questioning this, that, or whatever, and it was all fun and games until the idea of sort of extreme suffering crept into the picture. And I knew bad things could happen for sure, but for some reason, almost overnight, the idea that just people will die. People have died in car fires today, and just like the level of that kind of suffering it's unspeakable. And so realizing that I'm wrapped up in this without knowing any of the answers suddenly went from, oh, how exciting, like what a mystery, to fuck, like what the fuck am I in? Like, what is this? And I've got no idea. Obviously, I've got no idea. But one thing I feel like I do know is when I look out at the world, and for sure, like I said, growing up, I thought it seemed like a cool, nice place and what I was told. Then I started thinking very pessimistically. But when I look out at the world or think about day-to-day life, I don't believe that we're in a hell, because I can imagine so much worse than this. If we're in a hell, I don't know why we're not just constantly on fire or constantly drowning all the time, which doesn't depict day-to-day life. But I also certainly...
I mean, you might be attributing your analysis too much to perhaps religious takes on it all.
I wouldn't. I mean,
theoretically, we could be in hell.
But I mean, if we're in hell, if I mean,
as it is, but you know the funny thing is,
yeah, but
we might also be in heaven. Now I know bad things happen, but who's to say this isn't the best version of events? And there are tiers below us, much worse, and this is heaven.
Okay, but the way, yeah, I get what you're saying, but the way I look at it is just simply like, could you not imagine a far worse reality that you looked out at than this? Because I certainly could. Yeah, and then but then I also obviously appreciate that I could look out and see a far better reality than what I see. So I don't feel like I can like answer your question.
I know, but the point I'm making is just because you can imagine that doesn't mean it's so. This could be the best there is, and there may be tiers below.
And I mean, this actually, yes, and this actually kind of comes back to what I was told. Again, I'm not saying it's true or anything, but what I was told is essentially, if everything is kind of consciousness, conscious experience, that is all that there is. Maybe just like we have sort of laws of physics, maybe there's this like ultimate fundamental law that the currency of existence is like pleasure and pain, and overall that has to all feed back to zero. So for every orgasm there has to be a punch in the face.
You know, you mentioned something that I find quite interesting about the coming back to zero. I don't know if you have YouTube playing in the background, but I think that might be what's causing that echo.
I've got this thing. I'm talking through my laptop, and I've got the sound on my laptop. Is it better if I put it on my TV?
I'm not sure.
Maybe mute yourself when you're not talking.
I'll just mute myself. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be bossy or rude. It's not my show to do that. Give people directions, but just anyway, what you mentioned about the zero, coming back to zero. Now, if we're talking about just like talking about random ideas, I guess anything's possible, whatever. But if we want to talk about the world that as we observe it, if everything comes back to zero, it cancels itself out. It's actually zero isn't anything. It's a placeholder for nothing. So the way that I've looked at these kind of arguments, or these philosophically speaking, is that there's an asymmetry to existence. And basically, if you look at anything or consider anything that's like the table that's in front of you, your laptop's on a table, the table being there and the table not being there are both possible, are both contained within that table. It's the asymmetry that you're experiencing which makes it the table is there. So if you look at the hallway and there's no table in the hallway, you just got an empty hallway. The asymmetry is there might be something that's actually there, but the asymmetry of it not being there that's contained within that is overriding it being there. So it's not there. There needs to be some element of asymmetry or else everything cancels itself out. Does that make sense?
Maybe to some degree, yeah.
I'll be back, guys. I've been told to fold some clothes, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. But it's
there needs to be some kind of asymmetry. Otherwise, everything cancels itself out. So and I'm not saying this is true. I'm just talking about philosophical mental masturbation here, because I don't actually believe this. I think that if things are there, it's because that atoms have formed. There's material energy, energy and matter that are making things either there or not there. But philosophically speaking, if nothing and the thing were both contained in the same space, the asymmetry of either it being there or not being there is what's winning out. But you can't have perfect symmetry, because perfect symmetry cancels itself out. So in the universe, there's slightly more matter than antimatter, for example.
Okay, yeah. That does make sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. And absolutely everything I've said in the last 5-10 minutes could just be complete rubbish, like for sure. But yeah, it was just an experience I had, and it's just stayed with me, and yeah.
Well, and I'm not trying to shoot you down or be mean or critical or anything like that. I'm just trying to conceptualize how what you're saying could be even be possible. So I guess that's where my mind went with that. But I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to be dismissive of you, just offhand or hand wave away what you're saying. Maybe it's just beyond my understanding.
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, God knows. Who knows what's going on, really?
There is something, I think you mentioned it, or the other somebody else who came in here mentioned. I know it was kind of related to what Dark Light Delirium. He's actually a subscriber to my channel. Speaking of boom, right there, perfect timing. I was just getting ready to mention. He's talked, or I should say, you, now that you're here, not talking about you the third person. You've talked about everything being God, and somebody had responded to that, and I think they understood your position because they thought that you were saying we are all God alone, and the universe is maybe separate. But you're saying that everything is God, right?
Yeah, so that brings me back to the Dark Light Decalogue that I came up with. So the very first trait, and I was sitting there thinking about what are the most fundamental traits that I could conjure to describe this thing that we call God. So this list actually goes in order. So the first thing is unity. Okay, so that's what kind of separates me from like the followers of Abraham. What makes their theology broken is that their entire theology is formulated around separation and division. Okay, so unity is actually the first fundamental trait, and from unity flows number 2, consciousness. I had to run down the road to pick up a charger for my phone, y'all. So you got unity and consciousness. Now these fractalize out further unto darkness and light. Darkness is the unity. If you think about it, what is the one physical thing that connects all things? Okay, if you really think about it, darkness is the physical mechanism which connects all things. Darkness is the fractalization of unity, and then light is the fractalization of consciousness. Okay, now number 5 in the Dark Light Decalogue, and the first 5 are all empirically verified, is paradox. Okay, so paradox is homogeneously saturated throughout all of creation. There is dark within the light, there is everything within the nothing, there is the you within the me, there is the all within the one. That is the paradox that we are living in. So going out from there, you have freedom, which is number 6. You have sovereignty, which is number 7, and those have a fractal relationship to the first 2, which is once again unity and consciousness. That number 8 is infinity, which is directly related to darkness. Then you have remembrance, which is directly related to light. Then you have saturation, number 10, which is directly related to number 5, which is the paradox. So it's like a constant fractalization out of itself. That's why I call it the fractal singularity omnimatrix. I have all kinds of literature wrote up on all this stuff to explain it better than what I do talking about it.
I just can't believe you could keep all that straight in your head. I've heard you say it a few times now, and it's so fascinating. I keep meaning to write it down so I can look at it later and really. In fact, I should have done that this time.
I have it all wrote down, and it's I got much better explanations of it wrote down. Do you have an email or something I can send it to you on the email?
I do. It's actually on my YouTube channel. It's Objective Ethics YT.
Okay.
The YT is for YouTube. So Objective Ethics YT at gmail.com. Anybody who wants to reach out to me, come onto my channel, talk about anything or whatever, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I'd like to do a deep dive. I'd like to come make a time for you to come on your channel and do a deep dive into what I got going so far. So I freely admit.
Anytime. I only stream because my work schedule is so crazy busy. I only stream every Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. And if you do want to be a guest, I'd like to set it up ahead of time so that I could create a thumbnail and whatever. But I do open panel, so you're welcome to stop by any time, obviously. But I would like to have you as a guest so you can have a chance to speak uninterrupted and lay it all out, and you can kind of come prepared with notes and whatever.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to set up a time for that, and preferably sometime before April the 15th or so, because I got court for a DUI. I got to go to trial for DUI for driving while tired. Fuck me for driving while tired.
I mean, we could do it if you want to. This is really last minute, but technically speaking, I had a guest who was supposed to come talk about evolution tomorrow, and some family obligations came up. He reached out to me last night, and I'm always about, family first. My channel is supposed to be, it's like hobby. So, I appreciate people communicating ahead of time, but so I can kind of scramble to do something differently, but nobody's obligated. Life is very, unpredictable. You know what I mean? So I do appreciate if we can make plans and follow through with our plans, but at the same point in time, I'm realistic about things. But if you want to, I was going to talk about Noah's Ark and what a joke that whole thing is tomorrow, just kind of come up with something last minute. But if you want to stop by and do it tomorrow, I mean, that's really short notice for you. I don't know if you want to do that or not.
I just don't have all my notes on my theology printed up. I got it all, like, I got to have it printed up in front of me, though, because it's really hard to be live streaming and try to dig it up on my phone at the same time. I got some of it printed up, but not all of it, enough to go really deep into it properly like I would like to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to probably do it after your court date then, because on the first Sunday I do we're breaking down all the failed messianic prophecies. That's kind of a series we're doing, and then the next Sunday, that would be, actually, I'm not good. I don't have a calendar in front of me right now, but I have Dr. Richard Carrier is coming onto my channel. I'm super fucking stoked about that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about objective morality. I get a lot of grief about being believing in objective morality from atheists and skeptics and stuff, even though most philosophers actually believe in objective morality, and most philosophers are atheists. But most people who don't study philosophy think morality is subjective. So I'm pretty stoked to have somebody, an authority, actually a PhD scholar, a well-known one like Carrier, come on. Is this 15th? Is the second Sunday, isn't it? Let me look at a calendar here.
Well, okay. Well, my court's definitely not on a Sunday. I don't know. I got to look at it. It might be the 16th where my court is. But I'm
thinking 12th.
Okay. Yeah. That'll work.
12. Yeah. So no. So that it would be the 5th is the first Sunday. Yep. So then I wouldn't have an opening until the 19th or 26th.
Okay. Well, I want to come proper with all my notes. That way I can properly explain my position on stuff. But I'm definitely one of the subjective moralists, and I go farther than just morality. I believe not only morality is subjective, but all of reality is subjective. And I have arguments for all that. And so I'm one who says all of truth is even subjective. I don't believe in objective truth. And I have interesting arguments behind all that.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is we only have access to our subjective perception of anything. So that is a fact. That's undeniable. That's all we have access to as far as firsthand access.
And the thing is, okay, so to confirm the truth of something, what do you have to do? You have to outsource your perception and ask someone else, hey, does this look the same to you? But at the same time, what you're doing then is you're outsourcing your subjectivity to someone else's subjectivity, so it is still inherently subjective.
Yeah, that's true. However, there are non-organic measuring devices that don't have a subjective position, and there's a few different arguments about that. I wasn't prepared to get in this conversation, but I'd have to kind of collect my thoughts here. But so the argument that I use against solipsism is basically it's a version of what we call it experiential asymmetry. It's funny, I was just talking about asymmetry with the brother here, but so basically, when you and I are in my kitchen, for example, right? If I touch the hot stove, I do not deduce that I'm in pain. I experience my pain firsthand, right? I don't think, oh, am I in pain right now? Blah, blah, blah. No, my body reacts naturally because I experience this sensation of pain. You're standing right next to me. You reach out and touch the hot stove. I do not experience your pain, but I deduce it. So due to this asymmetry, we're both feeling the same pain, the same sensation from the same situation. The difference is I experience it for myself and I deduce what you're experiencing. So because of this asymmetry, it gets us out of solipsism. Now, they say there's no solution to hard solipsism, obviously, so there's always going to be some kind of pushback on this. But this is how we function. Descartes, I think, therefore I am, is essentially how he decided that we are in existence, right? So it kind of feeds off of Cartesian dualism, so to speak. And I am not convinced about the non-dualist arguments, to be honest with you, because I do believe that the material world exists outside of consciousness, and it seems to exist outside of observation. And so we could use machines to observe this, even though we ultimately observe the machines, unless a person is going to posit that we are then manipulating the data from these machines by observing it through the observation effect, which I find to be untenable. But a person could say that. And again, ultimately, we are subjectively observing that machine, but the machine makes the measurement independent of a person's observation.
Well, there's a couple of things right there. Like you're talking about the solipsism. I don't know enough about that to say that that is my position of solipsism. I got to look more into that, and also the non-duality thing. From what I've looked into that, I wouldn't. I would call my position on that is a unified duality. I do believe in duality, but it's not a divisive, separated duality. It is a unified duality. So I'm kind of landing somewhere in the middle between the duality and non-duality. I'm kind of combining them. So can you explain the solipsism for me a little bit?
Yeah, and the duality thing is really dicey because the more conversations I have with idealists or non-dualists, the more diverse their own individual understanding of it is. And so I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell people how they have to believe or identify. Like for example, when I talk to you, you seem to me to be a deist, not a theist, but you could define yourself however you want. If you want to call it yourself a theist, that's your right to do so. Even though my understanding of theism and deism is different, I respect your right to identity. So I try to refrain from saying, "Oh yeah, he's a deist," because that's just how I see your theological model is more deism.
The reason I don't claim deism is because, from my understanding, deism is essentially a God that is, kind of created everything and is not involved in anything, something like that, right?
There is part of it, but deism actually covers basically all God concepts that aren't anthropomorphized. Is an easier way to understand it. So the Gaia theory, somebody was on here earlier talking about how the universe is this organism, right? Like a living organism, and like the planets are like blood cells and this kind of a thing. I don't want to misrepresent his thing, but essentially, like this goes back to what's called the Gaia theory, that the universe is a living organism. You've got panpsychism or pantheism, which is very similar to where it believes that there's this consciousness inside of every organism or every atom. So there's different variations on these models. Berkeleyan idealism is one that I've been looking into, where he talked about how consciousness being fundamental, that the material world doesn't actually exist. Ultimately, all that exists is consciousness. And so the table and the chair, everything I'm looking at right now in my living room, is only here because my conscious state is putting it here. The problem is you get into a continuity problem. What happens when I leave the living room? What happens to my table and chair at that point? So then he says, well, God solves this because God has this, all present consciousness. And so that's what keeps the table still being the table, but it technically still only exists inside because of this conscious state. So when I start talking to people about non-dualism and idealism, I'm trying to figure out, well, what do you even mean when you say non-dualist or idealist? Because like your particular model that I've heard you talk about, and I'd love to have this conversation in detail with you because I find it fascinating. One of my favorite philosophers is Spinoza, and I think I mentioned this to you before. He talks about what he called substance monism. So everything is actually part of one substance, but it's different attributes of a single substance. So it might seem or appear as individual things, but technically it's just different aspects or attributes of one single substance. And he said it's nature, it's natural. He doesn't ascribe it to God, but he says that this is the same thing as what a lot of religions think of when they think of God, but it's just nature. But he thinks nature's all connected. It's a really fascinating. That's kind of what I'm hearing when you say it, but you have your own terminology for it. And there may be differences. You may not be right in line with Spinoza. I don't know. When we get together, I'm going to talk to you about that more. So that kind of covers the non-dualism thing. As far as the solipsism thing, this is the idea that you're just a brain. Some people say brain in a vat, but you can define it however you want. You could just be a state of consciousness for that matter. But like, I don't actually exist independently. Like, I'm only here because it's in your mind, your state of consciousness. So I don't exist. The problem, the solipsistic problem, comes to every one of us could be this solipsist. So to me, you don't exist. It's all in there. There's nothing outside of my own consciousness. There's all exists inside my brain. There's actually nothing outside of my consciousness. And I would have no way of knowing, because everything we do, every way we function in the world is based off of our senses: taste, touch, sight, sound, that kind of bullshit. And so all of that is just electrochemical signals firing with neurons in the brain. So we would have no way of knowing if we're not just this brain in the vat, quote unquote, or if this table is really in front of me. You and I are really having this conversation because all of this is based on my own senses, which boils down ontologically to these chemicals, these neurochemical processes inside my own brain.
I would agree with parts of each one that you mentioned. I would agree with parts of them, but not all of them. Like, I don't totally agree with the idealism. I aligned with a lot of what you talked about with the Espinoza, except for he liked to differentiate between God and nature, and I say it's the same thing. And as far as
that's what he was saying, that's the same thing he was saying. He was saying the same thing as well. That he said that there be no ontological difference or metaphysical difference between God or nature. It's just all the same thing. It's just that religious people call it God. He calls it nature.
It's just a matter of terminology.
Right, exactly. He had to be really careful with how he phrased it because of persecution. Obviously, it's really dangerous for some of these great philosophical thinkers, especially during like the Dark Ages, and as you move into even modern times where they were burning people at the stakes as heretics and all the fucked up shit.
The Blade Cult. But see, now with the idealism, I was looking into that a little bit because of our conversation where we had Mark Reed jump on, and he was arguing against idealism, and I didn't even know 100% what that was. So I went looking into that a little bit, and I don't completely agree with idealism, or I don't completely agree with materialism. So I really got to dig deeper into these different, because like I told you before, a lot of what I came up with, it might have parallels to other existing theologies, but I really haven't dove deep into those. I'm just riffing, man. So I'm a theist. I believe in imaginary friends, and I'm okay with that. I just pull it right out of my ass, but we all do. And this is a funny thing. A lot of followers of Abraham like to say, "Where do you get your authority from?" Right from my ass, buddy. But at least I know my ass is real. You're pulling it out of someone's ass that we don't even know if they existed or not, talking about Abraham and whatnot.
Yeah, the religious models are so toxic for so many ways. And I'm not an anti-theist, actually, because I do recognize that there's been a lot of good things in individual people's lives because of their religious beliefs. And I'm not going to just hand wave that away. People that clearly need these beliefs for a variety of reasons. The stuff I have a problem with is what organized religion tends to do to groups, especially marginalized groups. And it marginalizes groups. We wouldn't have marginalized groups if we all realized we're all just people, human beings. So my objective morality, all my arguments for objective morality are based on the fact that ontologically speaking, I think I must have said ontologically about 50 fucking times in the last 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. But at the core of it all, we're all the same. We all bleed red, so to speak, right? So I see men, women, children, young and old, as all being equal at the very fundamental level. We're all moral agents. We all, in order to be agents, that means we set goals and take actions, and we need our freedom and well-being to accomplish any of our goals. And we all share this equally. So because of that, we ought not interfere with each other's freedom and well-being. And so when people talk to me about, well, where do you get your moral, or where do you get your authority? I had a lady come onto my channel to try and talk about secular Quranism, which is fucking insane if you caught that conversation. But anyway,
I missed that one.
Yeah, she's like, where do you get your? Because I was telling her that this sounds horrible. She's talking about like one of the principles that she wanted to promote was, I can't remember exactly, like 100 lashes for having children out of wedlock. And I said, how is this progressive? This sounds highly regressive, you know. And she says, well, where do you get your moral authority from? And I says, well, from equality, you know, through the intellect, for people recognizing that there's no difference between you and me, brother, or me and DNW, or you and DNW, or me and my wife, or whatever it might be, because we're human beings. We're all the same species. There's only one race. It's the human race. The whole concept of black people, white people, and all this other bull, that's all fucking socially constructed. You know,
That's social constructs.
all that is. Yeah.
That there was a couple of really interesting points that Questioning Reality brought up with the, and you were talking to him. So he was talking about everything is essentially zero, and I tend to agree with that. And then you came in with an argument about what was it, asymmetry, but it can still be zero and asymmetrical at the same time. And it's funny because you were talking about the asymmetry, and as soon as you brought that up, I was like, well, there is slightly more matter than antimatter, which is what allowed the universe to exist to begin with, you know. So that's the very first thing I thought of as soon as you started talking about asymmetry. But everything can equal out to zero and be asymmetrical at the same time, I do believe. There's a couple great points that Questioning Reality had.
I was trying to go through the comments. I'm trying to find it here. I see Vegan was asking about if I think there's a moral difference between cutting a baby and cutting a tomato. Yes, there's a moral difference because tomatoes aren't humans. All moral arguments that I've ever looked at philosophically, whether it's objective morality or subjective morality, are based on social contracts among humans. So I don't know. Tomatoes are delicious, though. I will say that. There's, who did you say asked that question? Was it? I'm trying to find it. Who did you say asked that question? Dark Light?
What?
You were talking about one of the comments that was being. Is it on?
I was talking about this guy that's on with us right here, Questioning Reality.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Right in front of my face. I thought it was in the chat section. I'm sorry.
Just to say on my point, on like everything I was saying, it's kind of all based on reality just being like just purely sort of consciousness based. So like, sure, like inside this playground, in my idea of it, like you can have this asymmetric thing of, and you can have more matter than antimatter or whatever way. But yeah, it would just be like fundamentally that consciousness and just conscious experience, whatever that kind of entails, all the pluses, all the minuses. And again, I'm not saying that this is gospel, but this is just what was sort of conveyed to me and made some kind of sense thinking about it. Would all equal.
Can I interject?
Up to a zero. Sure.
Yeah, actually, you said it was about there's no difference between cutting a puppy in half and cutting a tomato in half. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I think I remember. Did you talk about the conversation we had a few months ago?
Yeah, you said there was and DNW is as my witness. He will remember that. You said there's no moral difference between cutting a puppy in half and cutting a tomato in half.
Okay.
So yeah, a puppy is a baby. So you don't think there's any difference between cutting a baby in half and cutting a tomato in half?
Cutting a puppy in half and cutting a tomato in half. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Difference as far as what? Like morally different?
Yeah, morally different.
I don't know. Is the puppy already dead?
No, obviously they are a live, healthy puppy.
Well, if it's a live, healthy animal and cutting it in half, I think that would probably be an unjust thing to do because it would be unkind. But if the puppy's already dead, then I don't see any problem with it.
Obviously not. You know what the position is.
If the puppy's dead, then there's nothing immoral about cutting it in half. If the puppy's alive, people should not do that.
All right. Well, you are changing your position from where you were last time. So that's good. That's good that you've changed your position, but that is not where you were last time we spoke.
I think there might have been a miscommunication. If I remember right, I was trying to make.
No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't.
Well, I think there might have been. Maybe it was my misunderstanding. Which is fair enough. But yeah, because if that's what you're asking me, it doesn't seem to make sense. But I do remember that we had a conversation.
No, you said that there's no difference between cutting a non-sentient tomato in half and cutting a sentient animal in half. So there's no difference, no moral difference.
If that's how you remember it, that's how you remember it, brother.
I mean, that's what you said. I don't know if DNW is on the stream right now, but I'm sure that he will back me up on that one because I remember talking to him about it right after it happened.
Well, I'm glad we got it cleared up today then.
Yeah, I'm glad you changed your position.
I see Jill has jumped in here. Jill, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Fantastic. Speaking of eating, I was actually getting ready to get off and get something to eat.
Whoa, you're gonna get off and then eat something on the stream?
That's what I was thinking about doing. Jill, did you are you serious about accepting that challenge to do the debate on biblical morality?
Oh, was that you?
That was me.
Oh, sure. Anytime.
I could get off and eat something too.
Robin said she'd love to host that, and I'm down to support her. She wants to, kind of get some traffic flow going her direction. But if you want to do it on a different platform, I'm open to whatever. But I think we should support Robin's efforts.
Who's Robin?
Robin, she was here today earlier. She follows my channel. You know her through Missing Mod.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Anytime, any place.
All right. I've got a bunch of stuff going on my plate already. I was just talking to Dark Light about it, but I'm thinking end of April, beginning of May, and I could have Robin reach. I thought you knew Robin because you're Missing Mod, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm familiar with Missing.
Yeah. Are you on her Discord?
I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. DNW, can you back me up on that?
Yeah, I mean, he has. Look, I don't remember directly, but I remember you talking to me about it.
Well, you were right. No, you were right there, dude.
Yeah, but I can't remember exactly the word. But I remember being shocked by something. Yeah.
Because we were both. We had the conversation like right after it happened.
I do remember the conversation.
And you were just as flabbergasted as I was because you couldn't believe the audacity.
But it is possible that if he's saying he didn't say it, it's possible we misconstrued.
No, that is what was said.
Well, he's just said he wouldn't say that.
Right. Well, he doesn't want to be.
I'm willing to accept that. If we want, you can go back. We can go back and find it. Do you remember?
Do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember? That was months and months ago, dude.
He's also just. I know.
Yeah, he's changed it. He's changing his position. I think at that time, what happened was we were playing Name the Trait.
Okay.
And basically, I think he was backed into a corner, and he wanted, rather than admit that he contradicts himself with his, with his lifestyle, eating animals and buying animal products, he wanted to bite the bullet and sort of, try and seem like he's consistent or something. But it just ended up sounding psychopathic. It's good that if that was his position back then, it's good that he's changed it. So anyway,
well, the point is
neither here nor there at this point.
OE, just so you're warned, vegan equilibrium has never lost a debate on veganism. Just so you know.
Okay.
I'd be skeptical. I have a hard time believing that. But maybe that's true.
I mean, it's not about. It's whether you want to.
We got Life Abolitionism. Do you want to come on? Yerf Dogs, Cougar Duma, and Skeptic Philosophy. Good to see you here, brother. Do you want to come on here whilst you still can, whilst the stream is still going today? Sea Lust, good to see you. Global Solidarity, are you puking? Nice to see you. Retro, brother Marcus, all of you, great to see you. Phantom Prophet still watching. Yeah, this is the Finding Gnosis show. Do come on and say hello. Sorry, Jill. Jill, what brings you on to the Finding Gnosis show? What would you like to say?
Oh, I was just listening. I don't know what the topic is today, but I would. I did
Okay, well,
hear
we did start with the kind of icebreaker. What is tell us your weirdest experience or experiences or your weirdest thoughts. Go ahead with that one if you want to.
my weirdest thoughts.
Or weirdest experiences, depending on the colorful fabric that you have experienced in this life. I'm getting tired. I should shut up. I can't do metaphors when I'm tired.
Well, I guess you mean as far as my Christian walk, or
It's not that deep, brother. It's just like some people have come on and they've said they've had poltergeist experiences, they've had hallucinations, they've heard voices, they've had strange synchronicities, they've had some kind of strange intuition from nowhere that proved to be right. Someone in the comments said they had a dream and the dream manifested reality shortly after it. That kind of thing, brother.
no, I don't think I've ever
Could be
had
anything and everything.
any type of experience like that. But
Okay. We were also talking about, we talked about religion a little bit and why religion seems to have this tendency to, despite people claiming it to be good, it often has a tendency to cause bad outcomes in the world. We toyed with that for a while. What do you think of that?
yeah, I was actually listening, and I heard OE say something to that. Like I can't remember exactly what it was; it just slipped my mind. But yeah, I wanted to ask you about your comment you just made. It's about 20 minutes ago about. But again, it just left my mind. It was just in the back of my head.
I said something about I'm not an anti-theist because I think religion has done a lot of good things for people individually. Their beliefs, whether they're actually valid or not, I don't know, but their beliefs that they're valid has inspired their lives. But I have a problem with organized religion. Is that the comment you're talking about?
Right. So my interpretation, if I were a OE whisperer, would be that the ones who actually believe and follow and put into practice things that are outlined in the text, the religious text, though those would be considered the organized religious, because it's not the organization of the religious ones that makes these people marginalized. You feel like there's people that are being marginalized. It's the actual text itself saying, don't do this, don't do that. Isn't that correct? It's not the organization.
No, I would say when I'm talking about organized religion, I'm talking about the actual organizations that put out,
information that's in the text and
no,
promote
not information, like rules of what it takes to be part of a particular denomination, code of conducts, things of this nature. So that's when I think about organization.
The code of conduct is based on the text, correct? So it's not marginalizing. It's not the organization where those things are outlined and actually enforced, maybe in many cases. It's the actual text.
There's two issues there. One, it would depend on which denomination, which religion we're talking about. We're talking about Christianity. You've got it. All the various denominations are claiming that their beliefs are based on the text. For example, Calvinism. I don't take you to be a Calvinist, but I could be wrong. But I think for sure you're a Trinitarian, right? So we'll use that example. The Unitarians think that they are basing their beliefs on the same book that you say as a Trinitarian you're basing your beliefs on. So this is where you get into the problem with, these are the organizations Like, so when I say Trinitarian, am I talking about individual people or actual organizations that are Trinitarian? Like if you think of like Bible colleges, dispensationalists versus non-dispensationalists, so on and so forth. They're organizations that come up with a set of agreed upon beliefs or claims that they're going to hold to. That becomes an organization. Individuals can have all kinds of claims, and individuals can have wild claims, and they can be wildly different. The individual that when I talk about the individuals versus the organization. So for example, I know people who got off drugs and alcohol, right? And they credit belief in a higher power. Some of them Christians, some of them Muslims, some of them Buddhists, whatever, but they credit their religious belief to getting off of drugs and alcohol. Getting off drugs and alcohol is a difficult thing for people to do, freeing yourself from addiction. And so I feel it's incredibly disrespectful and irresponsible to tell a person who I know thinks that this God belief got them free of drugs and alcohol to say, oh, that God isn't real, or it's a sky daddy or a flying spaghetti monster or whatever the fuck it is. So let them believe whatever they want to believe. The problem I have is when people start organizing and marching against abortion clinics or things of this nature, or telling gay people they're going to go to hell for being gay. That's the kind of stuff I have issues with.
Isn't that what the text says? Is what I'm trying to get at. You seem to be avoiding. There is as far as soteriology is concerned, or those types of theological differences. That's not what you were communicating at all. You mentioned marginalization of groups, and I'm glad you were specific. So this is something a Calvinist and a non-Calvinist would agree with, that there shouldn't be anyone murdering children that are unborn, or anyone male sleeping with males or female sleeping with females, because this is what's outlined in the text itself. It has nothing to do with them coming together and organizing and saying, we're going to have a group that actually enforces these laws.
I have a problem with the text.
Yeah, there's
you have a problem with the text. Exactly. Why don't we just say that?
Personally, I absolutely got a problem with the text.
Exactly. Why don't we just say that instead of saying, well, these groups marginalized? No, the text itself marginalizes. True.
For me,
we're just being consistent with the actual text, and unlike a Christian that calls himself a Christian, they're really liberals. Unlike those people who
they're really liberals.
They pick and choose. Well, I mean liberal. They take liberties to pick and choose which parts of the text they want to actually apply to their lives, or to their organization, as far as principles are concerned, or rules, etc.
Do you still have both your eyes and both your hands?
Oh yeah, I'm seeing the screen. Right, I'm looking at the screen and I'm moving my mouse.
So there's a scripture that says, anyone who, and I'm paraphrasing, anyone who sins needs to cut off their hand or pluck out their eye that caused them to sin. And then most Christians will say that sin is inescapable. So what I'm wondering is, if there's true believers, why isn't Christians running around with just one eye and one hand? It should be a very common thing for most Christians to only have one eye and one hand if you were to take all of your texts seriously.
When you say take the text seriously, you mean understand it as literal, wooden literal, in a wooden literal sense?
To me, any follower of Abraham who does not take their text literal is not a true believer.
Well, then you're going to really have a hard time reading Shakespeare or any literary text.
Well, that's different. That's different literary texts. Because when we're talking about when we're talking about the holy books, that's supposed to be the word of God, right? That's your position.
Sorry, the men the men that were led of God used literature. They communicated using literary devices, which is their right to do. It's their right to communicate how they want to communicate.
So there's some flip-floppery that goes on within followers of Abraham. So some of them like to say that these books were written by God, directly by God, using man, but that these words are God's words, is what some of them like to say.
God used metaphors and similes. What's wrong with that? That's why he gave us institutions of learning which were Christian traditions, which can teach us what a literary device is and how to understand them. I don't see the problem. God expects you to understand what a metaphor is. The kingdom of God is like this tree. Does that mean the kingdom of God has branches? Literal branches? No, Jesus is obviously using a simile, like grass. What's wrong with that?
Well, you're trying to use that whole cell as like a scapegoat to get out of some of these tough scriptures that we have.
It's not a tough scripture. So sin is so serious that you should be willing to remove anything from your life that lends it to you. So if your hands are sinning, you should be willing to remove it. But sin comes from the heart, not your body parts. So the heart is a metaphor for the mind.
Followers of Abraham are blood cults of sin worshippers. There's no such thing as sin.
Good. But sin comes from the heart, the concept, whether you reject it or accept it, the concept you would have to understand in order to make a decision whether or not you're going to, or whether or not it's bad or good, or but at least understand the concept. Sin is a metaphor, or sin comes from the heart, which is a metaphor of the mind. So
there's no such thing as sin.
Bad things, doing bad things. Psychologists will tell you. Ask one of your secular experts. That's one of your prophets. It starts in the mind. It starts in the mind, and your mind is what tells you, what directs the rest of your body through.
Well, see, I do.
Right?
There is good and bad, but good and bad is different from good and evil. Evil requires the juxtaposition of your scriptures over the everyday experience of bad. We as state-dependent beings, we will inevitably experience good and bad. Anything that contributes to our survival, we will call good. Anything that interferes with our survival, we will call bad. So good and bad, I agree with. When you try to interject things like evil, I'd say I don't believe in evil and sin. To me, there's no such thing as evil and sin.
That's great. That's great. But it all starts in the mind, is what Jesus is actually teaching when he says the heart. He's talking about the mind. So the message is about taking a serious step towards cutting off these habits that are harmful, relationships or influences that lead you into wrong thinking, which leads to wrong doing. So psychologists have already determined that. So we don't really need the Bible to justify what Jesus is saying here, but it's not to be taken in a one literal fashion. Obviously,
Jesus is a desert war god of hypocrisy, and no one should be taking anything he says seriously.
Well, you couldn't demonstrate that, I'm sure, but you can believe whatever you want to believe. You live in America, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, home of the free, land of the brave, home of the free.
That's what they say, but that's just a saying. America also has the most laws out of any country in the world.
Wow, the most laws means the most oppressive.
Yes.
Boy,
no man has the right to rule over another.
No wonder you don't like the God of the Bible.
No, well, I mean, the hypocrisy, for one. Jesus and Allah break every single commandment that they impose upon everyone else. That is why I call them a desert war god of hypocrisy.
God breaks every commandment that he imposes onto humans.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. He's God.
So now, if the Bible is the word of God, so
he's not a human.
If God is all powerful, then God has the power to enact his will without breaking his own law. Yet
now,
that is not
Muhammad, who's not God, I would suggest that that's a problem. But if God tells me not to do something, but he has the right to do something, I do whatever I want to do. Basically, the God of the Bible says, I do what I want to do with you and with the earth and etc. I don't have a problem with.
Does the best ever father lead by example or by hypocrisy?
Does he lead? No, the God of the Bible does not lead by example, meaning that when he does something, he is doing something, and as God, when you do something,
does a good father lead by example or by hypocrisy?
When I go to answer you, do you like to talk when I answer you? Is that how it works? Out of
I'm
the
just
Bible, out of the
wondering.
Bible says that his ways are higher than our ways, so he can do something and tell us not to do that same thing. That's different from a human being. A human being, that would be considered hypocritical because you're not God. You're not making decisions for 10,000 years from now, 1,000 years from now, etc.
Well, I disagree with your last statement. I absolutely am God. We are all God.
Yeah, I know you think you're God.
Yeah,
Which is
and
why you
actually,
don't like anyone to tell you what to do.
I'm more powerful than your God, because for one, I can forgive without blood.
You can
Your
lie
God
also.
your God cannot forgive without blood.
You can lie as
You can
well.
forgive
Our
without
God
blood.
cannot lie.
Well, that's actually a statement. That there are multiple scriptures that say that God does not lie. Yep, but then there's also other scriptures that prove God lying within your Bible.
Yeah, right. You won't be able to
So
demonstrate
that's a
that.
lie.
It's like you aren't able to
No, I
demonstrate.
don't have the notes in front of me right now, but I have all this shit written down, and I can absolutely demonstrate that.
Yeah, well,
God sent a lying spirit. God
I
sent a
would
lying
put
spirit.
I would put your understanding of that text along the same lines or along in the same category as your first blunder when it came to cutting your eye out, that you really don't understand what you're reading with these texts. To say that this Christians are being disobedient because they have hands and eyeballs.
Absolutely. That means you don't take your
I would
text seriously.
I would suggest that your rendering of this text is along the same lines. Ridiculous, really, and not corresponding to the actual what the authors actually intended to communicate. So you can make the Bible, make a caricature of the Bible if you choose to, but
I don't need to. That's a caricature out of itself. All I have to do is sit back and point out it's caricature.
well, you couldn't do that with literally removing your eye, right?
Yeah.
Did you at least think about did I at least help you think about what it means to remove your eye and remove your hands or remove anything, even something you value, if it leads you away from God, including yourself?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Constantly trying to take the power away from yourself. That's what the Abrahamic religions need. Is they need for everyone to relinquish their divine sovereignty. Our divine sovereignty is our inseparable connection to the actual one true Creator, which is the source of divine revelation. We have a direct connection to divine revelation through divine sovereignty, and therefore we do not need your Bibles. We do not need your supposed holy books. Your Bibles are actually idols.
Well, you do need something. You certainly need some training on how to read literature. So the reason why God says to put him first is because you have flaws. You obviously have flaws.
That is coveting. That's him breaking one of his commandments.
You just demonstrated one just now. I mean, not understanding fifth grade ELA. So we're not perfect. God is the one that's perfect. He's the one that says.
Well, I disagree with that. I am perfect. I disagree with that entirely. I'm totally perfect. Have you seen this forehead?
Sure. You just don't
Have you seen these nipples, dude? That's perfect right there, buddy.
Well, your rendering of eye for literally removing your eye demonstrates that you're not perfect. Because a fifth grader could have told you that Jesus was not being literal there.
No. A fifth grader cannot tell you that, because a fifth grader reads things literally unless they are instructed to.
Not when they have good teachers like me.
Oh yeah, exactly. When they're instructed to otherwise.
When Othello says that Desdemona and the king, when Iago tells the king that his daughter Desdemona and Othello, the Moor, were the beast of two backs, you didn't assume or suggest that they were literally a beast with two backs, two spines.
Shakespeare was also not claiming to have his words be the words of God, which is a big difference between Shakespeare's works and the supposed holy books.
All right, so do you have a problem with logic also? And that's your problem. You're not perfect.
No, actually keep consistent logic, and that's logically, you guys do not keep consistent logic.
Logically speaking, you would have.
Let's do some logic.
Logically speaking, if you're going to render a text, if a text is using literary devices, then you would take, whether it's the word of God or whether it claims to be the word of God or not, you would still interpret it as such. So you
okay,
obviously
let's do some
have a
logic.
bias. You obviously have a bias that if a text speaks on supernatural things, I can just interpret it in haphazardly as you've been doing. I can't recognize it to use metaphors because it's religious. That doesn't follow.
So you said we agree that God's a perfect creator, right?
I would agree that the way you interpret the text is not perfect. It's not even close.
We're not talking about me right now. We're talking about God.
Horrible.
We're talking about God right now, the one true creator. I agree that the one true creator is a perfect creator. Do you agree with that?
He's a perfect creator?
I would say that the one true creator is a perfect creator. Do you agree with that or don't you?
What does that mean, perfect creator? Depends on what that entails.
Well, most followers of Abraham would say yes.
What does it mean to be a perfect creator? What does that entail exactly? Give me one thing that entails.
Okay, so the main thing, the most important thing that entails is that there is no separation, and that everything that flows forth from you is as well perfect.
No, that is false. That is not the definition of perfect creator in Scripture.
Okay, well, fuck the Scripture. I'm not capitulating to the Scripture.
Well, you try to prop up a straw man by using what the text considers to be perfect. Creator doesn't mean that everything he creates. It doesn't mean that everything he creates.
Not the Bible.
It doesn't mean that everything. It doesn't follow then that everything he creates is perfect. The text tells you this. So again, I don't understand why you consider yourself to be perfect when you demonstrated 3 times already in 30 minutes that you can't even read a text that's written on a high school level.
Because I don't agree with your interpretation of that text. I can read it just fine, but see, our disagreements is in the interpretations.
You interpret it's a metaphor.
God is not the author of confusion, which is a claim.
I don't think God is going to in heaven scratching his head saying it's a metaphor. What do you mean? It's hard to interpret. It's hard to understand. You understand it when you read Shakespeare, but when it comes to the Bible, all of a sudden you have blinders on. Oh no, it has to be taken in a literal sense because it's the Bible now. You know,
because
you're trying to make a caricature out of the Bible. That's why you're doing such. When it comes to the Bible, you want to start all of a sudden interpret it in such a silly way. I mean, it's obvious.
So did the one true creator create everything?
Not perfectly, no.
Okay, so then do you agree with the fruit and the tree analogy that an imperfect fruit comes from an imperfect tree?
An imperfect fruit comes from an imperfect tree.
So if creation is imperfect, then that came from an imperfect creator. If there is one slightest quanta of imperfection within creation, then that means that the creator is imperfect.
No, that doesn't follow.
That's called consistent logic.
No, that's not logical. That doesn't follow.
That's consistent logic, actually, yeah.
No, that's not consistent logic. That's something you up.
If the one true creator is perfect and created everything, then everything is as well perfect.
No, that doesn't follow logic. That's a non sequitur.
That absolutely
I can create a robot. I can create a robot, a human robot. It's not going to reflect perfectly what a human being does as far as its digestive system. It's so the text describes God as perfect. Perfect. Okay. Therefore, and no one is perfect except for God. Therefore, once he creates anything by way of necessity, by way of the fact that he's the only perfect being, anything he creates will be less than perfect. So logically, what you're arguing doesn't make sense. If the God of the Bible is the only purely perfect being, he can never create another perfect being. In fact, the text says this in Isaiah 44, but you don't read enough of the scriptures to even come to these wild assertions that you're making. You don't have enough. You're basing this all on conjecture. This is all based on conjecture. You don't have enough of the text, sir. You're basing all of these decisions and these conclusions you're coming to on conjecture. A perfect being cannot create another perfect being. That would deny his perfection. Game over. Game
Nigga,
over. That's why.
please. Nigga,
Game over.
please.
So you
Can
can't
a
ask me,
perfect being create
Jill, you
a
can't ask me a
perfect
question. I got to
being?
get off and get something to eat. So is there specific? I don't mean to interrupt this, fan. I'll listen while you guys go at it here because it is interesting. But I do need to get off and eat. And thank DNW for having me up here. Jill, did you had a specific question real quick? And I don't know if I answered it for you. So before I go, did you want to? Is my problem with the text or with the organizations? I think we're something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that their problem has to be with the text. It cannot be because people decided to organize a group and actually live their lives and say to other people they should live their lives this way.
Yeah, so there's two problems that I have. One problem is with the groups and the behavior of the groups themselves and what they're telling people. They should, like telling kids, creationists telling kids that the old Earth is only 6,000 years old and that people rode with dinosaurs, or all the crazy nonsense that religions tell people. I already mentioned about bigotry and things of that nature, and the nonsense about abortion. Those are issues I have with how people behave. The text themselves, there are other problems within the text as well. But the text is like anything else. The book is just a book. It's like a gun or like anything that, for that matter. It in and of itself is harmless. It's what people do with it. People could read it and say, you know what, this. I see this information and I want to avoid this behavior.
Yeah, I want to
And
avoid
it's
certain
very dangerous or very toxic. And so then the book would be doing a good thing because it would be showing people bad behavior and things we should avoid. So it's really what people do with the text as far as that goes. As far as textual criticism goes, do I see errors, contradictions, and things like that within the text? Well, of course.
As far as what people do with the text, well, you won't be able to demonstrate not one, by the way. But as far as what people do with the text, again, you're missing the point. They wouldn't be able to do that with the text. They're not abusing the text. What you want them to do is abuse the text by ignoring certain things and not proclaiming certain things out of the text. And you consider that to be using the gun properly. But the gun has bullets, and they're silver bullets, and they're all aimed at the practices that you think are good. So what do you do in that situation? If you're a Christian, you're going to take the gun and use it how the Bible instructs you to use it, not how you want us to use it in the 21st century. So you have a problem with the text.
Why is it that my problem is with the people, what they do with it? Why is it that there's so many different?
They don't do anything wrong. What I'm saying is that what they're doing with it is what they are instructed to do with it by the text.
Then why are there so many disagreements within the Christianity itself? So many disagreements about what the text says.
The disagreements are not on the lines of what you are what you're arguing, what your emotion is arguing. I would say they're not. You mentioned differences in soteriology. Of course, there are differences in when Jesus will return, pre-trib, post-trib, but that doesn't marginalize any groups. Like you're speaking about something all Christians agree with. That
no. There are Christians. There are groups of Christians who actually support gay marriage. There are groups of Christians.
They're not Christians. They're liberals who are picking and choosing.
That's according to your understanding. And choosing. This is what I'm talking about. They use the same book that you do, and they interpret it quite differently because they can justify their Christianity in their mind through the book. You're saying they can't.
Watch a debate. Okay. Here's what I would do. No, the problem is the people who are doing that, like Matthew Vines, are not interpreting the text. They're ignoring passages in the text, or they're trying to circumvent certain passages that are clearly telling you this is not something you should be practicing or implementing in your customs or in your society. Clearly, there is no argument. The text says, do not do this. There's no debating what the interpretation is. There are only people who are coming, and they appear every 10 years or so saying, no, the Bible doesn't say this. Let me start the Gay Church of America. But clearly they're clearly misappropriating text, and they lose every debate on these topics. Watch the debate between between Matthew Vines and someone like a Dr. James White. Just watch him crumble under cross-examination. Just watch it. I mean, and you're going to conclude that, oh, because there are other interpretations, that those other interpretations are legitimate, but nothing could be further from the truth.
No, you're missing the point entirely, Joe. The point is that these people think it's legitimate. These people, including yourself, you think your beliefs are legitimate. Right? I don't believe in it, so I don't use it for anything and motivation for any part of my life whatsoever. But I'm looking at groups and how they behave as a group, and they use this. Then they believe their interpretation is legitimate. Now, think you can make a case for how your interpretation or your group that you agree with has interpreted it in a particular way, and that just proves my point of what I'm saying. This is the problem that I have with the organization itself. Now, you could try to make the claim that they're misinterpreting it. That's between you and them. That's not my fight. That's between you and those guys.
Which is why
I have this soteriology debate all the time about the Trinity and non-Trinity and blah blah blah. That's, like I said, that's your guys' fight to have amongst yourselves. All I'm doing is watching the results of the behavior and saying, okay, this is how this group of people behaves. It's quite deplorable, in my opinion, because I believe all human beings are equal. I believe in a lot of things because of objective morality that you guys don't believe in, which is perfectly, it is what it is, you know. So you guys, these groups, one of which you are a part of, this is the organization that I'm talking about that I have a problem with. Now,
Yeah, the organization that actually follows, the organization that actually that actually respects what the authors intended to communicate. Instead, you favor the organization that doesn't. You favor the Matthew Vines organization that takes a text like Leviticus 18 and just
I don't
ignores
favor.
it.
I don't favor. I don't know. I have to look at the organization side by side before I can make a judgment on which, because I'm sure some are better than others. I mean, I have no doubt about that. But I would prefer you guys all leave that mythology behind and actually embrace secular humanism and more of egalitarian lifestyles. That's what I would prefer.
You would prefer a secular humanist to render what Leviticus 18 is saying, because he's going to try to hide and circumvent and try to get around what the text is actually saying. And then you would call that an interpretation.
Well, I think
but we
wouldn't.
And that's
mythology. It's mythology, and
okay, great. It can all be mythology, but what does it say?
Entertaining and really, you know, well written stories, just like the Iliad or the Odyssey or any other great story, and take it for that as entertainment. That would be what I would prefer you guys do with the text.
Yeah, that's what you would prefer. A liberal Christian who does not take the text seriously and does not try to render what the author is communicating, but just has a nominal sort of Christianity, and you would consider that to be Christianity. But that's not. But the text.
Well, no, it's not whether I consider it to be Christianity. What I consider to be Christianity is anybody who calls themselves a Christian. As far as I'm concerned, it could be a Christian. That's not, again. That's your guys' fight.
Well, you would consider that to be the preferable form of Christianity, the organized form of Christianity you would accept. The organized form of Christianity you would not accept is one that actually adheres to the text. So your problem is with the text.
I think this is going over your head. My problem is with what people do with the text.
What people are doing with the text is what the text instructs them to do with the text.
No, it's up to their interpretation, and you've already talked about misinterpretation.
Okay, so what interpretation? What interpretation? Let me ask you this: what interpretation do you have? Can you derive from the actual text? Matthew Vines can't even do it. In debate, he's destroyed on cross-examination. So what interpretation in the text do you have that is embracing same-sex proclivities?
Well, it's not my interpretation through the text that justifies or vilifies. I would agree that
Tell me what the argument is.
What's that?
Tell me what the argument is for those who you believe, those organizations you believe are interpreting the text. They have their own interpretation. And you say that any interpretation is a right interpretation, apparently.
No, I didn't say it's the right interpretation. I said that people have different interpretations of the text.
Okay. And different, does that mean, okay, are those interpretations correct? Can you read the text for yourself
Oh,
in
I'd
the
have to
kingdom.
listen. I'd have to actually break down their specific argument and see how they got to that before I could say if it's correct or not. But it would only be correct according to a particular, whatever, like I said, whatever they find within the text. I'd have to actually look at what their specific claims are. Which right now I do not feel like opening my Bible, which I have sitting right next to me at the coffee table, and looking through all these particular passages about any of this. The point of it is that there are groups of people who have interpretations that are different and varied.
Well, I would suggest that you take that up upon yourself to do that and determine whether or not what Matthew Vines is saying is actually corresponds to the text.
You and I are going to have a formal debate about biblical morality, which we're really excited to get into the Bible with you during that formal debate. I can't wait to do that. That'll be a really fun, I think it'll be a good time for both of us.
Sure. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, we'll definitely be getting into the Bible during that debate. Absolutely. But as far as my comment here today is about what the groups are doing. So irregardless of what I think the validity of their different interpretations are within the text, the exegesis as it's known, right? They're independent exegesis. It's what you guys do, the behavior that I have a problem with. Whether it lines up with the text or not, I could really care less. I think that the problem isn't even the fact that it's about the text. It's about the fact that behind the text, people believe there's a God of some sort, some kind of power that's out there. That's really what they're basing these behaviors on. The Bible is irrelevant. It comes down to the beliefs at the end of the day. Now, the Bible is relevant because they believe they're understanding some of this through the Bible. But at the end of the day, the authority is in what's the ultimate authority ontologically, if we can use that word again, would be what they think is behind the Bible.
These groups are doing nothing but following what the text instructs them to do. So again, you embrace those who don't follow the text, who pick and choose and say, well, no, I'm not going to accept this part of the text because it offends this group, or I'm not going to accept this part because it offends that group. So
yeah,
you
I
would
would
prefer
definitely
that.
embrace people who have a more egalitarian view in life. However they get that is fine by me. It's their behavior. If they respect people's autonomy, a woman's autonomy, and a right to choose what to do with her own body, if they respect people's right to have marital relations or sexual relations with any other consenting adult, man, woman, child, or not child, man or woman, it doesn't matter. As long as they're consenting adults and doing things that are legal with, being gay or straight, doesn't matter. Yeah, I embrace those people because that's what.
So you don't embrace Christianity. That's the point I'm making. You do not embrace what the Bible says. The Bible says that those things are horrible behaviors and should never, ever be practiced or incentivized for any.
Yeah, I think organized Christianity is toxic.
It's not organized Christianity. That's the Bible, sir. That's the Bible.
Well, I believe the Bible has definitely been a problem because,
I can defend the Bible's stance through science, through physiology.
Science. You're gonna have to defend the Bible more ethically to me in our debate. But if you want to have a discussion about scientific, we could definitely get into that because that's crazy. I'm actually getting ready to talk about the flood myth tomorrow. Speaking of science,
it does lead to ethical standards and morality, because if you're doing something wrong to someone else, then it would lead to that, or would eventually stem out to ethics and morality. But we don't need the Bible to prove that same-sex proclivities are harmful, unnatural, unhealthy, and abnormal. Of course, we don't need the Bible to do that. We can use science itself.
Yeah, there's homosexual activity in all kinds of different animal species. So when you're saying that's abnormal, homosexual activity is actually perfectly normal within the animal kingdom. So
it is.
Oh yeah.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. If you say so, I don't see that being the case. But
you've never seen two male dogs humping each other?
No.
No, it happens all the time, bro.
They're not humping each other. An actual physician would tell you, or someone in the medical field would tell you, that that's not a homosexual act, or what we would call a homosexual act.
Oh, I think there are biologists who would disagree with that. But I'm not a biologist, so I can't really get into that. I could talk about that. Ethically speaking, that all human beings are equal, which means all people have a right to their own autonomy, which means if two men or two women want to get in the sack together and shag or do whatever they want to do. They have a right to do that because of equality. I don't presume that it's my right or your right to tell people what they should and shouldn't be doing in the bedroom. Now,
I don't got time for girl that don't eat pussy.
Well, the Bible is making a claim about behavior, and science has vindicated the Bible's claim. Now, the Bible is making this claim before modern science came.
Science has disproven all kinds of Bible claims.
Not this one. Biologists generally say that same-sex proclivities.
Well, see, the problem is every single statement in the Bible not being scientifically verified. That's a problem when you say that the Bible was authored by God.
Well, not this one. If you want to bring up another one, this one the Bible got right before modern science.
Oh, you finally got one, huh?
Yeah, men sleeping with men, according
just
to
like Jesus being the only perfect human.
Harmful behavior you can possibly do to someone.
God finally got a perfect creation.
It's a harmful behavior. It destroys people's. I don't want to get graphic, but talk to a proctologist. I mean, we don't need the Bible here.
Yeah, well, fuck that. I'm a Muslim. I don't give a fuck about the Bible.
Tell him.
All right, DW, thank you so much for a great show. Jill, as much as we've vehemently disagreed.
It's time to end, guys.
Glad to have you stop.
Now we're ending right when I get in.
Sorry, my friends.
I'm still here with you, homie.
That is the gong to say we have gone on too long. It's been a 6-hour and a quarter stream, so we will end it there. I did spend some time there, guys. Just I was folding clothes, and then I wrote a message to Life Abolitionism. It's in my community post for those of you who are interested. It's a direct.
I wanted to talk to this Bible guy over the.
So we will. You can stay backstage and talk, but we will end the live. Thank you to everybody who joined. I do hope to see you all soon. Take care of yourselves and each other. Bye for now.
Stay beautiful, motherfucker.